if Washington can force Baltimore into being one-dimensional, I think they've got their best shot here this afternoon. That's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. They'll have a couple of reinforcements back into the lineup on both offense and defense. We'll see Cleveland Farrell on the edge for the first time in the past 3 weeks as he's been nursing a knee injury. Offensively, the return of Noah Brown, but the return of Noah Brown comes with the loss of a key cog in this Washington offense and a key cog to this 4-1 start, the running back Brian Robinson. So can Washington overcome not having Brian Robinson? I think that, to me, probably the biggest story going into this one. But if my crystal ball that I'm rubbing here is correct, I expect to see a lot of Austin Eckler, a lot of Jeremy McNichols. And here's the thing that may scare folks. With Brian Robinson not being in the lineup today, Cliff Kingsbury kind of hinted at it during his presser during the week. With Brian Robinson not in the lineup today, Jaden Daniels has to take a bigger role in the running game, in my opinion. By hook or by crook, whether you can get him on the edge. I'm not a big fan of the quarterback power stuff, but you got to do what you got to do to consistently stay ahead of the chains and try to continue to pick up first downs here, man. I look at this contest and say, hey, win or lose, the most important thing to me this afternoon is going out and putting up a valiant effort. Because I think us as a fan base can handle a close loss. Yeah, I know I'm not the guy to forecast losses, but you got to be real with who you are at this point. If we're going to look at Washington objectively here, yeah, Jaden Daniels probably one of the biggest stories right now in the National Football League. But the real issue for Washington lies on the defensive end of the football. If we only had to play offense, and this was like Madden, and we could super sim defense, we'd be fine. I'd have all the confidence in the world this afternoon against the Baltimore Ravens. But the defense of Washington, the best way I can describe it, inconsistent and untrustworthy. Now, granted, the last 2 weekends against Arizona and Cleveland, the light switch has sort of gone off here. It feels like that group has turned a corner. But today against the Baltimore Ravens, a different animal. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the best defense you've played all year. And for a Washington team that has struggled to stop the run, right? 20th in the NFL against the run. And those numbers, in my opinion, a little bit skewed because you had to go up against Cleveland last week. And God knows the issues that they're having on the offensive side of the football. I think the key defensively to stopping the run, do we see more base defense? Do we see more of the big nickel? I look at Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu as two guys that over the past 2 weeks, when this defense has really started to turn itself around, those two have been brilliant. Bobby Wagner turning back the clock. He's been tremendous blitzing. So we'll see what type of defensive game plan Joe Witt Jr. is going to come up with here, because let's be real about what the Baltimore Ravens are. Yeah, they're 3-2. They got off to a slow start this year, but the backfield duo of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, I'm willing to go out on a limb and say it may be the best quarterback running back duo of the 2000s. I mean, these are two dudes that are future Hall of Famers, two dudes that are as difficult to take down as anybody in the National Football League. Good thing for Washington, as I continue to mention, the last 2 weeks, albeit against Arizona, against Cleveland, we've seen this defense begin to take on the lifestyle, the mentality that Joe Witt Jr. and company have been preaching since they got here in the spring. Arrive violently, ball is life. They've had takeaways in 2 straight contests. They're getting after the quarterback much, much better. This is your big test here today. And we'll get into our players to lock in on. We'll get into some of our keys to today's contest a little bit later on in the pregame show. But I got 2 guys I'm circling right away. 3 guys, actually. John Allen, Daron Payne, Johnny Newton, and I'll even throw an extra one in there. F.A. Obata. He returns to the lineup this afternoon. One of Washington's rotational pass rushers from the past couple of seasons that has inside-outside pass rush ability. You're going to need to come at Baltimore waves here. You want to keep this defensive front fresh so they can continue to give their best effort trying to slow down Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. But another way, if you're Washington, that you can slow down Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson is if this offense continues to put up points and continues to move the football at the clip that they are moving it. Washington right now, heading into this afternoon's contest, third in the NFL in yards per play at 6.3 per contest. They're number one in the NFL in points per game at 31 points. They're number one in the NFL on third down. And a big, big reason for that, as I've continued to preach ad nauseum all week long, their ability to have success on first and second down, in my opinion, outside of Jaden Daniels, has been the number one reason this team has been so successful offensively. And this is where we get into the nuts and bolts of things. You got to give credit to this coaching staff, spearheaded by Cliff Kingsbury on the offensive side of the football. But anybody out there in the NFL landscape will tell you a assistant coach, a coordinator, a head coach is only as good as the guys assisting him. And in this case, Cliff Kingsbury, the guy that actually calls the plays, but when they're in the meeting room Monday through Friday, putting together a game plan for the next opponent, Anthony Lynn, the run game coordinator, Bobby Johnson, the offensive line coach, and then Brian Johnson, the assistant head coach, all a part of putting Washington's game plan together each week. It's part of the reason why the Commanders are the second best running team in the National Football League, which brings up today's challenge. No Brian Robinson. He's been one of the best backs in the National Football League after contact this year, and really has begun to prove himself as being one of those top 10 to 12 backs in the National Football League. Going into today's game without him going to be critical. How do they replace that production? How do they replace that production? And to me, when I look at the big issue with not having Brian Robinson in the lineup, I know I'm talking about production, but it's production in certain areas. Washington's red zone offense has become one of the best in the NFL because Brian Robinson has been elite in these short yardage situations. How does Washington replicate that production? That, to me, is going to be the bigger question. And I think it's more difficult of a task than it was a few weeks ago against Arizona when you didn't have Austin Eckler. Because as we saw, guys like Olamide Zaccheaus, Jeremy McNichols were easily able to pick up the slack because they're similar to Austin Eckler in terms of play style and build. For Brian Robinson, there is only one number 8 on this roster, right? There is only one guy that I feel like can do what Brian Robinson has done for this offense. That's my concern. How do they pick up that missing production? That's going to be the key. It's going to be the key. 1-800-636-1067. The number here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We'll take our first time out here in the pregame. When we come back, we will continue to look into the matchup of Washington versus Baltimore. We'll look at this Commanders offense, and I'll tell you who has to step up in order for Washington to keep up the offensive production. That's coming up next here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. It's Burgundy and Gold game day here on 106.7 The Fan. We're also simulcasting on our sister station, the Team 980. Burgundy and Gold game days are brought to you by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. The Sports Junkies will join us here momentarily to give us their thoughts on today's big-time showdown, but it's about 11:30, so you know what that means. Actives, inactives, officially on deck for the Washington Commanders and the Baltimore Ravens. We will start with Washington. As expected, Brian Robinson expected to miss his first game of the year with a knee injury. He did not play in the second half of last weekend's win against the Cleveland Browns. We saw him limited throughout the week. They made the announcement about yesterday afternoon that B-Rob was going to be a no-go for this afternoon's contest. We talked about it in the opener. How does Washington replace the short yardage production? How does Washington replace everything that Brian Robinson is able to do? I have a lot of confidence in Austin Eckler. I will say that. I wonder, though, how willing Cliff Kingsbury will be to consistently run Eckler and Jeremy McNichols in between the tackles. I wonder if there's someone else that we're not thinking about that may be a part of Washington's dynamic backfield here this afternoon. As I mentioned at the top, though, I think Jaden Daniels has to take more of a responsibility in the running game here this afternoon to try and help out, the production that's going to be lost with Brian Robinson. Like that to me is the guy that I look to and say, hey, he can do a little bit more. Can we put more on his plate? And I think Jaden Daniels, a big-time player that's known for making big-time plays in big-time situations, I think he is ready for it. The other inactives, a little bit head-scratching. There are two on this list that honestly really kind of just reflect where this franchise is right now and reflect the direction that they are going in. Brian Robinson out with the knee injury, and then two names that honestly stunned me. Jamin Davis, inactive today for Washington, as well as last year's first-round pick, Emmanuel Forbes. Emmanuel Forbes also inactive here today for Washington, and that is head-scratching to me because for Jamin Davis, at least, when you're going up against a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, it's my thought that you need all the speed possible on the field. And we know Jamin Davis has his struggles playing the traditional linebacker spot, but if you're going to use him, I'm thinking today would be the perfect opportunity to use him in a spy role to keep extra eyes on Lamar Jackson. But that clearly not the direction Washington's going. I would love, or can't wait rather, to get an explanation for that in the postgame, depending on how things go. But Jamin Davis, a healthy scratch this afternoon. Emmanuel Forbes, a healthy scratch as well. And I'm curious to know the explanation for that. Didn't play much last week. We saw him play sparingly against the Arizona Cardinals the week before, but clearly Washington and this defensive coaching staff comfortable with going into today's contest without Emmanuel Forbes. So Washington, a little bit shorthanded, I would say, in the secondary. That Monday night contest against the Cincinnati Bengals was the first time we really saw the changing of the guard, so to speak, for Washington in the secondary. They drafted Mikey Sainristil in the second round out of the University of Michigan for him to come in here and solidify Washington's slot corner spot. Now, clearly, because of the inconsistencies that they've had on the perimeter, right? Mikey Sainristil now has to play outside corner. He's been the starting outside corner opposite of Benjamin St-Juste ever since that Monday Night Football game against the Cincinnati Bengals. And I will say this about the young pup, Mikey Sainristil. He continues to get better each and every week. He is one of those culture guys. Going to do whatever the coaching staff asks. And I know it. If I'm Mikey Sainristil, you're in the NFL, right? You're a rookie. You want to get on the field by any means possible. But when he was drafted, I'm pretty sure he did not feel as if, hey, I'm going to have to play outside corner here. But that's the way, the dice have rolled, so to speak. And now he's got to, shake back and roll with the punches. The last two weekends against Arizona and against Cleveland, the outside corner spot being manned by Benjamin St-Juste and Mikey Sainristil, they've been awesome. The guy that has allowed all of this to click, in my opinion, that kind of isn't getting the credit he deserves is their slot corner, Noah Igbenogany. He's been really good in terms of fitting the run. He's been good in coverage. So Washington going to roll with the trio on the perimeter that they've gone with the past couple of weeks. Benjamin St. Juste, Mikey Samer still your outside corners. Noah Igbenogany, your slot corner. But Emmanuel Forbes, a healthy scratch. So I would assume, right? That means Mike Davis, the veteran, first corner off the bench in an injury situation. The rest of Washington's inactives. Jeff Driscoll going to serve as the emergency third quarterback. Tyler Owens, the safety, misses his second straight game with a shoulder injury. Dominic Campton, their linebacker safety hybrid out of Washington, also going to be inactive as well as their offensive guard, Chris Paul. So that is the inactives for the Washington Commanders as they get geared up for the Baltimore Ravens. Brian Robinson, obviously the big one that sticks out, but the newbies that we found out about, Emmanuel Forbes, a healthy scratch, Jamin Davis, a healthy scratch. I'm stunned by both of them. We'll see in the postgame what type of explanation we get, or maybe it doesn't get asked till tomorrow, but either way, definitely what I would call a head-scratching decision not having those two gentlemen active. Two former first-round picks of the previous regime not up for Washington's biggest game of the season. We'll continue our preview of the Washington Commanders and the Baltimore Ravens coming up right now, and the Sports Junkies join us to give us their thoughts. Fellas?
All right, boys. Game of the week. It's the Commanders against the Ravens. Ravens, of course, coming off a big win against the Bengals, but the Commanders have won 4 in a row. Can they make it 5?
Spoiler alert, I am picking the Commanders in this game. And I'm going out on a limb, but I just feel like if you're doubting Jaden Daniels at this point, if you're fading him, you're doing it at your peril. Like, he's shown that he's passing every test. He's running the offense super efficiently. He's rushing more than I think a lot of people expected. I thought he would have a prominent rushing role, probably not to the tune of projecting for about 1,000 rushing yards as a rookie. He's been dynamic. He's been outstanding. And he gets a Baltimore defense. While they're very tough against the run, they're not against the pass. They give a lot of big chunk plays up through the air. And I think that's how this Commanders team is going to attack the Ravens on Sunday.
I think that's the way that they will try to attack them. The one thing I'd say is they faced a Bengals team that has Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase, as good as Terry McLaurin is, Jamar Chase is next level.
Correct.
He took a swing pass and took it to the house. He had another touchdown pass. Like, he's on a mission. I think that Joe Burrow showed them that, yes, you can go at this pass defense, but I just don't know that Washington's passing offense is where Cincinnati's is. What I worry about for Washington is, and it's pretty obvious, how do you stop Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson running the football?
It's going to be very difficult. How are you going to keep Lamar in that pocket? Because that's how you beat teams with dual threat QBs. So
they did it with Kyler a couple weeks ago, but Kyler looked disinterested.
Kyler looked like he didn't even want to be on the field after that first drive. It was very interesting to me. But yes, you're right. But here's the thing. I don't think Kingsbury is going to try and shy away from the run game, even though Baltimore's really good at it. At stopping it. I think he's going to keep that balance.
So you don't think he's going to pull a Bieniemy?
He's not. Kingsbury's going to want to keep running the ball. We'll see how much Robinson's used if he's going to play at all. But I don't think he's going to shy away because he likes that balance and he likes this, the long sustaining drives. You got to keep Lamar and Derrick Henry off the field.
You mentioned Robinson. He missed practice on both Wednesday and Thursday, so hopefully he's a go. But if he's not, I think Austin Eckler is going to have a bigger role. Maybe not as much rushing, but maybe some of those shorter passes that he's used to getting, that might be another way to attack. Instead of always going downfield, screens to Eckler, short passes to Eckler, running behind that big offensive line downfield, I think is a way to, again, to get more of your playmakers on the field, especially if Robinson misses. It's a big loss, but I think they can make up for it with both Eckler and McNichols.
I just really worry about this Commanders defense. I know they've played better the last 2 weeks, but the Browns offense and Deshaun Watson, they're broken.
Not even the same strategy.
Now, the Cardinals had some good games, but the week before they played the Commanders, I believe they only put up 10 against Detroit. I might be wrong on that, but this is a true measuring stick game. As much as the coaches and the players want to say it's not, to me, especially for the defense, I'll buy in if they can slow down the Ravens to some extent. But in my mind, I'm remembering it wasn't that long ago. It was just a few weeks ago where the Bengals didn't even punt against them. Not even one time. Now, the Commanders didn't punt in that game. They were able to win that game. But defensively, they couldn't stop it. And I just saw what the Ravens did against the Bengals. Okay, same defense. But I'm seeing the Ravens offense really rolling. Lamar playing like an MVP again. I mean, he's probably one of the favorites to win his third MVP right now. So I just don't think they're going to be able to slow down Lamar. I don't think they're going to be able to slow down Derrick Henry. I think the Ravens are going to put up a lot of points. I'll take them 38-23.
I'll take the Ravens 28-24.
I'm going to be the lone dissenter here. I'm going to take the Commanders in an upset, and this is an over shootout in Baltimore, 34-31. Commanders win their fifth straight.
Want to bet $10 straight up?
Probably not.
Okay.
I might take U.S. currency out of the mix on this.
Oh, okay. All right.
But if Cakes is right, that means a great victory Monday
So
for the Junkies starting at 6 a.m. right here on the Fan. Back to you, boys.
Wow. Oh, Cakesy, lone wolf in it as the sports junkies give us their thoughts on this afternoon's contest. Look, I'm not surprised. If there was going to be one guy to lone wolf it this week, I'll be honest with you, I would have thought it would have been Bickle. But with Cakes, Magruder, Colonel, we think alike. We'll see, and I'll give you my official prediction coming up a little bit later on in the show when we give our official game predictions presented by Miss Utility. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, our window of opportunity keys to the game brought to you by the Window Man. What has to happen for a Burgundy and Gold victory? That's coming up next here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. About an hour and 12 minutes away from kickoff here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Just gave you the actives and inactives for Washington right before we let you hear from the sports junkies. If you're just now joining us, as expected, Brian Robinson inactive today with the knee injury, but two healthy scratches that kind of have me scratching my head if as a Washington Commanders fan here. No Jamin Davis in a game in which you need, in my opinion, as many fast bodies on deck to try and slow down Lamar Jackson. He is a healthy scratch. And then Emmanuel Forbes, last year's first-round pick, a healthy scratch as well. We will see if Washington is able to hold up without those two guys. His defense, as we continue to mention, has taken a step in the right direction here over the past 2 weeks. And right now, I want to get into how Washington picks up today's victory in our window of opportunity keys to the game presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom or visit thewindowman.com. First key to the game for me is pretty obvious. If you've caught me on overtime during the week, I've been telling you how a TI is about this contest. There are certain things that must happen in order for Washington to get a victory. And number one for me, stay ahead of the chains. And I feel like I've said this each and every week. It has been the formula for Washington on the offensive side of the football. That challenge of staying ahead of the chains, in my opinion, becomes much more difficult without Brian Robinson in today's lineup. How can Washington, or will Washington rather, be able to have the same success on first and second down without Brian Robinson being a part of the offensive equation? You look at a guy like Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols. Can they help out? Can they have success in between the tackles? Saw somebody in the chat on YouTube, and we're streaming live on YouTube. Somebody in the chat said, man, the best running back is active, and they were talking about and referring to Austin Eckler. And I'll say this. Austin Eckler has been a godsend for this offense. I had said it really specifically after that Cincinnati game. It became very clear and obvious that he is probably, outside of Jaden Daniels, Washington's best offensive weapon. They've used him as a receiver out of the backfield. They've used him as a traditional running back. He's been a war daddy in pass pro. So everything that you need out of out of Austin Eckler, you've gotten it. I think he's been one of the marquee free agent signings of the entire offseason. Across the National Football League. He's going to be key to staying ahead of the chains. My other key to the game for Washington comes on the defensive side of the football. You must maintain your gap discipline. I always say it. If you listen to me on overtime, if you listen to me on the Team 980 with Chris Russell during the week, the play does not care who makes it. 110%. The play does not care who makes it. Washington has had their struggles stopping the run this year. The last 2 weekends, I ain't going to say the last 2 weekends. Last weekend against Cleveland, rather, their best performance by far, stopping their opposition on the ground. You go back to the win against Arizona, James Conner and company were able to have success, and it feels like, hey, they kind of got away from it, talking about the Arizona Cardinals. Last week, Washington defensively jumped out on Cleveland. They were not able to stick with the rushing attack. If you're Washington this afternoon, going up against Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, the best rushing offense in the National Football League, they're on pace. And when I heard this stat given out yesterday, I want to give credit where credit is due. My guy Rich Eisen of the NFL Network got me hip to this nugget. The Ravens are on pace. The Ravens are on pace for 3,500 yards rushing. That is unheard of in 2024, right? Y'all know how I describe Washington's offense, right? Exotic smash mouth football, right? The Ravens are doing the damn thing up the road in Baltimore as well, talking about being physical at the point of attack. If you're Washington, the key is stopping their rushing attack clearly, but I want to get into the weeds of it. How do you stop their rushing attack? You maintain your gap discipline. I said it at the start of the show. Washington has played with a lot of too high safety looks, trying to protect their corners, talking about Benjamin St. Juste and Mikey Sainristil. I like the mentality that they've had on that side of the football. You want to protect your young cats. That's why Washington, in my opinion at least, and you all should see it as well, has done a pretty good job limiting explosive plays over the top. That's because they're playing with that too high safety look. Against Baltimore, I don't think you have the leeway to go out and play with these light boxes. I think you're going to have to risk playing that single high safety look. I think you're going to have to be creative with your pressure packages. And we saw it last week, right? Frankie Louvu getting in on the action. Bobby Wagner getting in on the action. They dropped Deshaun Watson 7 times. A lot of it had to do with the pressure package. Yeah, the front four was winning up front. Dorrance Armstrong won his individual matchup time and time again. But the creativity that Joe Witt showed with his pressure package was a big, big reason, in my opinion, that Washington was able to get Deshaun Watson to the ground 7 times. You got to do the same thing here against Baltimore. Got to do the same thing here against Baltimore. Right now, giving you our window of opportunity keys to the game brought to you by the Window Man. Offensively, Washington's got to stay ahead of the chains. Defensively, maintaining your gap integrity. Like I continue to say, you can put it on a T-shirt. You can put it on a bumper sticker. The play does not care who makes it. And you all know the first month of the season, Washington had their struggles stopping opposing offenses on the ground because everybody wants to make the play. John Allen wants to hear his name called over the PA announcer by Mark Fratto, right? Durant Prain wants to hear his name called, right, over the public address announcer. So guys want to make plays. Today is not the day to not be fundamentally sound and not be in your gap. Because the next thing you know, one guy slips out of your gap, and now Lamar Jackson is running 75 yards the other way. You got to maintain your gap integrity in today's contest. My final window of opportunity key to the game brought to you by the Window Man. Score every time out. I know some of you are probably saying, huh? What do you mean score every time out? I think Washington is going to have to score every time they get the football. And the way that I would say it, to get even more specific, field goals over touchdowns. We saw the mentality in that Monday Night Football game against Cincinnati. From the opening drive of the game, right? Dan Quinn and company had the mentality of, hey, we have got to go for it on 4th down because we need points. Field goals do not beat a team like the Baltimore Ravens. 110%. Those are our window of opportunity keys to the game presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom or visit thewindowman.com. First hour of the pregame show in the books. We'll help you get smarter coming up on the other side of the break. Our first guest going to join us this afternoon, Kevin Sheehan, the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, weekdays 10 to 1 over on our sister station, the Team 980, set to join us next to give us his thoughts on how Washington comes away with the victory and moves to 5-1 on the 2024 season. All that and more coming up next on Burgundy and Gold Game Day. About 59 minutes away from kickoff here on the Burgundy and Gold game day. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Linnell Willingham riding with you till kickoff. We'll be joined by our pal Denton Day momentarily as we bring you Burgundy and Gold in-game live. Burgundy and Gold game days presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We will continue our preview of Commanders and Ravens, the game of the week. Nationally televised on CBS. Most of you across the country will be getting CBS's coverage of Commanders and Ravens. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call. We don't get to hear those guys on the call a lot, so I'm excited to go back home and watch the TV copy. But right now, to continue our coverage, we go out to the BetQL guest hotline. So we find our pal Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, weekdays 10 to 1 over on our sister station, the Team 980. Kevin, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, man? Ready?
Yes, indeed. I'm as ready as you could possibly be, man. It feels like all week long we have been talking about this matchup, and I think we were talking about it, Kevin, with the assumption that Brian Robinson would be in the lineup this afternoon. That's where we want to start with you, my friend. What are the ramifications of not having B-Rob this afternoon, and who needs to step up in order to fill that void?
Well, I mean, I think Austin Eckler has done a great job, all year long. I mean, you could make the case that Eckler is the second most valuable player after the quarterback this year in terms of their 4-1 start and what he's contributed, even though he missed a game. Love 30. Look, Baltimore's hard to run against.
Yeah.
They're easier to throw the football against. So it's possible we would have seen less Brian Robinson Jr. in terms of snap count today, even if he had been healthy. And maybe if Baltimore wasn't such a good run defense, perhaps he would have been active. So I don't
That's
look.
interesting.
They've overcome the loss of Eckler. They seem to be right now finding guys to step up. But yeah, I'd turn to 30 for sure. He's played awfully well.
Yes, he has. Austin Eckler, really the dual threat, all-purpose back for Washington. They've used him out of the backfield. They've used him as a traditional running back. We've seen his impact on special teams as well. Where I worry about Kevin the most, what I worry about rather the most, without B-Rob, is those short yardage situations. Washington has been tremendous in the red zone, and they've been really good on fourth down. Do you think we see more of Jaden Daniels in that situation here this afternoon, Kevin?
I do, but I think we would have seen that even with Brian Robinson Jr. So, look, Eckler's really good in short yardage. His vision's outstanding. He seems to, get people to not get clear shots at him. And I'm not so sure on third and short you're lining it up and playing bully ball against the Ravens, front seven anyway. That's not their weakness. Their weakness is on the back end where they can be attacked. And look, one of the reasons Washington's been so successful this year is they've been outstanding on first and second down. They've been great on third down, great on fourth down, league leaders in both. But they've been really good on first and second down. And last week's game was really decided in many ways by the explosive plays, Linnell. They had 7 of them of 23 yards or more. I think explosive plays on offense exist today, so they got to go get them.
So one thing that Washington has done that has kind of been a part of their secret sauce here offensively is operating with tempo. We know the benefits of that. I wonder, Kevin, if they use tempo in a different way today, because I think the mindset's got to be to play keep away and keep that Ravens offense on the sideline as much as possible. Do you see a scenario where Washington goes hurry up, tries to prevent Baltimore from substituting their personnel and then bleeding out the play clock potentially to keep Baltimore on the sideline?
Yeah, and we've seen some of that. We've seen no huddle, but not no huddle with the intent on going up tempo.
Right.
And going, hurry up. So they've got multiple ways, multiple tempos. So they'll utilize whichever one they think works, to keep the personnel defensively on the field, to burn clock or to go quickly with, sometimes going quickly, sometimes not, sometimes with longer cadence, sometimes on quick count. I think they've done a good job with all of that, which is really one of those, I think, unsung things as it relates to Jaden, rookie quarterback, and he's able to handle all of that, play into his ear, play communicated, and then so many different ways in which they have sort of attacked the line of scrimmage, pre-snap, is really a credit to his preparation. And we'll see a lot of that. But look, it's no different than the Cincinnati game, Linnell. They had to keep Burrow and Higgins and Chase off the field. And they got to do the same thing with Baltimore. But the first goal is not to bleed the clock. The first goal is to score. And however, best to make that happen, hopefully they'll find that answer.
Oh, Denton, your mic was off.
How do we make sure that Kyle Hamilton isn't a problem? I know he's your guy.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You guys faded for a second.
How do they make sure that Kyle Hamilton doesn't become a problem on defense? I know you're a big Kyle Hamilton guy.
Love Kyle Hamilton, plays a lot at the line of scrimmage. Again, you can throw over top a guy like him. He's not the roving guy. Marcus Williams, some of these corners have had issues for Baltimore in their games. What Cincinnati did to Baltimore last week, I think the opportunity exists today. So it's going to come down to can they continue to do what they've done for 4 straight games? Make plays, make chunk plays, methodically move the ball at other times, convert on 3rd and 4th to stay on the field. I think they got to be aggressive on 4th downs today. You don't want to lose possessions that are within your grasp of sort of keeping, with 4th and short. This is going to be one of those games where if you steal a possession or two as a defense, it could end up being the difference in the game.
We're joined right now on the BetQL guest hotline by our pal Kevin Sheehan here on the Burgundy and Gold Game Day. You can catch Kevin Sheehan Monday through Friday, 10 to 1, over on our sister station, the Team 980. We've made a lot of hubbub about the offense, Kevin, but I think Washington defensively, as we all know, are going to have their hands full. Ravens, the best rushing offense in the National Football League. They're on pace for 3,500 yards on the ground this year. They are off to an absolutely electric start, Kevin. One thing that Washington has done to protect their corners, and we mentioned it in the last segment, is playing that too high safety look, trying to give some extra help to St. Juice and St. Rousseau on the outside. Do you expect them to deploy that same plan defensively? Because I think you got to give yourself the best shot to stop this rushing attack. Go with the heavy box and try to cover every gap.
That's what Cincinnati did, and Lamar threw for 380 and 4 touchdowns. This is going to be the most interesting part of the game to me, Linnell, is how they, defend Baltimore. Washington's been not only in that too high, but they've been in a lot of nickel. They've been in more dime, I think, at times than even their base defense. And Baltimore throws a lot of 12 and 13 personnel, a lot of 1 back, 2 tight ends, 1 back, 3 tight ends. They've got a 300-pound fullback. And they're the number 1 rush offense in the league. Cincinnati sold out at least early in that game to stop the run. They actually did a pretty good job. I mean, if you look at the numbers, 50 of those rushing yards came in overtime when Derrick Henry finally broke one. I'm concerned about their ability loading the box or not loading the box, playing too high, not playing too high, playing more nickel, playing more base to stop the run regardless of what they're in. I think that's not going to be something they're able to do. So somehow they've got to, on a condensed field, when Baltimore gets to the red zone, if they don't give up the big chunk touchdown plays, they've got to somehow come up with a couple of plays there. I think this game gets decided, inside the 20s, both sides, where, the team that forces more field goal attempts ends up, having the best chance to win the game. What do they do in that short condensed spot? A little bit easier to sort of play, zone coverage with a condensed back end and even mix in some 7 and 8 man boxes if Baltimore goes heavy. So I'm looking forward to that part of the game as much as anything, because I feel confident offensively, not confident defensively. But maybe they can come up with some stops like they did against Cincinnati. They got a big play and they forced a field goal attempt that missed in that game. That ended up being the difference in the game. You need 1 or 2 of those.
For sure.
Yeah, Kevin, something we touched on a little bit this week, and I spoke on it yesterday on 106.7. What are your expectations for Luke McCaffrey? Do you think we'll see his best performance of the season?
There's so much talk about McCaffrey, and he's been great. There is no doubt. He's been outstanding in getting open. He's been outstanding as a blocker. And, everybody wants Luke McCaffrey to touch the ball, a lot more. Jaden's leading the league in completion percentage. At this point, I don't care who he throws to.
Yeah.
Throw to the open guy. McCaffrey's obviously been open, but Jaden hasn't missed where he's thrown the ball anyway. So his time will come for more targets, no doubt about it. Maybe it's today. Maybe Baltimore, tries to, with Matabuke and those guys up front, I think they can play the run pretty well up front. And then I would imagine they'll try to take Terry out of the game, which might leave more opportunities for Luke.
Kevin, I'll be honest, before I ask you this, some may find it irrelevant. I think it's an interesting subplot to this entire contest this afternoon. The inactives came out. No Emmanuel Forbes, no Jamin Davis. The Emmanuel Forbes thing is head scratching, but he's kind of fell out of favor with the coaching staff, so whatever. But Jamin Davis, in a game in which you're going up against a mobile quarterback like Lamar, I would think you'd want him as a part of your rotation of guys that you want to spy Lamar. What do you make of those two being inactive?
I don't know what to make of it, Linnell. Clearly, they're not, up there in terms of the guys that they are going to give a lot of snaps to. We saw that last week with Forbes. We've kind of seen it with Davis. With respect to, more athleticism, more speed on the field because Lamar's on the field, maybe their thought is we need more discipline, with our pass rush.
Sure.
This is about, contain. This is not about speed. This is not about a spy. And look, Frankie Louvu is plenty athletic out there, and Fowler Jr. has shown some burst. So I don't know. It's a fair point. It's what they think is completely different than what the last regime thought when they drafted these guys and then playing them. By the way, the other thing too is Cleveland Farrell's active today, right?
Yes,
so
that's another key addition.
Yeah, that's a big part of why Jamin's down.
Kevin, we'll ask you for a prediction here. We'll preface it by saying this. Junkies 3 out of 4 pick Baltimore. Cake's lone wolf in it, going with Washington. What say you here?
The only thing I really like is I like the game to stay under because everybody loves the over. Everybody loves the over. But I'm going to give Washington a chance. I think that they can move the football against anybody. I think this quarterback's the real deal. It's possible that this is a step back performance in part because they can't stop Baltimore defensively and they get into, trying to catch up mode. But I'm going to go with an upset. I'm going to give it to Washington 27-24.
Attaboy, Kevin.
Stays under.
Stays under. Well, that's the key. Stays under.
And as long as you get the win and you get the under, that's all that matters, right?
You got it. That's what I'm loaded up on. But I honestly, I'm looking forward to this game about as much as I've looked forward to a Washington game in years. And it is a measuring stick for this team. No matter what anybody says, this is a test, and we're going to know a lot more about this team after today.
Well, if Kevin's prognostication is correct, it is going to be one hell of a week coming up here on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Kevin, we appreciate you as always, my friend.
All right, boys, enjoy it.
That is Kevin Sheehan, host of the Sheehan Show, weekdays 10 to 1 over on the Team 980 with our marathon messiah, Denton Day. What's going on, brother?
Well, not quite a marathon, but I did an Army 10-miler, and now I'm kicking it with you in studio.
Well, here we go.
I told the bosses, I was like, I'm not missing the chance to go 5-1.
I mean, this is
5-1 going to Baltimore. Shut up that arrogant fan base. I mean, I'll take all of that. So I'm here for it.
We will continue our vibe check as the Burgundy and Gold game day continues right here on 106.7 The Fan. We're simulcasted on our sister station, the Team 980. We still got our game predictions coming up, presented by Miss Utility. When we come back, though, our Baldino's lock and key players to lock in on coming up next here on the Burgundy and Gold game day. About 40 minutes away from kickoff here on the Burgundy and Gold game day. We're presented by Rude is your cooling system, letting you down score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit rudd.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Linnell Willingham, Denton Day here with you on the Burgundy and Gold game day. Right now you're tuned into the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We'll take you up to 1 o'clock. That's where the real fun gets started. Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live, the only interactive show in the DMV, getting you up to speed on the latest with the Washington Commanders. That's coming up top of the 1 o'clock hour. In about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by the Rooster, Chris Russell, host of the Chris Russell Show, weekdays 1 to 4, over on our sister station, the Team 980. Right now, though, I want to focus on who needs to play big in order for the Washington Commanders to win their 5th straight game. And it feels crazy, honestly, even saying that. Washington 4-1 for the first time since 2008, second time in the past 25 years. Let's waste no more time. Our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. Baldino's Lock and Key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. Denton, I will toss it to you, my friend. Your guy that needs to play big in order for Washington to move to 5-1.
There's a couple different directions that I could go here. And I was thinking about this driving in, Linnell. Like, do I want to go offense? Do I want to go defense? Defense, you got to stop Lamar Jackson. Pretty crucial, as you've mentioned a couple of different times. Yeah. They're on the verge of historic rushing season, is Baltimore, through the first 5 games of the season. So, like, that has to be taken into consideration here. But on the flip side, on the offense, you're missing Brian Robinson. So who can step up for B-Rob? I love Austin Eckler, but I don't know that I want him getting, 25 carries or so. So I'm going to go with Jeremy McNichols. And I think Jeremy McNichols has played really well this season in the limited opportunities that he's gotten, but he has been able to take advantage of those opportunities. And I think he's enough of a change of direction from what Austin Eckler is. I mean, they're both like stocky dudes.
Yes.
But he's a little bit of a different runner than what Austin Eckler is. So I think McNichols, who's going to get more reps today against his Baltimore defense. But the thing about him is it's not just in the run game where I want him to help out here. I'm sure you've mentioned this. Kyle Van Noy is off to an insane start.
Yes, he is.
When it comes to getting after the passer, and that he's not in his career traditionally a sack artist, right? Like, he'll get you, anywhere from 8 to 9 a season, which is pretty good for an outside linebacker, but he already has 6 through 5 games. Yeah. So using McNichols to help stunt, maybe in the blocking, it maybe on like a drop back, and we've seen him in that position before. So I think McNichols is my guy to lock in on today.
We'll give you one guy to lock in on offense, one on defense. I'll start on the defensive side of the football here, Denton. We know this Baltimore Ravens rushing attack is, as you continue to mention, one of the best in the National Football League, off to a historic start. It feels like each and every week we're calling out one of these guys. I need one of the Bama boys to play big today. I'm not even going to say which one. Someone on the interior has to dominate. And I'll be real with you. They got a pretty difficult matchup, to go up against, specifically at the center spot. Tyler Linderbaum has been, one of the best centers in the National Football League to start. The guard spots, though, manned by Andrew Voorhees and Daniel Falele, those are 2 guys. Falele is a hell of a name, by the way. Falele is a guy that if you punch him in the mouth real quick, won't want to play much more. So Johnny Newton, Daron Payne, John Allen have to dominate on the interior. Washington getting 2 key cogs back on this defensive front, though. Cleveland Farrell has missed the past month with a knee injury. But the return of F.A. Obata, to me, also super interesting. A guy that's got some inside-outside pass rush versatility. We saw him be, crucial for Ron Rivera's defense on occasion a few years ago. But I think the defensive front for Washington, the whole entire interior defensive front for Washington, must play big today in order to slow down this rushing attack.
Wait, I was allowed to give defense too? I didn't know the rules here. I can give 2?
Yeah.
I give 2? All right, I do have a 1 on defense. And I think it's going to be Dorrance Armstrong. I think he's played really well, yes. And with him and Cleveland Farrell, I don't know if they're going to keep him on succinct sides, if they're going to switch him up a little bit. But the tackle for Baltimore, just out of Washington, Roger Rosengarten, is a guy that a lot of fans wanted here during the NFL draft. He's like somewhat local, not really, but like his family's local. I went to high school with his cousins.
Oh, really?
Well, I hope their cousin gets beat around the bush today. But I think whoever matches up against him, like we saw in that national championship game against Michigan, like there's a little bit of some weakness there. You can get into his head a little bit. So whoever's matched up against him, I'm going to hope it's Dorrance Armstrong because I think he's played really well to start the season. But getting after the rookie tackle, but then really tackling Lamar.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson is great at so many things. Yeah, I really haven't loved the Jaden to Lamar comparisons this week, Linnell, because it almost feels like they're talking down on one of the quarterbacks, no matter who you say. Like Lamar's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's 2-time MVP. Like he is a dog. So it comes down to once you get the matchup that you want, once you win your matchup, you have to take him down. You have to tackle him because Lamar is so good, so good at evading guys when they get into the backfield. So you got to be able to tackle Lamar Jackson if you get a shot at him. And I think Dorrance Armstrong is going to be my guy to watch there.
On offense, my Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on, this was tough for me because I wanted to go Jaden Daniels because it feels like he is the guy that, we've been talking about all week. You mentioned the comparisons between him and Lamar. I'm gonna go with Zach Ertz. The Ravens have given up a lot of yards to the tight end this year. Mike Gesicki was not able to capitalize on that last week as he only had 2 catches for 31 yards. But I read earlier this week, Ravens giving up, or 31st rather in the NFL in terms of giving up yards to the tight end position. Maybe this is a big Zach Ertz day. If they're able to get pressure on Jaden Daniels and if they're going to send these exotic blitz packages, do you get a guy like Ertz being able to work the middle of the football field? I feel like he is due for another big time performance. He's been, pretty crucial here for Washington in their first month plus of the season. That game against Cincinnati, he came up big. I think today another opportunity for Zach Ertz to hurt the middle of this Ravens defense that has struggled, quite frankly.
They have. He just needs to catch.
He just got
that was one of the. There were a few things against Cleveland, which is honestly exciting in a weird way, Linnell, because there were a couple things we can point at and say, man, like I wish this was cleaned up a little bit. Zach Ertz was one of them. Yeah, I didn't think he had the best game in the world, but I think if he locks in, if he plays like he did against Arizona, like he was a man on a mission against Arizona. If he plays like that, he's going to be in that neighborhood, potentially 4 or 5 catches. If you get Zach Ertz about like 60, 70 yards, something's going really right on offense.
I would say so.
Really, really right. So I love the Zach Ertz pick. Give me a little bit of Zach Ertz action.
Yeah, hopefully, Zach Ertz can step up. If it's not Zach Ertz, boy, would this be the game to see the Ben Sinnott show, because it feels like each and every week there have been opportunities for him to exploit opposing defenses, but Jaden, just hadn't gotten him the football. And that's not a knock on JD5. I think he's done a tremendous job of getting the ball to the correct guy, but I don't know if it's Zach Ertz in particular, Denton, so I'm kind of cheating, but I think a tight end for Washington today has an opportunity to have a very, very big impact in this win. And yeah, I'm saying this win. That's a tease, ladies and gentlemen. That's our Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on. Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. We will take a trip out to Baltimore when we come back. That caged animal, the rooster, Chris Russell, going to join us next with a live report from Baltimore. Next, on a Burgundy and Gold Game Day. When you hear that music, you better get your tetanus shot ready. That means the caged animal's about to get released. It is a Burgundy and Gold game day here on 106.7 The Fan of the Team 980. We're presented by our friends at Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. About 28 minutes from kickoff, Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Doing it Burgundy and Gold style here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. We'll take you right up to kickoff before we transition into Burgundy and Gold game day live. Before we do that, though, we got to get you. We got a couple of things that we got to do. We got to get you our game predictions presented by Miss Utility. We also have to go out to the BetQL guest hotline where we find our pal Chris Russell, host of the Chris Russell Show, weekdays 1 to 4 over on our sister station, the Team 980. Chris, how are the vibes in Birdland, my friend? You should be right at home.
Yeah. Yeah, except I'm uncaged, unlike, I guess, some others. Yeah, boys, first of all, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I would say there were a lot of Commanders fans. I mean, I don't know what the split was, but as Grant Paulson and I were walking around the stadium perimeter, I mean, we ran into a ton of Burgundy and Gold, period. Now, I don't know what the split will be, 60-40, 70-30. I have no idea. But I asked Grant, and just to kind of, I said, if they were 3-2, okay, so still a winning record, but Jaden Daniels wasn't the quarterback, what do you think the crowd split would be? I think he said basically like 75-25 Baltimore. I would imagine it's probably going to be more close to, again, 65-35, somewhere in that range, maybe 70-30. And, of course, we're not going to have an exact because it's not only a 4-game winning streak and a 4-1 record, but it's also Jaden Daniels. And it's the same thing that happened up here. They were having trouble selling seats before Lamar was drafted, right? This was long the linchpin of the NFL, great franchise, this, that. There were like swaths of empty seats before Lamar was drafted late in the season. You draft Lamar, you get an exciting quarterback, and boom, all of a sudden you're back in the penthouse.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Roos, because how crazy would it have been like a year ago to say, yeah, there might be 40%, 35% Commanders fans in Baltimore. I feel like that would have never taken place. But the way that Jaden Daniels has lifted this organization, I've seen so many Commanders jerseys just out and about today, just kind of running around the city. So I think they've made some real big progress. But I'm curious as to, now that we're actually at the game, you've had the opportunity to break it down from a bunch of different angles this week. What's your feel now that you are 15, 25 minutes away from kickoff?
Yeah. So D-Day, I mean, here's the deal, right? We all know that if you do not tackle well in this game, it is not going to go well, right? So to me, number one, most importance is tackling and tackling well. So last night, because I'm a lunatic, I went back and I wanted to watch Baltimore against a good defense. That means not Cincinnati. So I wanted to go back and watch them against Buffalo, right? And I tallied this up. Derrick Henry had the 87-yard run on the first play of the game, a 25-yard run, and a 34-yard run. And he was not touched at all, period, in any way. Not a hand, not a helmet, not a glancing blow, not touched at all until the very last part. The very last end of the 25 and the 34-yard run, and not at all on the 87-yard touchdown run. Not touched at all. If the Commanders, never mind if they don't tackle well, if they play Olay, right, and they just let Derrick Henry and or Lamar Jackson, but specific Derrick Henry, just run through without even making contact like the Bills did, they have no chance of winning this game. If you can make contact, slow them down a little bit. I saw the Bills, when they did that, control and limit and shut down effectively Derrick Henry. And then Lamar specifically didn't really do much in that game with his legs or his arm. Part of the reason why he didn't have to. But when he did, he was okay. He was fine. It's not like he was lights out. Now, again, I'm not saying that the Commanders are in the Bills defensive category. I'm not saying that. My point is if you play Olay defense and you're essentially invisible and you're out of gaps and you're not even getting the helmet to slow them down, you have no shot. If you do, you can create some turnovers, which is exactly what Buffalo did in that game 2 times. One to Henry and one to Lamar Jackson. Now, the Henry one, they got a lucky break on. But my point being is if you can get a hat on them, if you can get a hat on the ball, you can create turnovers. You can stay in this game and have a chance midway through late in the fourth quarter to win. So to me, that's the number one thing that comes out in my mind here. Can they at least be competitive and feisty around the football when it comes to those two guys?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably the biggest thing I'm watching for today. How does Washington match Baltimore when they go big with their 12 and 13 personnel sets? I think those snaps will be what determine this football game. I can't help but go back to the offensive side of the football, though, Chris, because we talked about it on the show Wednesday and Thursday. Washington took a little bit of a step back offensively last week. There were more negative plays than we were used to. The explosives obviously aided their calls and helped them win big. In today's contest against a Ravens pass defense that is not very good, how difficult do you think it's going to be for Cliff Kingsbury to strike that balance of maintaining your juice on the ground, so to speak, relative to attempts, to going out and wanting to just throw it across the yard? Because I think I can easily see, and understand why Cliff Kingsbury would want to come out and toss it around 40 times. But the key to Washington's offensive success, as we know, hadn't really been how they do it. It's about staying ahead of the chains by hook or by crook.
Yeah, it's going to be harder to stay patient and more dedicated to the run without B-Rob. I never expected him to play this week, guys. I'm telling you,
all right, Doctor. All right, Dr. Russell. Good grief.
I mean, I mentioned it a couple of times throughout the week. He was really dejected at his locker last Sunday. Like, I knew that injury got worse, not better. And it wasn't just because they were ahead. Anyway, either way, we get to this point, right? I think Cliff has to try and establish the run early. Even though it doesn't make numerical or statistical sense, you have to try and stay balanced. You have to try and stay ahead of the chains. You can go away from it if it's not working at all, which it's likely not to work. But you have to do it. Like, they didn't think they could run the ball I didn't think they could run the ball against the Giants and Dexter Lawrence. And what did they do? They ran the ball up the middle against the Giants and Dexter Lawrence, right? You never know how something is going to work, how they're going to tackle, what have you. So I'd be very surprised if Cliff comes out, boom, 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 in terms of the pass, trying to set up the run. I would think he's going to try and establish, again, a good balance, a good mix, a good rhythm early, even without Brian Robinson, even against that front. If it doesn't work, then you start attacking through the air. And certainly they have plenty of options to attack through the air, right? We've seen that. And you mentioned, Linnell, the Ravens secondary. I mean, look, it looks like even Kyle Hamilton's kind of, human this year. Yeah. And not to mention the other guys, right, that they can attack, Marlon Humphrey and so on and so forth. So to me, I think the first 2 or 3 series will tell us a lot. If Cliff and they have any established success running the football, then you can keep going that way. If not, then they're going to probably get a little pass happy and a little bit earlier than I would like them to.
What do you think the split's going to be in the backfield? Obviously, Austin Eckler, I'm sure, will get the bulk of the carries, but do you think it'll be closer to like maybe 60-40 with McNichols? Do you think it'll be somebody else? Like, what are you envisioning in the backfield?
Good question, D-Day. I mean, I think Jeremy McNichols has earned the right to, get 8 to 10 carries. Yeah. Somewhere in that range. I'm still thinking clearly like it will be a committee thing, and Chris Rodriguez kind of working into the mix. Don't know exactly how that, plays out. But the bottom line is I don't think it'll be all Austin Eckler, even though he's certainly capable of it, because you want him to be able to help you as a pass receiver, as a kick returner, and in every other way that Austin Eckler helps you, right? So you don't want to run him, 20 times per se, just because you don't have B-Rob. And then, of course, the question for me is how effective is Jaden Daniels with his legs as a part of that run game? Because the Ravens play more zone. They don't have their backs turned as much as the Cleveland Browns, as much as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 2 of Jaden's biggest days running the football, and by volume and by production, have been against more blitz-happy attacks. Well, I don't think they do as much of that here as maybe they once used to do that, and they play more zone than man. So we'll see how that element works out. And of course, that can help or hurt Jaden Daniels as a passer. We'll just have to see, obviously, if he kind of avoids maybe some of the bad decisions a couple of bad decisions that he's had over the last couple of weeks here, but he's been able to get away with it because of his legs and other big-time throws and because of staying on schedule. If they can't do that, then it's going to be a long day, perhaps, for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders' offense.
Yeah, hopefully, Chris, that is not the case for us Washington fans out here. But going into today, one of the ancillary storylines that kind of became relevant at about 11 o'clock, 11:30 was the active inactive report. I'm sure you've already seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't really have much of an impact on this game in particular, but more so the big picture of this franchise. 2 former first-round picks, healthy scratches in Jamin Davis and Emmanuel Forbes. We figured Forbes had kind of fallen out of favor with, Noah Igbenogany made in the slot and playing it really well. Same for still in Juice on the outside. But Jamin Davis not being up in this game, Chris, in a game in which you're going up against a super mobile quarterback in Lamar Jackson, where you want as many spy opportunities as possible or spy options as possible. I thought Jamin would definitely be up today. What do you make of those two being inactive?
Yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised, I guess a little surprised by both ultimately, but not surprised at the same time, if that makes sense. So Jamin, with his speed and athleticism, yeah, you would have thought he would be out there, but they've got some guys that can hunt and run, right? And we talked, about, rookie Johnny Newton. We've talked about Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Guys that can get after it and guys that can set the edge and guys that are more physical. So I assume that's what it kind of comes down to, because if you think about it with Jamin Davis, right? Yes, he's got speed, but can he set an edge? Can he set a hard edge to funnel both Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry back towards everyone else? I don't know if he can, right? I don't, and maybe they think he can, right? So maybe that's the answer on that. As far as Forbes, listen, I mean, you want Forbes out there trying to tackle in space. I don't necessarily.
I'm good.
I'm okay.
Yeah, and you know what? Like here's the thing. I know it's a bad look. It's a real bad look, and it's a really bad look for Ron Rivera. But this is what new football programs, organizations, cultures do: is they identify who their guys are, and then whether it's high picks or high value acquisitions or not from the previous regime, they slowly or maybe quickly get rid of those guys. So this shouldn't be surprising when you know what kind of football player they are looking for, especially on that side of the football.
Roos, is today more? I'm going to give you 3 options here. Is it more of a Terry day, more of a Zach Ertz day, more of a Luke McCaffrey day?
Ooh, that's a great question, D-Day. I love that question. I'm going to go. How about this? I'm going to go Luke McCaffrey day. I know all the numbers say he's been open, and the numbers in this case don't lie. He's been open, but I also think he's a better route runner than he's been given credit for. I think he's a better hands catcher than he's been given credit for, or that maybe we've kind of talked about. We've seen, on the 4th and 2 in Cincinnati, we've seen several sit down little turnaround hook routes, little option routes last week when the crowd's going, Luke, and all that stuff. It doesn't always have to be streaking across the middle on a deep post that we say, throw the ball to Luke McCaffrey. Luke McCaffrey's a pretty good short to intermediate receiver already. And remember, he just became a receiver 2 years ago. Remember what his dad was. Everybody talks about his brother and how good Christian McCaffrey is. Remember what kind of receiver his dad was in Ed McCaffrey. He was that type of receiver, working the underneath, working the middle, working the intermediate stuff. And so far, again, I don't want to put Luke in his dad's category, but so far, Luke definitely jumps out to me as somebody who can help you in that area, help you be consistent, and help this offense. Again, when they're trying to rotate and they're trying to probably take away Zach Ertz or Terry McLaurin, boom, they can't take away everybody, right? So I'm going to go with McCaffrey.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully Luke can have a big day. As you mentioned, a lot of the metrics, speak very highly of how he's played here throughout the first 5-6 weeks of the season. Chris, one more here for you before we get our official predictions in with you. Washington on offense, the little secret sauce, the wrinkle that is going to be mimicked, I feel like, throughout the NFL here in the coming weeks is tempo. How do you think they use tempo today to their advantage? Because I would have to think limiting the offensive snaps of Lamar Jackson and the Ravens would be paramount. You can go tempo and have it be a situation where you go tempo. It's called pseudo tempo, so to speak, right? Where you go tempo to keep the Ravens offense on the sideline, bleed that play clock, and then don't snap until about 4 or 5 seconds to keep them on the sidelines as much as possible. We've already seen that. Do you think it happens a lot today?
It's a great question and dilemma that I've been trying to figure out. Yes, I think we see some of that. I wonder if it's where you see tempo between first and second down or second and third down, but not consistently play after play after play after play, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And then also something that the Ravens do that showed up on tape when I was watching, again, the Ravens against the Bills, is they do that speed break out of the huddle, meaning they'll huddle, but then they speed break out of the huddle and they come right up to the line of scrimmage and they snap it. Maybe you do that, right, where you're kind of waiting until, 12 seconds left on the game clock, right? So that you're bleeding some game clock, especially if you're sort of in a rhythm and you're able to run the ball at all. And then you huddle and it makes you look like you're kind of being traditional, but then you speed break out of the huddle and get right up to the line and snap the football. Again, I've seen Baltimore do that. I don't recall Washington doing that. Maybe I'm forgetting that, but maybe that might be the new-ish wrinkle or something that you do to kind of make it look like you're in tempo without always being in tempo.
All right, Roos, 2 wins. We've had a lot of people pick the Ravens on here. You going to join that crew? Or you picking an upset?
Well,
I know
I'm
the
go,
answer.
I'm going to. Well, being the industry plant that I am, as Linnell likes to call me, I'm going to go Commanders plus the 7. But I think the Ravens win a 3 or a 4 point game, somewhere in that range. I'm not overly blown away like everyone else is by this Ravens offense. Maybe I'll look foolish at the end of today, but I think Washington's defense can hang in there. The question that I have is, can Washington's offense, if they can't run, which I think it's going to be hard, can they make enough plays? Can they avoid enough mistakes? Can they get the ball to bounce the right way, which in some ways they have, in order to make this happen? I'll go the Ravens in a tight one, but Commanders covering.
Linnell and Denny.
It is Linnell and Denny.
Longest radio hit.
It's a very long radio
Wait,
hit.
no, put JP on the phone.
JP Finley is making fun of us.
He can make it longer. Yeah,
He never joins us and his phone sucks.
Yeah. He's very busy. He's very busy. He's wearing the Dallas Cowboys sports jacket, by the way.
Hey, Chris, you'll get a kick out of this. JP follows Longfellow Tidwad, but doesn't follow me. Make sure you ask him about that. Appreciate you, pal.
That's great. That's unbelievable. I didn't know that.
It's
that is
very
tremendous.
on brand. Very on
that
brand.
makes my day.
That is insane.
We appreciate you, brother. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, guys. Have a good show. Appreciate you.
That is Chris Russell and the background noise of one JP Finley. We got game predictions coming up then. About 10 minutes away from kickoff. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, our game predictions presented by Miss Utility. Will I pick the Washington Commanders for the 6th straight time? Stay tuned. We'll find out next on the Burgundy and Gold Game Day. 5 or 6 minutes away from kickoff.
Feel like
the
Brian
biggest game of the weekend. Yeah, right. That's well, we can have an off-air conversation about how last night went, but it is the Burgundy and Gold pregame show on a Burgundy and Gold game day. Burgundy and Gold game day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Moments away from kickoff, as we do each and every week here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show, our official game predictions presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. Denton? Brother, we've been here before. And
I have not been here.
Well, technically, we haven't been here.
Yeah,
before.
4-1. It's been a long time. I was in middle school the last time this team was 4-1.
That's true. When I say
you were in like fourth grade.
Yeah, I'm about to say when I say we've been here before, I mean going into a contest that everyone thinks will be competitive in, but no one's really given us a legitimate shot. It reminds me of Monday Night Football against Cincinnati.
It does,
and I'll never forget that game because once Washington went down and scored and tied the game up, it felt like they were going to win immediately. Like it just felt like they were going to be a group to hang in that game. A fast start today is paramount. I'm almost to the point where if they win the kickoff, I want the ball. I don't even want to defer. I want the ball. I want to go out and try and score right away offensively. If Washington can get out to a fast start and make Baltimore one-dimensional, I think that is the best opportunity that they will have. I think that scenario comes to fruition. I'm doing it. I think points are scored. I think a lot of points are scored. It's going to be a wacky score, so bear with me. I like Washington 36-31 against the Baltimore Ravens. And you always, every time I give
wacky score.
It is a wacky score. How the hell do you get to 36 points? Who knows?
That might be a scoregami.
That
might be. I don't know. 36-31 is a wacky score. You and I have been in the same boat though, and I'm not changing now. Yeah. I predicted yesterday and I predicted on Friday with the Kevin Sheehan show. It's the same thing. Washington's going to win. They're going to 5-1. I have loved the arrogance of the Baltimore fans.
Yeah,
they are a special breed of people over there. I like a lot of the people in Baltimore, but when their fandom comes down to it, they are a special breed of people, and nothing smells worse than an arrogant fan base, Linnell. And I think Jaden Daniels shuts up an arrogant fan base. He plays in big moments. He excels in big moments. So I'm going with Jaden Daniels. I think it's going to be what did I say yesterday? I think I said 38-35 yesterday. I either said 30-35 or 38-30. It does not matter. What matters is that Washington's going to have 38, and the Baltimore Ravens are going to have something with a 3 in front of it, but not 39. So I like Washington to win this one. I think they get to 5-1. I think we are partying on Monday morning.
I'm going to be partying tonight. Damn that. If we win.
Yeah, that too.
I'm about to say, if we win tonight, meet me on U Street. I'll say this. Brian Robinson and company, people were giving them crap because they booked a section on U Street after the victory last weekend. That's what they're supposed to do. Supposed to go out and have fun. Maybe we're partying in Baltimore instead. Maybe Fed Hill is the move tonight.
I need to put my ear to the streets a little bit more. Because I don't know. I did not know that Brian Robinson was. He didn't invite me. I was available.
I was also available, kinda. But yeah, there were flyers.
Booked and busy over here.
For sure. So we both predict a win. Shocker.
And I do want to add this as well. Money making man over here. I bet Luke McCaffrey anytime tutty plus 550. I think it's going to be a big Luke McCaffrey day. On top of that, I got really bold. I only put $2 on this one, but I bet Luke McCaffrey to score twice today. That payout $2 is $150. I'm expecting a big day from Luke McCaffrey. Him and Jaden are going to connect a couple of different times. He's been open. And I think if you have an issue running the football, which I'm not expecting, but when you don't have Brian Robinson, if you have an issue running the football, you can utilize Luke McCaffrey in a couple of different ways. So I like Luke McCaffrey to have a big-time performance.
Wow. I think it happens as well. He's been really good. And I think I give credit where credit is due.
He does a lot of little things really well.
Exactly. And our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger, has done a tremendous job highlighting some of the dirty work that Luke McCaffrey does in the run game as a blocker. I think that is going to be important today, especially when you're trying to continue to create explosive plays. Guys got to block down field in order for that to be the case. But we're finally here, man. I'll say this. I think, and I said it going into Monday night, Jaden was big on Monday Night Football.
Massive.
Big moment, big atmosphere, big time players make big time plays in big time situations. I think this afternoon is more of the same. I think Jaden Daniels takes this matchup personally. I think he is annoyed by the Lamar Jackson comparisons, but not for the reasons you all are probably thinking. He's probably like, what the hell are you all comparing him to me for? I can throw. Just saying. But it's going to be an exciting matchup. I think Washington defensively makes the stand today. I've loved the way they've flown to the football. I've loved the way that they have forced a turnover in each of the past 2 weeks. I think you're going to see a lot of heavy boxes, and I think they're going to be aggressive trying to send pressure. That would be my game plan. If Lamar goes out and throws for 380, so be it, as long as it's in a loss. That's the best way I can put it.
That is the best way to put it. And you know what? We're not going anywhere, Linnell. When we get back, the game will have
Yes,
kicked
sir.
off. We'll let you know who starts with the football, and a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live will be underway. He's Linnell Willingham. I'm Denton Day. It's 106.7 The Fan of the Team 980. They've kicked off in Baltimore. Ravens start with the football. The Commanders win the toss. They defer. Dan Quinn loves doing the double. I can't blame him. I like doing the double too. At the half, Washington in white tops, burgundy pants.
Let's go! We needed that, baby. Here we go. Yes, sir. That's how you started, baby. Let's get it.
So Washington's in white tops and burgundy pants.
I'm sorry.
Do we attempt to? All right. So here's what happened.
Yeah.
We got the first interception. Mikey Sanders still did of the season. God is good all the time. This comes after on a 1st and 10, or a 2nd and 8 rather. Zay Flowers took a screen. Linnell 44 yards. They've done a really good job tackling Derrick Henry, which is not something I thought I would say, and hopefully we continue to say it for the remainder of the game. But they take him down for a 2-yard gain on 1st and 10, and they get this Isaiah Likely blocking 2 guys to take Zay Flowers 44 yards the opposite direction. They tackle Quan Martin, does Derrick Henry again to bring up a 2nd and 10, and then Mark Andrews tips a pass, and it falls right in the hands of Mikey Sanders still. And then on top of that, he returns it 38 yards.
Love it.
I mean, Mikey Sanders still knows exactly what to do when he gets the football. Joe Witt Jr. was adamant this week. This is the longest a defense of his has gone without forcing an interception. They've had a couple of fumbles, a couple fumble recoveries, not an interception. You get your first one, you get it on the first drive, and now you give yourself offensively the ball 1st and 10 at Baltimore's 49-yard line. That has to be the best starting field position that Jaden Daniels has had this entire season.
Yeah, it's going to be close. And I said it during the pregame, and now I kind of feel dumb, but I don't because it's in our favor. I thought they should, if they won the toss, which they did, I thought they should try to get the ball to try to score first and get up. But when you're going to be opportunistic and make plays and then return the interception the way the Sabres still did, I'm okay with it. I thought Washington, early on here, we only got to see a couple plays from Baltimore. Really good job tackling. And the defensive backs were doing a good job of it. Benjamin St. Juste had a big tackle on the drive. Quan Martin came down and had a big stop on the drive. They mentioned their tackling plan, and some people just refer to it as coach speak, but I actually thought it was pretty interesting. They have a different tackling plan each and every week, depending on the running back. Against Derrick Henry, a big-time dude, 6'2", 240 pounds. You do not go high on a guy like him. You try to attack him from the waist down, and they've done the really good job of that here to start.
It's worth pointing out that first tackle on the initial 1st and 10 was a joint tackle by Bobby Wagner, and then, as you mentioned, Benjamin St. Juste, and Quan Martin made the second tackle on Derrick Henry. So the secondary guys sticking their nose in things and not afraid to tackle.
Love it.
Especially against a guy like Derrick Henry. And this is going to be a theme of the game, the show today. Can you tackle Derrick Henry? Like if you end up losing because Zay Flowers goes crazy, look, man, it's football. More power to you.
More power to you.
If Mark Andrews goes crazy, like, man, it stinks. I thought we were kind of over the tight ends, just destroying the defense. But yeah, it happens. It's a different thing, though. Derrick Henry is who Derrick Henry is. So that should have been the plan for the entirety of the week. So I'm glad to see, at least in the first possession, that they looked really good and they didn't look afraid of Derrick Henry when he touched the football. And now you get your first look at Jaden Daniels. Always good when you start a drive with the logo right in the middle of the field.
Yeah, love this. And I think the big key for me that I'm interested to see is how Washington is able to handle these short yardage situations. They've done a really nice job offensively staying ahead of the chains. And then on 4th down, when they are in these 4th down situations, Brian Robinson and Jaden Daniels, a combination of those two have been excellent. How much of Austin Eckler do we see? How much of Jeremy McNichols do we see? Is there someone else that potentially steps up to aid Washington in trying to, pick up first downs and move the football here today? I continue to think Jaden Daniels' legs are going to need to be more heavily utilized to kind of replace B-Rob.
I would agree with that. I love him more in scrambles than I do in designed runs.
I agree.
Obviously, for obvious reasons. They start the series with a 5-yard run with Austin Eckler, and then they get a 3-yard gain to Noah Brown. Good to see Noah Brown back. Yes. I think he's going to be a big factor today, and it gives them a 3rd and 2, which really is, at this point, you're at the 41-yard line. That's 2-down territory.
Yeah,
as long as you don't take a sack, it's 2-down territory because you got Jaden Daniels. Now they're not going to need 2 downs because you have Jaden Daniels and you have Austin Eckler.
Yep.
And you're now in the red zone. However, in those situations where it's a 3rd and short, it's essentially 2 downs because of the quarterback, which is a luxury that Baltimore has had for years. On that 3rd and 2, by the way, he finds Austin Eckler 25 yards.
Big play. Needed it. I think it's huge. I mean, Eckler, it was cool against Arizona not having him. It was cool watching the other guys step up. A lot of Valamide Zaccheaus, a lot of
Broken play on
yeah,
1st and 10.
a lot of Zaccheaus. There was a lot of Jeremy McNichols, but this is the guy that we need to see with the football. Big fella. Austin Eckler, is dynamic as they come at the running back position. I've been stealing the term that you coined, man. I think he may go down as the best value free agent signing of the offseason relative to the production he's given.
Across the entire NFL, I don't think there's been a better free agent signing than Austin Eckler.
I agree.
It was pointed out when I tweeted that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whenever I did, that a guy in Green Bay, I think it was Xavier McKinney, has had a really strong start to the season, and I get that, but with Austin Eckler, I mean, he is really, really good, and I don't think there's a better bang for your buck in the NFL this offseason than him.
Yeah,
I mean, you're paying like $7 million, $6 million. Like, you're really not paying him all that much.
No,
and he's still one of the better running backs in the league
and giving you big time production. I think. I was worried, and I'll be honest with you. I was worried about, would bringing in Eckler, would it take away from Brian Robinson? Because I predicted before the year that he was going to have a breakout season this year. I think he's a special dude, and we've already seen that. That's why we were all, holding our breaths. And I was a little bit nervous not having Brian Robinson going into this game. But, clearly Austin Eckler, the rumors of his demise, greatly over-exaggerated.
Big time 3rd and 7 for Jaden. Damn. He backed up too much.
Yeah.
He took what looked like a 5-step drop and made it about a 12-step drop, gets sacked on a 3rd down. That's going to bring out automatic Austin Seifert. I'm happy with the points, Linnell, obviously.
Yeah.
You get points off of turnovers, but who won this? Was it Corden Lucas that lost that matchup on the outside?
It looked like there was a bunch of
pressure
coming from a bunch of different places.
So automatic Austin on the field now. That's a bummer. They just had that great play, and then you get a blown up play on 1st down after that big Austin Eckler play, and Jane Daniels he takes back to the line of scrimmage, which is great. But then you're already at 2nd and 10. You got to consistently, get yards on 2nd and 10. They short pass to OZ for 3 yards, and then he gets sacked for a loss of 11. Now, thankfully, automatic Austin stays automatic, and he gets out and he makes the 42-yard field goal, so it's 3-0. Good start, certainly not a great start from the offense.
Yeah, I can agree with you. But look, you got points. You're up in this football game. That, to me, is what is most important. You're up. Hopefully, you can stay up. That's the big thing for me here. Continue to try and move the football. I think for Washington, I was worried about the tackling. They tackled pretty damn well, I would say, on that first drive. So
it just really would have been nice to get a touchdown here. Baltimore does not play great from behind. Now, admittedly, it's not like everybody plays great. Not a lot of teams play great when you're trailing early, but it kind of flusters what they want to do offensively, and it puts a lot more pressure on Lamar Jackson.
It's a tough spot to be in. I understand it completely, but it's kind of the cards you've been dealt. I'm just happy that they're up and they have the lead, right? Like that.
It's a positive start.
Exactly.
And on top of that, you deferred, so you know that you are going to get the ball back at the half. I think this would be a little different, not a lot different, but a little different if they just started with the football, go down, get 3. But knowing that you've already had some success defensively and you force your first turnover, or first interception rather, of the season is a good spot to be in if you are Washington. Now, I'm curious to see, based off of what Cliff has seen from this first drive and how they're going to pressure Jaden Daniels, how is that going to influence the way that he calls the remainder of this game? How is that going to influence the way that Jaden plays the remainder of this game? Because there's one thing that I've noticed over the first 5 weeks. Sometimes that first drive in games could be a little unsteady, but once you get an idea of what the opposing defense is trying to do, it's miraculous how comfortable Jaden and Cliff get as the game progresses. They only get better, which is really, really strong.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, to Cliff's credit, I think we had gotten a lot of flack, or Shane Waldron, rather, has gotten a lot of flack out in Chicago for the way that he's gotten Caleb Williams into these games today, the first month of the season. The last 2 weeks, Shane has really allowed Caleb to get into a rhythm early, quick passing game, the running game. I think Cliff has been phenomenal with that. I wonder today, and we talked about it during the pregame, the patience level that Washington's going to have running the football. We saw one Austin Eckler run on that opening possession, and
You'd like
it
to
was a
see
good run.
more. It was a good run. You'd like to see more of it.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
wasn't 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It was 5 yards.
Exactly. And I think anytime that dude touches the football, good things happen for you. I want to see this defense step up, pressure Lamar Jackson on the play that Zay Flowers ends up going. I don't know how many yards it ended up being, but it was a
45.
chunk, a 45-yard
45
gain.
yards.
On that play, Washington blitzed Jeremy Chin out of the secondary, who just came down and blew up the back on special teams. I mean, good Lord.
You know what's interesting, though? That
Yeah.
45-yard play, that was the first big play that we've seen since Monday night, right? Since the Lamar Chase touchdown. Cleveland didn't really have a play of that magnitude. Arizona didn't have a play of that magnitude. That's the first big play. And it really just was a good call versus the defense that Washington was lined up in. And then Quan attempts to stop him from getting outside and gets sealed.
Yeah.
And that allows Zay Flowers to go down the field. All right. Baltimore's offense back on the field. It's Burning Gold Game Day. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We'll let you know how the Washington defense fares in drive number 2 when we get back. It's Burning Gold Game Day live with Leonard Willingham and Dende. All right, so I got great news, Linnell.
Lay it on me.
Derrick Henry is not beating Washington to this point in the game.
That's good.
They've done a really good job defensively stifling Derrick Henry. Do you want the not so great news?
I guess.
Baltimore has other players that can run. Lamar Jackson has gotten in the run game a little bit. Zay Flowers is getting involved, although technically that was a pass because it was kind of a jet option that Lamar tossed in front of him. They started Baltimore to the 30-yard line, and it's really just a combination of not chunk plays, but small to medium gains that have marched Baltimore right down the field, and they just...
Oh, I think they fell on it.
Oh, they fell on it, but on a 3rd and 7 at the 25, 24-yard line, Lamar Jackson, who had issues last week with the snap as well, Linnell, a lot in Cincinnati, it looked like he dropped the football. They're showing us a replay of it.
Oh, yeah. No, the center
center just didn't.
Bobby, you got to get that.
Bobby.
He's not even looking.
He's not looking, and thankfully, Bobby's going to – that film day is going to be rough.
Good Lord.
That's going to bring out Justin Tucker. But Washington's defense has been very much, Linnell, a bend, don't break. Now, Baltimore's killing themselves a little bit, but that's fine. We'll allow them to do that. Now you really got to take advantage, though. They put together 2 drives Baltimore has as they march down the field, and they only have 3 points to show for it. In your second drive, I need to see something from the offense of Washington to put more points up on the board here and put more pressure on Lamar Jackson.
Almost wanted to do my best Ron Simmons impersonation. Damn! Because I thought they should have had that football.
I mean, Bobby should have had that.
I mean, but look, you'd rather be lucky than good, right? That's the old adage. The Ravens, realistically speaking, have not faced too much resistance from Washington defensively. But the 2 times that they've gotten into Washington territory, deep into Washington territory, there have been self-inflicted wounds. Washington's got to capitalize on it. It was great to get 3, but we understand that field goals don't beat elite teams in the National Football League. I think the Jaden Daniels sack that he took kind of changed the thought process of Washington, as we can go back here real quick. Seibert hits from 42. Washington had 3rd and 7 at the Baltimore 13. If Washington gets 4 yards on that play, I think they go for it on 4. I don't think they were intending on kicking the field goal.
No,
if you miss, if you don't get it, the Ravens are pinned super deep in their own territory.
Yeah,
so.
if you get 4th and anything, as long as you're not backed up in your own end zone, and if you get like a 4th and 3 or shorter with Jaden Daniels, you're in a position to go for it. That's literally what has separated Baltimore from just about every team in the NFL for years, is that they have the ability to, on short yardage, we got 11 on 11.
Yeah.
And you have to be the one to stop us. You know, something that is hilarious, or that I think is hilarious. I don't know if you'll think it's hilarious.
Lay it on me.
Tony Romo said Redskins on the
He did?
broadcast. He did. Twitter is blowing up about that.
Well, that's because he doesn't get to do any of our damn games.
This is probably the first time that Tony Romo's called a Commanders game.
Yeah, last time he called a game was
probably
we were the
Washington
Redskins.
football team. Well, actually, they played on
Thanksgiving.
They played on Thanksgiving.
Oh.
So he probably called them Commanders on Thanksgiving.
did.
But he
For whatever
did say
reason-
the old name.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the last time I think about Tony Romo on a broadcast, I think about that Cowboys game where DJ Swearinger forced the fumble on Dak on the sneak.
Yes. Oh,
And
great
I think
times.
Preston Smith scored a touchdown in that game.
Give
or
me
something.
more of those games.
Yeah.
Instead of whatever the hell last Thanksgiving was.
Well,
It was awful. So you get Washington's offense back on the field here. Baltimore set to kick it off here. They got to run. They got to run the football. They got to be more consistent with the run. I love Jaden Daniels. I don't know that dropping him back with this Baltimore defense is the right move in the way that Cliff did. Because just for comparison, or for statistical analysis, they ran twice. One was a broken play, but Jaden threw it 3 times and he gets sacked. So he dropped back 4 times.
And notice when he threw the football, if it wasn't the screen stuff, he held to hold the ball a little bit. Baltimore's gonna, make it a concerted point of emphasis to like make him hold the football, disguise coverage in a way. And I think, Jaden can't be fooled by it. I know it's easier said than done. I couldn't do anything against this Ravens defense, but that to me is my concern. So they are still platooning, by the way, up front. Cornelius Lucas. Did he start that last drive as well?
I believe he started that last drive. I believe he did.
So that's interesting.
Something to note here, Baltimore not kicking to Washington. touchback, so they're going to start at the 30.
I mean, Austin Eckler's a bad, know what.
Austin Eckler has struck some fear in the hearts of oppositions when it comes to special teams, especially a guy like John Harbaugh, who's a special teams guru, if you will. So that's something to just keep an eye on for the remainder of the season now that Austin Eckler's back good and healthy.
I don't like that. Kyle Hamilton was just pointing in Luke McCaffrey's face. If they're going to do the trash talking stuff like that, that gets me amped up because they're not that good, right? You started off the season 0-2.
3-2. They also the Raiders. There's an arrogance about Baltimore.
There is, and I hate it, bro. Like, do something in the playoffs. Now I'm about to start sounding like an ignorant fan because it blows me. Like, that was so unnecessary. Luke, he couldn't block you. Just get up and go help your teammate off the ground. Dang. Oh, my God.
They're sending the house a little bit here. Cliff Kingsbury needs to make a little bit of adjustments on what's going on here.
We look ill prepared.
On a 1st and 10, it's a short screen pass to Terry for no gain. That's the Kyle Hamilton play that Linnell was talking about. And then on the ensuing play, they blitz Kyle Hamilton, and Jaden does find Austin Eckler, but it is another no gain. It almost looked like Austin Eckler was going to get blown up.
They're just so fast on defense, and like we haven't. Cleveland, posed some challenges for us last week, but this is different as they continue to get free rushers.
I mean, they're doing a really good job disguising the pressure where it looks like they're stacking the line of scrimmage. I mean, this is the first time in how long, Linnell? It's a 3-and-out for Washington's offense. Maybe there was a 3-and-out a couple of times in Tampa. That I know that first drive was a 3-and-out for Jaden Daniels.
They started last week with a 3-and-out, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, but Jaden just doesn't. Jaden's bothered. Jaden's rattled. Jaden's uncomfortable.
Flustered a little.
That was a terrible ball that just threw to Olamide Zaccheaus. But if he throws it in front of him, he probably gets his head taken off. I think the better play.
You got to hold that for
and let Terry
split second, and Terry is coming on a deeper cross that's going to get a first down, and you just got to sling that in there. So I mean, Jaden definitely looks a tad bit flustered, but I mean, we've seen a couple of times with him. He might look flustered to start games.
He's just figuring it out.
He figures it out.
Yeah,
so
the fill-out
I'm not incredibly worried about that now, but as the game progresses, if your defense is not making stops, you're going to force Jaden Daniels. Like you have to, you got to see it. You got to sling it a little bit.
I agree. It's just tough because I just think they got to try to loosen up the defense of Baltimore. You can't just think you're going to drop back against these guys. Like, you got to try to run. And I know they're the best rushing defense, but I continue to believe, I call poppycock on that. I think it's just stats that say they're the best rushing defense.
They haven't played any team that's good at running the football.
When you have this type of discrepancy statistically, right? So they're the best rushing defense, but they're the second worst pass defense. Like that, when you have those type of discrepancies, there's something off. I look at it like it's an outlier. I think the reason that they're the number one rush defense is because they're doing a really good job jumping out on teams, and it's not allowing other teams to, maintain their balance offensively, because when you're behind, you know how difficult it is to stick with the running game. So I think that's really the big reason why we've seen their rush defense look so good. Not saying that they don't have guys. They clearly got some dudes up front. Justin Matabuke, I'm sorry, Nnamdi Matabuke. I forgot he changed his name. Jay Gruden I was watching Clean Pocket, him, Jay Gruden, Colt, AQ Shipley, and what's the Giants guy that came off the couch?
David Deals? Who knows?
It's some random Giant. And they were previewing this game, and they all just couldn't get enough of saying Nnamdi Matabuke. It was the weirdest thing ever. But I say that to say the Ravens giving up 14 touchdowns on defense. That is tied for 6th, but technically it's like 3rd. Most touchdowns given up, Carolina with 20. Ravens have 14, but there are 4 teams tied that have given up 14 touchdowns. So their defense can be exploited. I just think if you're Washington here, you have gotten this far. You have been this successful offensively because of the balance that you've had. Now, understand the more important thing is to stay ahead of the chains. Your best way of staying ahead of the chains this year has been running the football. So don't let the reputation stop you from doing what you do best. Look, if they can know the damn play every time, if they can't stop it, they can't stop it. I would love to see them lean into the physicality of the running game, because I think it'll help the offensive line and pass pro as well. If you're constantly retreating all game long, it's hard, man.
All right, defense back on the field. We'll see. Hey, they've made 2 stops already.
have.
We'll see if that trend continues. It's Burning Gold Game Day. We're presented by Rude. Rude is your cooling system. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power. And visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We'll see what the defense can do when we get back. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live. The defense is doing its job. Dante Fowler is doing his job. After Washington is forced to punt, the defense gets on the field, Linnell, and they force Baltimore to punt right back. 3 and out. Derrick Henry on a 1st and 10. Derrick Henry on a 2nd down and 10 after an incompletion on 1st and 10 for 1 yard. And then on a 3rd and 9, Dante Fowler sacks Lamar Jackson for a loss of 11. Fowler's going to get credited with the sack, Linnell, but it was really the entire defensive line that put a lot of pressure on Lamar, didn't allow him to step up into the pocket. He did kind of what Jaden Daniels did on his sack early in the game, and he takes about 9 steps backwards, and you're taking 9 steps backward. If you're not tucking and running, you're in trouble, and his trouble is in the form of big number 6, Dante Fowler.
Yeah, Fowler gets credited for the sack, but a bevy of different Washington defenders were there. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was a part of the sack party. Fowler was there. They got good push on the interior. Washington's going with a 5-down defensive front here, and I think it's a really good idea having all 3 of your star-studded defensive tackles on the field at once. Johnny Newton, Deron Payne, John Allen, and then I think your 2 best ends in that situation probably on the sack. We saw Frankie Louvu and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Both of those guys on the edge give you a little bit of speed. We'll see Cleveland Farrell get rotated in. We'll see Fowler get rotated in, and then I expect to see F.A. Obata and Cleveland Farrell as well. Farrell's already made a nice play. Washington's deep up front along this defensive line when it comes to the edge rusher spot.
They just need you guys to step up, and they are.
Exactly.
I mean, they're doing a better job today. So Washington gets the ball at the 50-yard line because Baltimore was backed up. They punted from their own 10. They got a nice return by OZ for 10 yards. On 1st down, finally, a run. Yeah. Austin Eckler, 6 yards. He gets met at the line of scrimmage and pushes 6 yards. More of the running, please. I love Jaden. I don't need him to pass 8,000 times. Austin Eckler just is a cannon. Now, as I say that, he loses too. But he is a little bowling ball.
But still, I've felt all week long like, yeah, Washington was going to have some sort of balance running the football. But the thing is this, I thought you could attack Baltimore on the edges. They've got some lighter defensive ends, some younger defensive ends, and Ojabo and Owe. So I thought, maybe you would have, wow, that stat to CBS just was crazy. 8 of Washington's last 10 plays were negative plays. So that's not good. That's something to monitor here, especially for a group that needs to stay ahead of the chains the way Washington does. They haven't done a good job of it. But I think Washington can have some success running the football on the perimeter. Jaden's got to have better feel in the pocket. He's dropping back so far, it feels like.
Well, no negative play, though. Jaden Daniels steps up on a 3rd and 5, picks up a 1st down with his legs. Something I'm also kind of just keeping an eye on now that we are into the 2nd quarter. Austin Eckler was on the field for all 3 of those plays. Yeah. Now, there was a quarter break after the 1st down, so that could have played into it. But I'm curious to see when we will get to see Jeremy McNichols make a little bit of an imprint on the game. And Austin Eckler still on the field on the ensuing 1st down for Washington.
Yeah, Eckler I love, though. He just gets north and south as well as anyone. But, yeah, these 2 teams are still feeling each other out on both sides of the football. You can very much tell. One of the stats I wanted to give to you all, and then close your ears if you're one of those Washington fans that can't hear anything bad about us. Baltimore and Lamar Jackson, 21-1 against the NFC. So that's tough to deal with. But I think Washington, we haven't seen them. They got to loosen up this defense. You can do that by running the football. You can do that by pushing it vertically. We haven't seen them do either yet.
Oh,
my God.
Diame.
That was Alameda.
Was that Alameda? I thought
yes.
That was Diame. Damn it, Alameda.
You got to help your guy out, brother.
Got on a 2nd 11. Jaden has Alameda's Zacchaeus for 15.
2 drops.
That's 15 yards in the bag right there, and he drops it. And this is like just a legitimate drop.
Yeah, he tried to run before he had it. It was a good throw. He beats Roquan Smith. Jaden does a really nice job using his eyes, man. That he got Roquan to come over late, and he beat him with the throw. That's tough if you're OZ.
Tell you what, Luke McCaffrey ain't dropping that one. No, Brown ain't dropping that one. Oh, man, that's awful.
Well, this is interesting.
You got to have that one.
Nate Wiggins on the ground right now for Baltimore. Their star-studded 2nd-round corner out of Clemson has been really good for them to start the year. But, yeah, it's tough. This is one of those games where you can't necessarily afford the self-inflicted wounds, and a drop like that in that spot is tough. When we get out of the timeout, because there's a timeout on the field because of the injury to Nate Wiggins, when we come out of the timeout, Denton, Washington going to be in a 3rd and 11 situation. It's just not a team, in my opinion, that's built to have a lot of success in those spots. So it's tough here. I ask you, should they be in 4-down territory? You're already across midfield. You're in Baltimore territory. Depending on how much you pick up on third, do you think about the idea of going 4-on-4?
They're in situational 4-down territory.
Yeah.
When I
I like
hear
the way you put
4-down
that, yeah.
territory, that's if it's 4th and 12, we're still going because we have to. I don't believe that's where they are in right now. But if Washington gets it to, let's just say, it's what 3rd and 11 right here,
Yeah.
7 yards to Terry on 3rd and 11 to bring you up a 4th and 4, and you're around the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
Maybe you can think about it. I mean, Austin Seibert, he hasn't missed yet, but his first kick it was the first kick of his career in Washington that didn't directly split the uprights.
Right,
We
yeah.
saw a little bit of Flynn, not a lot. He still made it.
It's
Who
windy
cares?
out there.
But it's the first time that he hasn't immediately or just no brainer split the uprights. So maybe if you get yourself into like a 4th and 3, 4th and 2, certainly 4th and 1. I mean, it's 4th and 1, you go for it.
Yeah.
With Jaden, you got to go for it there. But if it's 4th and 8, no. You figure it out, whether that's Tress, whether you send Seibert out there, whatever. But because they have the ball right now at the 40.
Yeah.
So if you get like a 4th and 3 at, what would that be? That'd be the 32-yard line. Math. Yeah, that'd be the 32-yard line of Baltimore. On the road, big underdog.
Yeah.
I don't know. They've been really aggressive.
They have.
They're 100% on 4th
I
down.
think you got to feel good too about what you've done defensively to this point as well. Like defense has stunned me here. If you would have told me like Washington's offense was going to struggle like that, I would have been surprised, man. I did not see the game starting out this way. I love when CBS throws up, useful graphics. Washington just blowing the other teams out of the water relative to the no huddle percentage. They're no huddle 50% of the time. That leads the NFL. They've got 163 plays with no huddle. Next closest team, I believe, is Chicago. They've got 81. Oh, yeah, that's okay though. Wish we'd have left it more in bounds.
Yeah, put that out there a little bit more. Jaden on 3rd and 11 looks for Terry.
Gosh, I hate the Ravens.
They're doing this silly little dance.
It just bothers me. Stevens has been cooked all year long. So like the fact that he's dancing is fun.
Everybody dancing. Jeez Louise.
Yeah,
Jaden is looking for Terry on a 3rd and 11, and he misses him. I want to see a replay. We're not going to get a replay. I want to see a. All right. So I'm a little upset. Linnell.
You thought they were going to take this? That would have been a long, long field goal.
It would have been a long field goal, but if you knew you were not going to
try to get some yards.
Yeah, try and get some yards if you knew that you weren't going to kick a field goal on just 4th and 11. I don't mind a deep shot to Terry. I think you got to keep Baltimore honest. And I think, honestly, in those scenarios, I like Terry in that spot.
Yes.
I mean, that is a classic up for grabs.
Mm-hmm.
Terry's going to jump over the DB and make a grab. So I don't hate the play in a vacuum, but in that scenario, when you're at the 40, knowing that is not a distance that you're comfortable kicking with, I would have liked to see maybe 4 or 5 yards gained. So then you have the decision of, do we want to kick? Do we not want to kick?
Yeah,
I mean,
tough.
Tress is a great punter and he pins him, but
I think it's on Jayden in that particular situation. I don't think it's really on the play call. Jayden gotta understand that you need points here. And yeah, you're taking a shot at Terry, but you're right on the fringe of field goal range. I would have liked to see you get something underneath there to try to give you an opportunity, as you alluded to get some points here. That's tough for me.
All right, so Baltimore offense coming back onto the field. There's 12:53 remaining in the first half. Scores 3-3. Want to remind everybody we're going to be commercial free during the entirety of halftime. We're the only interactive DC show on during the game, so you can call us 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It is a Burgundy Gold game day. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We'll see if the Washington defense can do what they've done already, which is stifle the Ravens offense. More when we get back. All right, we almost got hot in here. I'm looking at the replay. They almost called Dante Fowler for a horse collar tackle that would have had us very unhappy in this studio. It was actually a very good tackle by Dante Fowler.
It was.
What has not been good is Washington's defense on this particular drive. They're getting beat up. They're stopping Derrick Henry, or they're trying to, which obviously is a key thing, Linnell. But they're playing very soft on the back end. Rashad Bateman has a 13-yard grab. Rashad Bateman has a 22-yard grab. Zay Flowers has a 23-yard grab. I mean, Benjamin St. Juste is being picked on this series, and Baltimore has marched their way inside the end zone, or the red zone, with an opportunity to take the lead for the first time. It's 3-3 with 8:37 left to go in the ball game. Commanders in Baltimore.
I'd say overall, though, like Washington's doing a really nice job defensively. I have to give credit where the credit is due. That they have been awesome in terms of coming up, rallying, tackling. Like that to me has been the most impressive thing that they've done here today. The pass rush, I think, is doing a nice job keeping Lamar Jackson bottled up, and they're continuing to try and flow to the football. Man, I've been super impressed by what Washington's done defensively. I think they're communicating pretty well too.
Well, they just showed a stat though. The Commanders have 34 yards.
Man, we almost had another pick
of offense.
They called a flag. Oh wow.
Oh my God, these Baltimore ass refs. This better be like blatantly obvious, because if they're just going to start bailing Baltimore out here,
yeah, I don't know. They're going to get a hold on St. Juste.
They called that pass interference.
Really?
Give me a replay. If CBS doesn't give us a replay here,
this is the A team at CBS, so they'll give us replays. They're showing the wrong guy.
That's not the guy we're looking for here. It's also not a pass interference.
Yeah, good coverage by Chin.
They're really not going to give us a instant replay of the pass interference.
And I just give them credit for being the A team.
Is this the A team?
They must have the third team technical director working.
I mean, what's happening here?
Good gracious.
That's a crucial play they don't give us a replay of.
Yeah, it's
anyway, it gives a first and goal for Baltimore, and then they score with Derrick Henry.
That just annoyed me. It annoyed me because, like, when he broke through the first level, DBs wanted no parts. We're gonna get a replay of the touchdown at least. Yeah, Wagner couldn't get off a block. Michael Davis, I mean, come on. You could have pretended like you wanted to hit him.
Michael Davis don't want to tackle nobody.
You know how bad? Emmanuel Forbes, brother. Maybe it's because they heard the U Street rumors. He's on U Street every weekend talking about Emmanuel Forbes. But the fact that Michael Davis is playing over you, they chose to make him active and not your ass.
I mean, Michael Davis he does not tackle.
It's terrible.
He literally does not tackle.
It's windy out there.
It is. So Baltimore puts the point after attempt up and good. It's 10-3. You need a good drive for the Commanders' offense. CBS put a stat up. They got 34 yards offense.
Yeah, I was about to go look at the team stats. I was about to say, like, what?
There's 7:55 left to go in the game. Washington has 18 yards passing. Now, Jaden is 6-9 for 29, but that sack of 11 yards, so it's 18 net yards passing, and then 16 yards rushing. Austin Eckler has 3 carries for 10 yards.
This is ugly.
This is the worst half that we have seen the offense play. Now, the positive is it's only 10-3.
Right.
Because in most other instances, when you have a performance like this, you're probably down 17-0, 17-3, 14-0, whatever. So the fact it's only 10-3 is at least somewhat positive.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's got to give massive credit to the defense, man. I mean, they've been tough. They have been physical. They're rallying to the football, and they're making tackles. And if one guy misses a tackle, teammates there to follow him up. That to me has been the most impressive part of all of this. I didn't know Washington was capable of this level of defensive play. That's the best way I can put it. And obviously we're all rooting for a win here, but it's still 1 week out of 17. If your defense is legitimately turned a corner here, which it seems like you have, based on your last 13 quarters of play, or your last 9 quarters of play, rather, that to me could be enough of a positive to carry me through next week, as I'm already talking like we're gonna lose. But look, I'm emotional, y'all.
I'm feeling.
I didn't know what to expect coming in today.
I'm feeling okay still, as long as they put together a good drive here. Like, this is the reason why you defer.
Yes.
If you can put together
That's
a
true.
long drive, you're 7:55 left. I'm not
We've
expecting
seen
you're
it
gonna.
before, though.
We have seen. I'm not expecting them to eat up all damn near 8 minutes of clock here. They've only had 7 minutes and 7 minutes 10 seconds of possession so far this game. But if they can put together a scoring drive that eats up about 6 of those minutes, and then you're thinking, all right, well, all you got to do is get one more stop. Then you double up here, come out with some momentum at the half, do it again, and then it's 17-10. Now, it's a lot easier said than done, obviously.
For sure.
But that's the reason they made the decision to defer. You just have to put together a good drive because you can't go into the half with just 3 points when your defense is playing really good against a really good offensive team.
Yeah, I wonder what you can do offensively. Like, the issue is they're disguising stuff in the back end and they're muddying up the picture for Jaden Daniels. Like, that's from my vantage point. That's what it seems like is happening. They've tried to window dress some stuff, getting the Ravens to not be able to go balls to the wall and pursue the football. It's where you miss Brian Robinson. You need some tough, dirty yards. And I don't know who gets a dirty yard for us in this scenario if we need it. I think part of the issue here is Baltimore is so stout up front that you haven't had much success running. We highlighted the 2 Austin Eckler 3-yard gains or 5-yard gains rather. But outside of that, I mean, they have been really stout at the point of attack, and the interior trio for Washington's offensive line is really good. Biotish, Allegretti, and Cosme, they got their hands full today. I continue to say, if you're going to run it, maybe try to get it out on the perimeter here. That's where I think you got an advantage.
Yeah, I definitely do. And they on that first play of this drive, they get Jaden out of the pocket. Jaden is comfortable out of the pocket. He finds Noah Brown. That's the biggest play of the game, yardage-wise on the pass. Pick up about 15 there. And now you're playing with a little bit of momentum. Speaking of momentum, hopefully that's what Washington continues to build here for the remainder of this drive. Well, how that's not a flag on Kyle Hamilton, I have no idea. I mean, they flagged Benjamin St. Juste for the most BS pass interference, but don't flag that. Whatever. Burning Goal Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling and power, and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. We're giving flowers on this show, Linnell. Cliff Kingsbury was in his bag on this drive.
He was.
This is by far the best drive that Washington has put together on offense, including a flea flicking screen, but we'll get there in a second. They start with that Noah Brown completion, a gain of 15, to build a little bit of momentum, and it puts you moving down the field. But on a 3rd and 6, I thought this was the biggest play, Linnell. On a 3rd and 6, after that Noah Brown, Jane looks for him again on 1st and 10, incomplete. He finds Terry for 4 yards on a 2nd and 10. On a 3rd and 6, he delivers a dot to Terry on a comeback route. Outside the hashes, great throw. Terry makes the play. It's like a classic Terry McLaurin pitch and catch for 8 yards. And then that built enough momentum to allow Cliff to get creative, because on the very next play, he draws up a flea flicker. He hands the ball, Jaden does, to Jeremy McNichols, who pitches it back to him. He almost kind of bobbles the pitch a little bit, but it's fine. And you think he's going deep. Wrong. He's going to Austin Eckler on a screen pass. So they're set up in this pistol, and McNichols is behind Jane Daniels. Austin Eckler's to his right. Austin Eckler blocks, sheds for a screen. That's 25 yards. And now you're cooking with gas. And Cliff in his bag, man.
About to say, man, this is vintage Cliff Kingsbury when it comes to play calling. That drive for Washington was phenomenal. I mean, you saw everything about this offense that makes it good. Cliff mentioned it during the week. He said styles, it's kind of the things like styles make fights. He said, look, I'm not opposed to going out and throwing the football 40 times per game, but, Anthony Lynn, Bobby Johnson, they keep me, even keel. When it comes to the rushing game of Washington, I couldn't have said it. Couldn't have said it better myself here with Cliff.
He's in his
the
bag.
way he's been able to throw the football, or some of the things that he's dialing up. You mentioned it being in his bag. Credit the offensive line as well. They had some trouble protecting Jaden Daniels early on in this football game. I think they've been much better here on these last couple of drives as well.
Immediately after that Austin Eckler screen, it's a screen to Diami, who picks up 11 yards. He did a great job fighting through some contact. It was well designed. He picks up 11 yards. They get Luke McCaffrey on a 1st and goal, 5 yards. I got that bet going on. I thought that bet was going to cash. It's not Luke McCaffrey that scores. It's instead Terry McLaurin, a 7-yard touchdown pass to Terry in the back of the end zone. Fancy footwork by Scary Terry. It's October. You know it's Terry's month.
Yeah, 100%.
You know it. You know it's Terry's month in October. He's getting scary, and it's 10-10. Washington, their best drive, 8 plays, 70 yards. Not like the 8 minutes of clock that I would have loved to see them burn off, Linnell, but they burn up about 3.5 minutes on that drive, and it was the most succinct and really the best that the offense has looked this entire afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the passing game getting going is huge here. We know, Baltimore has had their struggles. They've given up the 2nd most pass yards, in the NFL to this point. The thing that's exciting rather to me about that drive is Jaden won primarily from within the pocket.
Yeah.
Which is something that we continue to, praise him for, is why a part of why I think he's so special here, man. The ability to win from within the pocket is huge. And it feels like, Baltimore didn't bring a lot of pressure on that drive. If I'm them, like, I keep heating them up. And I know that it's going to expose you in the back end, but like, you got to do what you can here. I don't think you can just sit back there and let him pick you apart, because he's going to do it.
Yeah,
he's going to do it.
They were playing defensively. They were playing way too soft.
Yeah.
Benjamin St. Juste, I had some high praise for him yesterday. And I just kind of put it out. I was like, look, like if he plays another really good game, the corners turned with him. This is not one of them. Now it's only one drive.
Think he's playing bad. It's just the coverages that Baltimore makes you play defensively because of how well they play the run. They're asking him to run around with Zay Flowers, and that's just tough.
That's not a great matchup.
Yeah.
You would think that maybe like an Emmanuel Forbes would be able to run around a little bit with Zay Flowers, but that is obviously not happening.
One thing I'm noticing with these Baltimore receivers, everything's a double catch. Nothing's secure.
That's why Mikey Sanders got that first interception.
Exactly.
So hopefully another one coming soon.
Yeah, would love to see them try and, punch at the football. And I'm watching the replay here. Them having Patrick Ricard is such a damn cheat code.
That's
Like,
old school football, man.
They're literally playing with an extra offensive lineman every time he's out on the field. And then, God forbid, they actually bring on an extra offensive lineman. I mean, it's just it's trouble in paradise. I wonder here, like, I like you said, St. Juice is that's good. The Baltimore penalty, love to see that.
What? They call
Going in
penalties on Baltimore?
That's going to be your bit for the rest.
I
of
mean,
the
that pass
afternoon.
interference call was blatantly false.
Yeah.
And CBS hit it because they didn't show a replay.
Yeah.
They showed us some goofy replay of Isaiah Likely. I'm sure Tony Romo had a great breakdown of Isaiah Likely's face.
Likely.
Oh, look at this, Jim. He really gets a great break off the line of scrimmage when he's not thrown to. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
Can I see the pass interference, please?
Tracy Wolfson, probably the best sideline gal in the game. Her and Lisa Salters right now competing for it. They just reported Dorrance Armstrong. Listen, is questionable. He's got pads off, and looks like they were walking toward the locker room. He's
got
with a
pads
rib
off.
injury.
You're probably not coming back in.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a rib injury, or yeah, he's not coming back because the pads are off. But get out of here! They might have called that, or is it a holding that they're calling? I don't know. I think the fact that Washington's DBs have been as close on some of these plays that they've been is impressive. Now, granted, Baltimore's receiving core ain't nothing to write home about.
I mean, I like Zay Flowers.
I
think
do
Zay
too.
Flowers is a
Some
good
good
wide
play.
receiver. Rashad Bateman leaves a lot to be desired. He was really good in college. He really hasn't been much.
Yeah.
They're getting a holding.
On Igbenogany, like I said, number one. Yeah, Igbenogany's actually been really good relative to like allowing separation. PFF put out some numbers over the weekend. Him and Jeremy Chin have been really good in coverage in terms of average separation that they're allowing on catches. That's good.
CBS also not showing this replay of. Oh, look, they are.
There
Oh,
we go.
God is good.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's a major hold. Yeah,
He flopped.
I don't. Sanders still's got like your best. He's like in terms of like lateral quickness and stuff like that. He's the
I
best guy
feel
you
like I
got.
would put Sanders still on
Zay, right?
on Zay for the remainder of the game.
But then it's hard because I don't know. It's tough. The Ravens are just good, bro.
I mean, they got a lot
Good
of things.
coverage, Igbenogany. Love to see that.
Noah I's been really good this
He's been
year.
playing well, man. That's why they're able to move Sanderson to the outside because they got a legit dude in the slot. He's better than Emmanuel Forbes. Tell you that much.
He's definitely better than Emmanuel Forbes. Admittedly, low bar.
Yeah,
Not exactly a high bar there, but he's definitely better than Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, I think his physicality in the run game has been really good. As you see right there, just not allowing a whole bunch of separation. I'm impressed with the way if the defense is going to play like this week in and week out.
I mean, if they're playing like this against good teams,
right?
When the bad teams come, which is kind of what we saw last week. I mean, Washington just walloped a bad football team in Cleveland, which is what you're supposed to do if you're a good team. All right, the score's 10-10. We got 2:46 and counting left to go. We're going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. We're the only interactive show in the DMV that is covering this game. You can call in 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Burgundy Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling and power, and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. All right, discuss this one in the comments. 1st and 10 from Washington's 35. Lamar Jackson takes a 1-yard loss. Dan Quinn calls a timeout. Hoping to preserve a little bit more time for his offense, trusting his defense. Get off the field, get a stop. It has not been a great drive for Washington as they are at the 37-yard line. Baltimore is of Washington. It's been more of the same. I mean, Nelson Aguilar is catching a 25-yard pass. Gross. Yuck.
Not very good.
Not very good. There's a bad holding call on Noah Igbenani. He needs to be better than that. But now Washington, they've given themselves an opportunity to get off of the field, which is huge. You got a 3rd down for Baltimore. It's a 3rd and relatively short. But the idea, Dan Quinn calling a timeout there, I don't hate. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either.
Yeah, they're trying to potentially get the football back. They got to find a way to stop.
They got to stop
Zay
him, though.
Flowers.
Like, that kind of comes with it. You got to stop Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers has killed you. I think it may get
He has 117 yards on 8 catches in the first half.
It may get to a point where I'm traveling Mikey Samer still with him. I mean, I don't know. He's going crazy. It's the best game of his career. The first half.
It's pretty close to it. I mean, let me do some deep diving on the career of Zay Flowers.
But no, like, I would rather than beat you this way. Like, this is feeding into Washington's game plan. Like, I see George Sanil says we're getting burned. Stop playing man-to-man and play some zone blitz. You're playing these defenses to try and stop the run. Like, that's your first priority. And then you got to tighten up in between the 20s. Like, that's just what it is. And I think we are now seeing Samer still potentially travel with Zay as he's wide open again. He got picked off on that one. I mean, that's tough.
I mean, entering today, Zay Flowers had 3 100-yard games.
Yeah.
He's going to have nearly 130 by the half.
But Baltimore's only got 10 points to show for it. It's like you can have all the, all the cute, sexy box score stuff you want. I think this is the plan that Washington wanted to deploy defensively. Now you got to tighten up down here. You cannot give up anything in the run game. And they haven't.
They haven't. That's the one thing where they've done really well.
Yeah.
They're stopping the run, whether it be Lamar, Derrick Henry. I mean, outside of that 16-yard run that Derrick Henry had. But if a 16-yard run for Derrick Henry is his longest of a half, you're in a pretty good spot. He has 9 carries for 38 yards, but a lot of that was that 15-yard run. So you take that 15-yard run out of this, and you've done a really good job defensively stifling this generation's best running back.
Yeah. And now we're at a point where you did a good job on 1st and 2nd. You're now in a 3rd and 8 situation with 58 seconds left. You've got timeouts. You got to stop here. Maybe you could double up and potentially get some more points before half. That's how I'd be thinking. Right?
You got to get a stop. You got to get a stop. You got 1 timeout left after this one. So if you get a stop, let's just say Justin Tucker comes on the field. It's a 3rd and 8. You might be able to say you force Lamar into an incompletion to save, 54 seconds, 53 seconds, something like that. Force a field goal. Then you have enough time to march down the field with Jaden Daniels and get yourself in a position to where Austin Seibert can hit a field goal. Instead, they give up a touchdown.
Well,
That's
tough.
That stinks.
Wow. Mark Andrews hadn't done diddly squat all year. Now he scores a touchdown. They were literally talking about Mark Andrews and how he's like an extra offensive lineman. That's tough.
That is not good.
But here's the thing. You still have the double up opportunity. You
You
still
do.
got an
Yeah, I mean,
opportunity
you
to
got
go
53
score.
seconds and a timeout. It's going to force you to play with tempo, but this offense loves playing with tempo. And
Yeah.
Jaden excels throwing outside the numbers. That's where he's best.
Wow. 41st career touchdown for Andrews. That's tied for the most in Ravens franchise history. It was a lot of Zay Flowers on that drive.
A lot of Zay Flowers. He currently has 9 receptions for 132 yards. That is by far the best offensive output that he has had in his career. He has had, I have his game logs up here. He has 1 other game in his career where he's caught 9 balls.
So
He's had 3 other games where he's gone over 100 yards. His career high was 115 yards. He has 132 and 9 catches in the first half.
I think this is Raymond in the comments. No pressure at all. Very disappointed in Joe Witt. You all it's the plan. It's not, and it's not like they're not getting pressure because they are getting pressure. But you have to be very meticulous in how you rush Lamar. You can't leave your gap, or else he's going to find a seam and exploit you for 70 yards. That hasn't happened yet because Washington's been really disciplined with their rush plan, and they have gotten to Lamar already. I think they've sacked him twice already. So the pressure's getting there. It's just a lot of this stuff is coming underneath the Zay Flowers, and the run after the catch stuff has killed you.
The Zay Flower is yakking it up.
Yeah.
A lot of yaks. A lot of yaks. Don't love it.
Yeah.
Do not love it at all. Lamar's been sacked once for a loss of 11, but he has a couple like minimal gains, 0-yard gains. He has 5 carries for 11 yards. One of those came on a 10-yard carry. So just to give you an idea, while some things maybe aren't coming down to sacks, they're doing a good job corralling Lamar. You're just getting whooped up by Zay Flowers.
Yeah, Lamar has been non-impactful. Wow. I know this is Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live, but funny stuff is happening in between Philly and Cleveland.
Well, fill us in.
Myles Garrett just blocked a field goal and returned it for a touchdown.
Hey, does that count as a thick six?
I mean, he's more than thick. That's a big ass man. I'll tell you that.
What does Myles Garrett weigh in at? Let's 272. That's a thick six.
That's a thick six.
That is in fact a thick six.
Eagles and Browns tied at 10 apiece then with 14
Nick
seconds left to
Sirianni's
go in the
bald
half.
head is going to get fired.
I knew the Browns were the lock of the week. Someone gets upset and bust someone's parlay each week. I should have known it was going to be Philadelphia. Bad matchup for them. They're physical.
I would say that most matchups are bad for Philadelphia right now.
It's not very good.
They're not good. Nick Sirianni, they hate him. They do not like him.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, I feel like, to win when you do not like your coach.
Wow. So Myles Garrett on that play jumps over the center.
That's like, he's a big dude to be doing all that.
Yeah.
That's like classic Troy Polamalu.
I have a feeling that play is going to be circulating across social media all afternoon long, as it should. As it should. Good gracious.
17-10 the score, 53 seconds. Washington's offense has 1 timeout. What do you think they start with here? I can't imagine they're kicking to Austin Eckler, so we're going to assume they start at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Tucker's been told by someone very smart, hey, don't give 30 an opportunity.
Which is, I mean,
smart.
He has made a couple of people pay so far.
We're already an explosive offense. You don't want to give us more opportunities or short fields to work with. So I get it. I'm at a point, though, offensively, based on the way the last drive went and the type of scenario you're in, I feel confident that they can get at least 3 here, right? Like,
I would hope so. I mean, you start from the 30-yard line, you got just under a minute, and you got a timeout.
So
you should be able to get at least 3 here. 7 would be over the moon, and then you got the chance to double up, especially because if you get 7 here, then you're running like, hey, we have all sorts of momentum right now offensively, and we're building off it. On that first down, Jane Daniels runs for 9 yards. They're going to mark it a little short, but that should be a first down.
yeah,
It's because he started to slide. He didn't want to get hit. I don't blame him.
it's good, though. They're already approaching midfield. So that's a heck of a way to start a drive like this where you're looking at double up. That's a
Great catch by Noah Brown. Holy smokes.
His first catch that he had today was also like damn good.
You want to talk about a hands catch by Noah Brown.
Yeah, Slim is nice. I ain't gonna lie. Noah Brown can play, man.
They couldn't find a spot for him in Houston.
Well, I see why. I mean, they're crowded.
They are crowded, but
That's a
not Nico
crowded wide
Collins.
receiver.
He's out for a little bit.
Yeah, they wish they had Nico Collins right now.
On the ensuing 1st and 10 after that Noah Brown catch, Jaden throws it into the dirt. Not a bad play, actually. Saves the clock. You weren't going to get any yards to Eckler anyway. So Washington got 15 seconds, and they are at the 50-yard line. You need what? 10 yards?
I don't know how
well
Cyborg can kick it.
Yeah, that's true. You already at the 40-yard line earlier in the game, and you elected to punt from it. So you got to think maybe 13 yards here. Get to the 37, makes it about a 54-yard attempt.
Yeah, CBS.
The field goal line is at the 35. I feel like that's generic, though, at this point. It's always the 35.
Kicker, yeah.
Like they never put it like the 38.
Uh-oh. OZ breaks a tackle. That changes things here. You've got 10 seconds.
See OZ catching. All right. Hey, that's redemption. You got 10 seconds on a 1st and 10. You need about 4 yards, if that, to get to the CBS manufactured line. But I wouldn't be against, if it's a quick one, a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 seconds is a lot. You got to make sure that if you take the shot, you're not leaving a duck up there.
Yeah.
But I'm not against the shot here on a 1st and 10, knowing
Cliff
that
just smiled. Cliff just did an awkward smile on the sideline. I smell touchdown. I know that's just all vibes from your boy. Oh, good pass block. Boy, Austin Eckler
Austin, I
knee
told
shots.
you, he is the best.
All knee shots, bro.
Jaden finds OZ for another short gain, about 5 yards, but that's perfect. That gets them right to where they want to get to set up this field goal. That's a good drive
the
from
Alameda,
Washington.
yep, the Alameda Zacchaeus drive. That's tough.
Their offense has real momentum right now.
They do.
So you send Austin Seibert out here for like a 52-yarder, 53-yarder, depending on where they technically spot the football.
Denton, I'm nervous. 52-yarder.
52-yarder for automatic Austin.
Yeah.
And then that should put you in a position to where you can do.
Oh, it's blocked.
It's blocked. Well, that sucks. Who blocked that?
I'm sure the sound of me sucking my teeth sounds terrible going over the air, but this is live radio, people. I mean, that was a gut punch.
Oh, is that a big dude that blocked that too? Dude looks like an offensive lineman.
Yeah, he's wearing 66.
He's wearing 66. All right, so it's halftime, 17-10 the score. Baltimore up over Washington. Not a great way to end the half, but also not a bad way because the offense was able to move and march down the field. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. We are the only interactive show during the half of Commanders games each and every week, so jump on the phones with us at 800-636-1067. But, Linnell, I will ask you.
Yeah.
It's 17-10. This was billed as a measuring stick game. I didn't look at it as a measuring stick game. I looked at it as a, hey, go out there and win kind of a game. But it was billed as a measuring stick game by some through the first half. How do you feel?
I feel really good, honestly, just based off of the way the game is going, right? Defensively, the effort that they've gotten has been awesome here. And I think that is the positive, right? I didn't have a lot of confidence during the week about Washington's ability to stop Baltimore. I'll be real with it. It's not me not having faith in my team. It just is what it is. I mean, the numbers and the data show you that they have been really bad stopping the run this year. So I was concerned about their ability to stop Baltimore. The tackling, the way they're rallying to the football. There's a lot to be excited about. I hear from Washington in this first half, man. I think they've been really, really stout offensively. Here with the last couple of possessions, we've started to see them turn a corner. Yeah.
I'm not mad at the first half. I thought the offense really started to play well at the end of the second quarter. I mean, they finish with significantly more yards than when they threw that graphic up. At one point, CBS threw a graphic up. Washington had gained 34 net yards.
Wow.
They finished the half. Jaden Daniels threw for 131. Still not having a ton of success running the football, only 7 carries for 25 yards. I would like to see that number change.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it will in the second half, especially as you enter the second half, getting the ball back, but with a deficit. I don't know that they're going to run a ton. We have not seen McNichols get a carry. He did technically touch the ball on the flea flicking screen to Austin Eckler. Jaden leads the team in rush yards with 15. Not all that great. Austin Eckler has 4 receptions for 47 yards to lead the offense. Noah Brown is 3 for 30. Terry has 3 for 19, but he does have that 7-yard touchdown pass in the back of the end zone, which was beautiful. OZ has 3 for 13. Diami 1 for 11. Luke McCaffrey 1 for 5.
I wonder what the adjustment's going to be. That's what I'm looking at here. How do you adjust? Because you got to do something to try and contain Zay Flowers. He has been a thorn in your side, which is actually like the opposite of a flower. It's supposed to be sweet, smells good. You give them to people for, pleasantries. He's been a thorn to Washington here. And I don't know how you stop it. The idea of traveling, the idea of traveling, Mikey Samer's still with him, intrigues me. But other than that, like I like what Washington's doing. You got to be thrilled with what you've seen at this point. I think the one area, if we were going to nitpick here, is Washington on offense, the way that they started, not being able to capitalize off the turnover and turn that into 7.
That stunk. Stunk. I'm less thrilled with the defense.
I'm okay with it. I mean,
I'm less. I mean, Lamar was 14 and 19 for 208 yards. Zay Flowers has 9 receptions for 132. I love that they're not allowing Derrick Henry to beat you. But if you're going to allow a receiver to have 132 yards in the half, that's not a good trade-off.
No,
you got to be
it's
better.
not. It's not. But hey, I think it's I continue to go back, and I'm not trying to make an excuse, but I just think it's part of the game plan, man. You know, they're gonna live with Baltimore, you know, running it up in between the 20s, but when you get down into the red zone, can you buckle up? Can your pass rush get generated? I think Joe Witt Jr. has been relatively aggressive when it comes to the blitz game here in the first half. I think that's going to continue. I just wonder what the adjustment is that Washington makes. Because I think they got to do something. I don't know what it will be. I'm not a defensive coordinator, right? Play a little bit of ball in my day, but in this particular instance, I'm not sure what the solution is. You know, maybe you can be more physical with Zay Flowers at the line of scrimmage and not allow him to, get free releases. But I think that's your best bet here. He's a bad matchup for us. He's like that shifty sort of receiver that kills you.
That he is certainly doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's been.
We have not called the name of Frankie Louvu.
No, we haven't.
I would love to. I was very upset. I have to be honest. I was very upset that when I was not here, Frankie Louvu turned into the tribal chief. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I was at the game, so I was enjoying it, but I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I've been calling Frankie Louvu the tribal chief for this entire season, and then when I'm not here, he finally has that monster performance. So I'd like to see Frankie Louvu get more involved. Reminder, we are commercial free. We are also interactive. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Our guy Cliff in DC wants to jump in here. Cliff, what's going on?
Cliff.
Yeah.
What's going on, brother?
Ain't done much. I said this game was a measure stick game, but so far I like the way the game is going, except for on that touchdown to Mark Andrews. I think they should have had Frankie Louvu covering him. Whoever that was covering him gave him a step, gave the defender a step before he got close to him. And the game is going clean so far, except for St. Jude's and Igbenate, whatever his name is. They need to stop pulling on the Ravens jerseys and make tackles after the ball is caught. And I think they need to go second half, go with the same backfield of Eckler and McNichols in the backfield together to make Baltimore guess which one of them go get the ball. And defense need to get to Lamar Jackson a little bit more, and I'll sit back and listen.
Yeah, we appreciate
Cliff,
the call,
we appreciate it.
I think they're doing. I think defensively they've done a really, really decent job here. I just think the big thing is you're gonna live with Lamar Jackson, hurting you through the air. The number one focus of Washington defensively coming in today was to stop the run, and they've done that, right? You're gonna give up points, right? This is the Baltimore Ravens. They are historically good rushing the football, and you have sold out to stop that. So you're going to be affected by it elsewhere. I think you have to be okay with that. I think the tackling has been good. It's not like we're seeing, a whole lot of run after the catch. So I'm okay with what we've seen defensively. I just wonder what type of adjustment they make. Maybe they don't adjust at all.
They're going to need another turnover.
Yeah.
They're going to need another turnover because Washington couldn't double up in some capacity. You can see Seibert misses the kick. You gotta force another turnover in the second half. That Mikey Sanders pick was awesome. You got to force another one, whether that be forcing Lamar to fumble, whatever. I'm not going to be picky. I just want a turnover. You got to force a turnover. You want Jaden to have as many possessions as possible, but more than anything, you want Jaden to have more possessions than Lamar. More quality possessions than Lamar. And that comes with forcing a turnover.
Athen in Annapolis tweets status and says, disappointing part for me is the Ravens are committing penalties, and it doesn't even matter because the next way they get it all back and then some. Pass rush not there. Too easy now for Baltimore. And I know.
Well, they're committing penalties, not getting called for penalties.
That's why I get angry with us as a fan base. You have to understand what's on purpose and what's not. The pass rush is getting to Lamar. To say that the pass rush isn't impacting him at all I don't buy that. They're getting good push up the middle. The ends are doing a nice job staying home and not getting too far upfield, not creating the lanes for him to run, for Lamar Jackson to run through. So I think they've been damn good defensively to start here. I really do. And maybe I'm overstating it. Maybe I'm.
I think you're overstating it.
Really?
I think not damn good. They've been good. They haven't been damn good. Damn good would be doing what you did to Deshaun Watson last week.
Okay, maybe damn good is an exaggeration, but you know how I am with my adjectives. I mean, I got to put something in front of the word, but they've been good defensively, man. They're holding Baltimore to 3.4 yards a pop. You take out that 15-yard carry from Derrick Henry, it hadn't done much. It's 9 for 23 yards if you take out the 15-yarder for Derrick Henry.
The problem is that they had that 45-yarder to Zay Flowers.
That's all Zay Flowers.
That's all Zay Flowers. They had the 25-yarder Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah.
Nelson Aguilar shouldn't be doing that. Not 2024. He should be dropping passes. Like Aguilar. Like that's what we should be doing here.
Right. So Linderbaum got credited with the fumble, which is crazy to say a center can fumble. That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense. All right, what do you want to see from the offense when they get back on the field here? It should be a matter of moments before Jaden Daniels gets back on there. Is it still you still got time to run? You still got time to run.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Not that I want to completely abandon it, Denton, but I think you're having success running the football. The screen game is hit every time you've attempted it. I'd keep it in the air right now. I think you're right now you're passing, right, to set up your rushing attack. That's where I think Washington is offensively right now, coming out of the half. I think it's more of the quick passing stuff. Maybe you start to set up a double move here to get some shots because Baltimore is going to start biting up defensively on your quick game, and then maybe you bust them over the head with a double move or something. I think
what I would do though if I do a double move, I would not throw that ball to Terry. I would put somebody else in that slot because I think
it's not an automatic tell. Yeah.
Because it's not an automatic tell, whether that be Diami, Luke, I mean whoever it is. I would just take somebody other than Terry.
Luke.
In that, I mean, Luke would be great. Anybody other than Terry, just because they know what Terry is,
right?
And that Baltimore's done a pretty decent job stifling Terry a little bit, not a great job. I mean, he's made a couple of really big catches, including the touchdown. But I think Jane would like to have that deep shot back. If he puts a little more air under it, Terry goes and gets it.
Well, he didn't keep it in the field of play. I think that's the bigger issue here for the deep shot that he took, keeping it in the field of play, giving Terry more of an opportunity. But I'd continue to throw the football, challenge him on the perimeter, find who Stevens is covering and throw at him. I don't think he can cover anywhere.
I don't think he's a great coverage guy. He celebrated after that Terry incompletion like it was all him. That was not him. I didn't think that was him at all.
They were doing like a Nene bit. I don't know what to call it.
Nene in 2024?
Exactly.
It's washed.
Stevens is washed.
I knew the Nene in 2013.
Is his name Lamar?
I couldn't tell you.
Is it Lamar? that was honest. I mean, he's irrelevant. I don't blame you for not being able to tell me. But
I get paid to cover the other team.
I mean, that's true.
I think his first name is Burnt Toast. All right, that's what I'm hoping is.
Let's go to say Bernardo.
No, let's go to a guy Reggie. Reggie drops. Ding dang it, Reggie. We'll get you on next time here. I just want to see the momentum that Washington built at the end of the first half continue.
Yeah, for sure.
Come out firing. You were playing the best offense that you had played. Keep it going. Because this Baltimore defense is very flawed.
Yeah, you just gotta exploit them. Can they kick it to Austin Eckler, please?
They're not. I don't think they're going to kick it to him a single time.
Yeah, that's a ode of respect is what they call that, right?
Something like that. They are not kicking to Austin Eckler, but they are back on the field.
Yeah.
So the Washington offense is also going to be back on the field. We'll let you know what they can do with their first offensive series of the second half. It's a Burning Gold game day. We're presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate this season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Man, I thought that offensive drive for Washington was going to go well, Linnell. It didn't go poorly. Let me just preface it by saying that. They start at the 30. Jaden Daniels finds Noah Brown on a 2nd and 10 for 28 yards. Great play to Noah Brown.
That Austin Cyber's a bad boy, though.
He gives a field goal to make it 17-13 with 12:45 to go in quarter number 3. But they did a really good job moving down the field. Austin Eckler picking up 5 yards. But things got out of sorts on a 2nd and 5. No gain to Austin Eckler up the middle. Then on a 3rd and 5, you're looking for, I mean, they I don't know what they were doing at the line of scrimmage. Jaden just didn't see the play clock.
Yeah, maybe they've had some issues with getting the play in. I don't know who necessarily is to blame on that one, but they had to burn a timeout, which is obviously tough for you.
The usage of the timeouts is not exceptional. That's one of the things about Dan Quinn. He is very liberal with his timeout usage, I would say. I mean, it feels like that, at least in the beginning of the second half.
I just think they've taken the mentality of they would rather burn a timeout than have a negative play. But eventually, like you said, it's going to get to a point where you're going to need it.
That's going to bite you in the rear end at some point. On that 3rd and 5, Jaden looks for Noah Brown again, incomplete, which leads to that automatic Austin 55-yard attempt. He splits the uprights. It's up and good. So it's 17-13. Good drive, not a great drive. Really wanted 6 there. Really, really wanted 6 because now you give Baltimore an opportunity based off of what they ended with, which was marching right down the field on consecutive drives. You give them an opportunity to really start extending their lead. And once this thing gets to double digits, your game plan completely changes, and they're going to start pinning the ears back against Jaden.
I wonder about that. I'm concerned. I think, like we said during the halftime show, like to me, I want to see the game plan in the second half. What do they do differently? Defensively, that is, because Zay Flowers killed you single-handedly in that first half. No one else has more than 25 yards, I believe, for the Ravens catching the football. Excuse me, Bateman's got 36 on 2 catches. Bateman's got 2 catches. Aguilar's got a catch. Andrews got a catch. Justice Hill's got a catch. It's 9 Zay Flower receptions. It's 9 of Lamar's 14 completions. Like that's cooked.
It's literally him. He is him.
And he's got a reception on all 9 of his targets. Like that to me has got to be your focus. How do you go about defending Zay Flowers here in this second half? I don't know how many different ways you can do it because of you got to keep the main thing, so to speak. And that's keeping Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson bottled up from running the football. But I don't know, man. It's tough. That's why Joe Wick gets paid the big bucks, man.
I'm nervous. I'm not feeling comfortable about what I'm going to see from the defense now because I think Lamar's playing one of the best games of his season so far. He's had a pretty darn good season.
Yeah, he has. And last week we saw it against the Bengals making big time throw after big time throw. I think we've seen it here, in this first half from Lamar. The one thing I would give Washington credit for is like they're not letting anything behind them. You got to just come up and tackle. That's the big thing. But they're playing a little bit soft on the perimeter. I wonder if that's how you get Zay Flowers off of his game. Can you reroute him? He's a stronger dude, so it ain't the easiest thing to do. Talking about playing press man against him and hoping that you can reroute him. Easier said than done, but yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting spot, and it puts this Washington defense in a tough spot. They got to get a stop here, and now this is where they start to lean on you. Oof. F.A. Obata started this drive at defensive end. It's him and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. They're mixing and matching up front right now to try to keep guys fresh.
Yeah, this is where Derrick Henry is going to be a pain to deal with. So it's a 2nd and 3. Derrick Henry picks up 7 yards on that first one. God, I like you got to play better on the interior defensively.
I was going to say it's hard, but I mean that's not much of an explanation, is it? So I don't know here. I mean, we're going to see. That's a really good play just made by Javonte Jean-Baptiste of all people. It's a good play. Really good play he just made. He's crashing down from his defensive end spot. Now, that's one way to stop the interior rush is if your defensive ends start getting active in it, but then you worry about Lamar keeping it,
which they're going to end up doing eventually. You know, this
Right.
Ravens offense is smart to that point. I mean, Todd Monken knows how to flow a football game, so that would worry me a little bit.
Yeah, there's a big third down coming up here, though. It's a 3rd and short based on where the football is currently spotted
at the
out.
38
Yeah, I would
yard
think if you
line.
get a stop here, you're good, but they don't.
They do not
And
get a
that's
stop.
bad.
Instead, Lamar Jackson has one of his biggest runs of the season.
Oh,
That was too easy. I mean, that was like picture perfect quarterback power.
yeah.
And there was nothing the defense could do.
That's our first Lamar Jackson designed run of the day. So it's
That goes
tough.
for 33.
Yeah, they got Justice Hill makes a really good block on Chin. I wish he doesn't hold the ball very tight.
No, I thought Jeremy Chin was going to swing and punch it, and he tried, and it looked like he just missed.
He just missed. But if he would have made contact, that ball's coming out. Lamar carries like a loaf of bread. Weird.
That 33-yard carry is the most of his.
People listening
season.
at home are probably hearing the energy get sucked out of this room.
Yeah, not great. I mean, Lamar Jackson is that dude. We knew he was that dude. The problem is the defense seemed to forget that he was that dude.
That's the big issue. Now
They just
they're
can't
really
cover
moving.
anybody.
I mean, it's hard when you're so concerned about stopping their run. Their play action pass is amongst the best in the NFL. And this is it's just tough, man. They get everybody flowing one way. They're showing who was in coverage. It's Michael Walker on Isaiah Likely. I don't like that matchup. It's not something I think you should be asking him to do.
Yeah. Yeah, Likely's winning that one 11 times out of 10.
I thought they would, instead of playing Michael Walker, I thought they would play with more safeties because you know how dangerous. Get the F out of here. He was scooting. That's ridiculous.
I mean, the defense has to make. Zay Flowers picks up a 2-yard gain on a 1st and 10 inside the Washington 11. Baltimore's marched right down the field. That 33-yard run by Lamar Jackson at their 38 puts it at Washington's 29, and then an 18-yard pass to Isaiah Likely puts it inside the red zone, and then that 2 yards puts it inside the 10. But if you're getting an opportunity in space to hit their guy, like you have to hit them. You have to make them punish. You have to punish them, and nobody is punishing anybody right now. They've allowed Baltimore to march right down the field these past couple of drives, and they finally sack Lamar. Great coverage sack on a 2nd down. Is that Johnny Newton? I think it is. No, is it
Dante
Fowler again. That brings up a 3rd and 12, but you're not got to do that on this 3rd down as well. Now, like you can't just. It actually is a really good coverage sack.
Yeah,
Ricard is open, but he's just not getting to fullback.
Yeah, it was sticky. I'm with you though. They got forced turnover. That feels like it's that type of game where you need
you have to.
Gotta do
That
something to
interception at the
jumpstart
beginning
it.
was awesome. I need another one.
Yeah, you gotta do something to get your bunch jump started.
Like
here.
Joe Whitney's another one.
Yeah,
Call it. I don't like DJ Khaled, but give me a little bit of DJ Khaled. Give me another one.
that's a hole.
How is nobody?
Yeah, they called it.
They called that. All right, thank God. I didn't know
What
they
a
were
save.
allowed to throw penalties on Baltimore.
Gee.
That's not Dorrance Armstrong. Is that Isaiah Likely? Cleveland Farrell getting held.
Yeah, I think it was Cleveland.
He getting held like Ryan Kerrigan used to get held back in the day.
Just an old hook 'em.
Does Dan Quinn accept this? It'll make it a 3rd and 22 if he does. It looks like he's going to say no.
Yeah, make it.
He's going to decline it. So Justin Tucker's going to come out here.
But dog, look at
Yeah, I mean, this is
the
automatic.
defense is playing well, man. They're getting stops. Like you're
They
holding
are.
them to
They're
field goal
bending, not
attempt.
breaking.
Right, and I
They're
think
bending, not breaking.
I think that's something that could potentially be sustainable moving forward. And like, looking at the schedule, best offense you're probably playing the rest of the way. Dallas doesn't scare me. They can't run the ball.
It's the best offense for a while.
Yeah, Philly is probably the toughest thing you get.
Well, Chicago's playing pretty
Rookie.
good. Yeah, a rookie too.
I was trying to do my best. Bill Belichick impress me. I understand.
Justin Tucker's automatic. No surprise there. It's 20-13, and we get the offense back on the field again. I love them going to Noah Brown.
Yeah.
Noah Brown is very, very good. They got away Baltimore to do with a holding. You kind of V-neck him. I mean, Noah Brown on that 3rd down was looking like me right now.
I just thought,
and
hold on, hold the hell up, bro. I just looked over at you, and I've looked. This is the longest I've looked at. You're in here.
I've been like this the entire day.
I mean, I didn't notice. I mean, I don't know. That's intimidating.
This is what we call foreshadowing.
Yeah.
I was foreshadowing a Noah Brown holding call that was not called, but he looked exactly like I did. You can watch it on YouTube, by the way, at 1067's YouTube and at Team 980's YouTube. But Noah Brown looked exactly like I did on a third down. They don't call it. So that's why I was so happy they called a holding penalty, because I didn't know they were allowed to on Baltimore. I thought John Harbaugh paid him off. I thought whoever their owner is paid him off. I don't know who their owner is. I just needed to make the watcher, the viewers see.
Oh man, this is
I get a lot of compliments on this jacket, by the
way. It's amazing. It's staple.
It's a staple collection for the Commanders. You know, the great history of the Washington Commanders.
Oh, God. Yeah, offensively, like, I'm worried, like you said, if they get behind, but you're only down a touchdown here.
You already are behind.
I'm worried if it becomes a 2-possession game. That's why I remain concerned.
If it becomes 2 possession, you're in trouble. The thing is, I like the way the offense is playing, and you can now tie this game up.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is just the difference in between the execution of a couple plays that's having this be a 20-17 or 20-13 game versus being 20-20, potentially even 24-20, whatever, in favor of Washington. They've left some stuff out on the field.
Yeah. They have, but on that last drive, like, I think Baltimore is starting to get a little bit handsy when it comes to covering the wide receivers.
They definitely
are. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting, brother. I'm not so sure that that's going to be able to continue. Like, I think that's the area where you got to keep attacking. I know, you got stopped on your last possession and you had the holding penalty, or what should have been called a holding. That shouldn't discourage you. That's what I'm trying to say. Shouldn't discourage you from trying to challenge Baltimore on the perimeter.
And I want Cliff to get back in his bag.
I think that's still where you have the advantage. But yeah, like, Jaden Daniels as a runner, I thought would be used a lot more. 3 carries, 15 yards. He's got a gain of 9.
Well, they actually kicked it to Austin Eckler. Did that, or Austin Eckler decided, I am going to take this?
Yeah, I think it was.
He starts at the 32. All right, so he gets extra yards. That gives Jaden Daniels a good opportunity. We will see what the offense can do when we get back. I'm hoping for 6. I need this game to be tied up. It's a Burning Gold game day. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Washington punted 3 and out. Ugh. Not a great. We're not a 3 and out, but they ran 4 plays. They got 1 first down. Zach Ertz 21 yards on their offensive drive. Jeremy Nichols got his first carry of the game. Jaden had Ertz open for a first down. It's bad at the line of scrimmage, and then he went deep to Noah Brown. Should have been picked, and it wasn't. It would have been a punt if it was picked. And then the defense on the field now. Baltimore's marching towards midfield, but they got a big 3rd and 5 right here. If you can get off the field, force a punt, you might be sitting all right. And Benjamin St. Juste gets called for a flag.
I'm annoyed. I'm reaching the annoyed level of the annoyed stage of the game.
This better be
egregious.
Will CBS show us a replay?
Yeah, it's a nice job by Bateman at the top, just trying to swim him. That's not pass interference.
That's not pass interference.
That's an effing garbage call.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
That's terrible. That's terrible. There's no damn way that you call that, man.
These officials stink.
That's bad, man. Come on, man.
I mean, Bateman literally just falls down.
That's supposed to be the big bad Ravens. Oh, my gosh. Why is he that wide open?
They must have taken Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers must have been double covered down the field, and Mark Andrews is wide, blanking open. The defense is getting picked apart. Lamar Jackson is approaching 300 yards passing with that one.
Wow.
Washington, I mean, this is a comeback to reality kind of performance for the Commanders. Mark Andrews is so stupidly wide open.
Yeah, like stunningly wide open.
Like a Ron Rivera defense wide open.
No one was even in the picture for Washington defensively. Man, yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is starting to feel like uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys are getting moved up front, man. I don't know what Bobby Wagner's saying, but hopefully he's encouraging the guys to keep on keeping on.
They need some sort of stop or turnover here. If this gets to 27-13,
whoa,
you're in a tough spot. I'm not going to say the game's over because we've seen some crazy things happen before, but it will not be good.
Yeah, it'll be a very, very tough spot for Washington, but I don't. What? I don't understand, like, running through untouched.
All right, so it's 27-13.
I'm so annoyed. This is bad.
Thanks to a Derrick Henry touchdown run.
Mm-hmm. I'm dejected.
I can tell.
This is why I'm a bad sport.
As a 12-yard run.
They're so worried about the Zay Flowers action. Yeah, guys just got blocked.
Who missed? Is that Obata?
No, I mean, that guy just got blocked.
No, somebody missed. 97 missed.
I don't even think he really had a chance. He got cut. They just went 94 yards, though. Like, you can't allow that, man. I'm annoyed.
They went 94 yards on 8 plays.
Damn! Yeah, I don't know.
And it's really thanks to a awful pass interference call
by
Benjamin St. Juste.
I'm willing to go there as well. They shouldn't have called.
They should not have called that. They decided to call that. I don't mind. Like, if you're going to get ticky-tacky, I'm perfectly fine with that. But that has to be on both sides. Like, if Noah Brown is getting grabbed to where he has a deep V and you call nothing, and then Benjamin St. Juste taps the head of a falling dude because he's falling forward, and that's how gravity works, and you call pass interference that extends a drive for the Ravens.
George Chanel says our defense is garbage. It's not that the defense is garbage. They're not very good. Garbage? Strong.
Well, they're not good. They're getting beat up.
They are, but like,
I don't understand what your connection is to wanting to say that they're good right now. They're getting crushed.
Because I think they've made a lot more plays in the running game.
But they've let up over almost 400 yards.
Right.
Like, Baltimore has 389 yards of offense, and the fourth quarter hasn't started.
I can't believe I'm
And they're
stand for the defense right now.
I can't believe you are either.
But think about it. They've got 12. They're winning the time of possession battle by 12 minutes because Washington is 3 for 8 on third down and can't sustain a drive. Like that. They're being asked to play a lot. Like, I don't know if I can just go out and slam the defense for their performance. That last drive was damn near 3 and out. 4 plays, 25 yards. Drive before that, 6 plays. Drive before that, 6 plays. They're not sustaining drives at all. And it's really hard defensively, especially when you're going up against a team that wants to just run the football. It's just hard.
The offense obviously needs 6 here. Nothing other than 6 is going to keep them in the game. If they don't, I would go so far as to say if they don't get a touchdown here, the game is over.
Yeah.
If you go 3 and out, 4 plays and out, 5 plays and out, whatever, and you don't end up with 6, the game's over.
Yeah, that's the big problem right now. Can you sustain the drive offensively? And right now, it does.
The answer is no to that right now.
Like you can.
I mean, this is the worst offensive game that we have seen them play
By far.
by a pretty considerable margin. I mean, Jaden is 17 to 25, 180 yards and a touchdown. It's not awful. It's not good.
The numbers aren't bad, but like
And they have 11 carries for 34 yards.
that's the thing. Like it's hard now to continue to run it. And not remember this point though. They're down 2 scores. You can still run the ball. I don't want to I hope this doesn't turn into something where they just stop and completely abandon the run game because it's only a 2-possession game. Yeah, score. You gotta get first downs. They're not getting first downs. They're not moving the chains. That's the problem.
They have done a very poor job at that. I think they have 11 first downs on the game. And you are 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, down 17 or down 27 to 13. You have 11 first downs. 10 of them have come through the air. One of them on the ground. That was Jaden. I mean, they're 3 of 8 on third down.
Yeah.
They have not gone for it on fourth down. They're 100% on fourth down so far. And they've run 13 less plays than Baltimore has. They've garnered 203 yards of offense.
It ain't good. It's not good enough, but their inability to I don't want to say I don't think the effort has been there to try to run the ball either. Like I thought one way to slow down the pass rush that's giving you trouble is to try some of the screen stuff. We haven't seen enough of that, in my opinion. There you go. Eckler missed the hole there. Gosh, he missed the hole. Should have cut it back.
They must not love Eckler as a primary
No, how could
running
you?
back.
How could you? I mean, he's small.
But if you knew that, why would you not put like a McNichols, Chris Rodriguez? Like there has to be somebody on your roster.
I don't need to see any of Chris Rodriguez. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Eckler
because the script, the first 15, it was very obvious they were not committed to running the football. I think the first 15 there was like 2 runs.
Yeah.
2-3 runs.
I can't wait to go back and chart that because like that's a good point.
Because I mean that is your plan on what you want to do. Now Baltimore's passing defense is not exceptional, and like you will eventually see Jane Daniels rack up more yards,
right?
As the game progresses. I mean, you just found Zach Ertz for a first down of 11 yards, so Jaden's going to go for like 250, I'm sure, by the end of the afternoon. But their lack of commitment to the run game was very, very apparent, and it made them one-dimensional. Even with Jaden Daniels, like Jaden's only run the ball 3 times.
And I thought he would have to be more involved in the running game today, being without Robinson, but he hasn't. And I don't know if that's their plan or what, but yeah, not it ain't been good, man. I would have loved to see some more of him. We just simply haven't to this point, bro. And like, I don't know. I don't see it changing anytime soon. Is what I could say. I don't. And the one thing that they haven't really tried to do enough for my liking either is try to get vertical with their passing game, just to try and loosen them up defensively.
Well, they're stretching the ball down the field. They're finally throwing the ball to Zach Ertz, and it's working.
Yeah.
I wish they would have done that in the first quarter.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on the ball here and get another play in before the fourth starts.
Jaden finds Zach Ertz for 23 on a 2nd and 5 to get them to the Baltimore 28-yard line. He takes a little bit of a shot.
Nate Wiggins. Look at all Ertz getting open. He's old as bleep working against Nate Wiggins.
He's not young. Yeah, he is not the youngest player in the world.
That's good. We're cooking with gas.
So the fourth quarter
It's a good
is
drive.
going
If you
to
score a
begin.
touchdown here, it's a new ball game. You gotta get a stop when it matters, and this is where it becomes difficult, right? You've shut down the run for the most part in the first half, and the second half comes. You feel Patrick Ricard's blocks a little bit more, right? You feel Derrick Henry going for the extra 2 yards a little bit more. So I worry about the run stuff now more than I did at the beginning of the game because that is sort of like their knockout blow. You know what I'm saying? So we don't see. I'll tell you what, they got to score a touchdown here. I don't even know. Is it one of those situations where you're not? Are you even kicking a field goal? Unless it's like a fourth and
unless like a 4th and 12. No,
yeah,
I'm going for it. You have to understand the just take the points mentality is great in the first quarter. Now, when
Yeah.
you're down 2 scores, you have to get a touchdown.
Yeah, you legitimately need it.
You cannot count on the fact that you are going to get enough possessions to justify kicking a field goal.
Yeah.
So unless it's like a 4th and 12, which even at that point, I mean, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, all right, we might have to go for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done a really good job of not putting themselves in situations where they're in like 4th and 12s outside of that one Jaden sack in the beginning of the ball game.
Right. I think
But you have
that's
to get a
their
touchdown
credit.
here.
Yeah, to their credit, like you said, they have been good with stuff like that. But yeah, you need a touchdown. I'm like dumbfounded that he hasn't run the ball more. Talking about Jaden, like
Yeah,
that would have been in my game plan.
I am stunned that they did not try and stifle Baltimore's defense because they played Josh Allen in Buffalo, but they have not played a quarterback that is as dynamic as Jaden Daniels is.
Yeah.
No one has. I mean, they do in practice, but outside of that, they haven't played him. They can't tackle him in practice.
Can't tackle in the game either.
You can't tackle in the game either.
Yeah.
So they got to get points on this drive. I'm glad they're going to Zach Ertz. Again, it's one of those things where like we all said this week, like, hey, they have a weakness at tight end, at covering a tight end.
I'm like dejected over this. Oh, they score a touchdown here. I feel better, but like,
well, we'll see if they can make that happen. They got a 1st and 10 in the Baltimore 27. It's 27-13. Fourth quarter underway. Bernie Gold is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's been a massive Zach Ertz drive. Jaden found Zach Ertz on a 3rd and 10 from the Baltimore 13 to get into a 1st and goal. That was a massive, massive play from Jaden Daniels.
You weren't even bleeping lined up, right?
On a 2nd and goal, they call a designed run with Jaden Daniels. I hated the play, to be honest.
Maybe maybe they can get some more space.
I'm actually glad the Baltimore accepted this. So now going to be 2nd and goal from the
You get 2 more cracks at it.
Yeah, Trent Scott lined up incorrectly. I don't love the quarterback powers.
Yeah, you needed someone else on the line of scrimmage over there. You should have motioned, but he didn't have time because the play clock was running down because he got to play in late. You need to motion somebody across the formation, and that would have helped, and you would have had the extra blocker over there that you needed. Like, I can't believe that just went down the way that it did.
But it gives the team a little bit more space. Oh, Jaden should have cut up. Oh, dear God.
At least he got out of bounds. Yeah, I don't like that he's like not looking to scramble or run. Like,
He's not. I hate quarterback power. I want Jaden to scramble. If he's going to run, I want him to scramble.
Ravens are doing like a good job of not trying to give him the lanes, but like, yeah, Andrew Wiley just got beat like a drum, bro. Kyle Van Noy just whooped his ass.
Andrew Wiley getting beat like a drum? No way. Never heard that one before.
But no, it's crazy because he's having like a damn good year, bro. Like, he's been really good, like amongst the best right tackles in football in terms of like his pass protection grades and the run blocking stuff. Like, he's been awesome.
It's 4
You got
down
McCaffrey
territory.
on Stevens, bro. Go to McCaffrey. You have McCaffrey on Stevens. Why are we not looking at the matchups here? You have McCaffrey on Stevens, 1-on-1 on the left side.
On a 3rd and goal, he looks for Noah Brown. It's incomplete.
Like, I don't like the decision.
I don't either. I mean, I love that they like Noah Brown in that spot, but I don't know if Noah Brown is the guy that gets separation on like a quick slam like that.
Like, Stevens can't cover, and they're not attacking him.
This is the game. This is a 4th and goal from the Baltimore 6.
Notice
You
who's
have
not
to
on
get
the field
this.
here. Stevens.
You got timeout.
Washington?
What is
Baltimore?
with
Baltimore.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, like, what is with the play? Like, do they not have adequate communication on the sideline? Like, did the helmet comms not work? I mean, we've seen so many instances of Jaden struggling to seemingly get the play, give the play, and then get situated at the line of scrimmage.
I'm restless over here, bro. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to think. I'm scared. It's an uneasy feeling because I don't like how far, like, that penalty screws you. Like, I didn't like the play call. And then not only did I not like the play call, you then didn't execute bad play call. Because the play call could be right if you execute it, but like, I don't like it.
I don't love quarterback power.
Not
Jaden is a scrambler. That I want him to scramble, especially against Baltimore's deep. Like, they literally have a guy they can practice with doing that sort of thing. So you got Zach Ertz and Luke McCaffrey, Noah Brown, trips to the right side. Terry solo at the top.
okay. That's a good
God,
ball.
Terry
boy.
McLaurin is
Damn, that's tough.
insane.
Terry. That's a good ball by Jaden. He didn't even throw it at first.
Oh, thank God. Oh, that would have been terrible if he didn't make that catch.
Let's go.
Jaden finds Terry for a touchdown. Terry's unguardable.
2 touchdowns for T-Mac.
What we didn't mention is that Terry had a massive, not even a great ball.
That's a penalty.
Terry had a massive catch early in this
Stevens,
drive.
though. Look who's on.
Yeah, Stevens
I'm
is
throwing
not
at
good.
him all day. And that
God,
was a
Terry
penalty,
McLaurin's good. Oh, Lord have mercy.
bro. That was a penalty for sure. But yeah, clear catch. Clear and obvious. Not even no debate about it. Third career game for 2 tutties for T-Mac. I love it. Okay. Talk to me there in Washington. Can we get a stop defensively? This is a nice long drive.
Everybody got to be
You know what I'm
rested.
saying? Should be well rested. You know,
Where's
excuses.
Daron Payne? Can we get Daron Payne to wreck something, please? When's the
my
last
God,
time
they barely Cyber almost it got tipped.
When is the last time we've had Daron Payne come in and wreck a series?
Oh, that just scared me, dog.
Did Daron Payne have a tackle today? He does not.
I haven't seen him a lot.
I have not. We have not called Daron Payne's name at all. It'd be great, Linnell, if we called Daron Payne's name because he is able to blow a play up.
So I'll say this, right? We haven't called his name, but I do think when him and John have been in there, look at Josh. Look at Josh and Bob. Bob Myers is here.
Yeah, Bob Myers is part of this organization, man. He's just hanging around. I'm not mad at it. That dude's a winner.
Wow. So Washington now 9 for 9
on fourth downs.
on fourth down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're really, really good. And a lot of that is Jaden. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a hell of a catch by Terry. He's made a bunch.
That was a good ball, too, bro.
Like, this is one of those games where Terry only has 39 yards. So, like, the yardage, he only has 39 yards. He has 5 catches for 39 yards. But he has 2 crazy catches for touchdowns.
Damn, John Allen is out with a pectoral injury. That sounds like he's done for the year. I'm not going to speculate, but pec injuries, you don't just sprain your pec. Like, if you're out because of a pec,
yeah,
you probably tore your pec. Damn, now we can't trade him. God! I'm going to keep it real. What the hell you want me to say? Damn.
I want Daron Payne to make a big play here. That's what
I want John to be healthy so we can trade him. Him get hurt his pec. I mean, terrible timing. Terrible timing.
Maybe they just misdiagnosed it, you know? Yeah,
I'm going to go to Eugene Shen. I said Eugene Shen. I met the doctor online. You know,
oh, yeah.
Jesse Morris,
David,
and then there's the
what's
Asian
his
guy.
face?
Yeah, David Yin.
David Bow, I think.
David Bow. Either or. It's something. Yeah, but to be ruled out with a pec injury, like, probably ain't good news.
Damn, yeah, I'm just seeing Ben Standing's tweet about that. I hadn't seen that before, so I'm just seeing Ben's tweet about that.
And I'm scared.
More time for Daron Payne, though. Like, I'll worry about the John Allen stuff later. I need Daron Payne to come in and make a play. That's what I need. I need Daron Payne to blow something up, sack Lamar Jackson, strip sack, and have a Washington defender pay attention and fall on the ball. Yeah. That's what I need in my life. We'll see if the defense can come away with something similar to that. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day. We are presented by Root. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Root and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. How's morale?
Just
Not great.
Oh, they got picked. It's not even like it's. Oh, they got picked off. I feel bad because they were just.
When he says picked, he means the screen was set.
Yeah, yes. They were talking about Benjamin St. Jude, saying how he's having a rough day, and he is, but on that play in particular, he got picked. Like that was tough. The communication wasn't very good.
It feels like the Ravens have been doing that a bunch.
Yeah,
and the refs are just missing it.
yeah.
That one I'm not as upset about as I am with some of these egregious pass interference calls that they've made, especially the one on Benjamin St. Jude that allowed Baltimore to walk down the field and take a 2-possession lead. Because imagine if that doesn't happen. Washington just scored a touchdown, so it would have been 20-20. It's very upsetting.
Yeah.
Because the defense is just getting walked all over. Because that last drive for Washington was 12 plays, 70 yards. That's a great drive.
Good. They stopped Lamar Jackson, though, so maybe they can get off the field here and have a third down.
At Cleveland Farrell, yeah. That's his, third sack of the year?
I don't know that it's going to count as a sack. It was a design run, I believe, but tackle for loss for sure. Yeah, it was a design run.
That's a great play by Bobby Wagner, too, breaking through. That brings up a massive 3rd down and 11. You have to get off the field here.
Yeah, you hope
it might result in 3, but you have to get off the field here.
Yeah. Point blank. Then you're getting to your 4-minute offense when you get the ball back. It's going to be a 2-possession game. It's just tough. They brought the pressure, though. That's good. Oh, good tackle.
Oh,
Percy, that's a good tackle, man.
I bet they go for it.
Shoot.
That's
I don't think they go for it.
That's a 4th and 2.
Oh, they're kicking.
They're kicking it. I would, if I was John Harbaugh, I would keep Lamar on the field.
Yeah.
Now they're kicking it. Wow.
Stake is too much to risk. Too much at stake. If you don't get it, you let Washington right back into the game.
Yeah, could you imagine if Justin Tucker misses?
I mean, they've struggled to score 20 points all game long. You're going to score 14 in 6 minutes. I mean, that would be my thought process if I was Baltimore, but this would be a good time for you to suck, Tuck.
I mean, he has been a little worse this year. That angle was terrible, but he made it. That's an awful angle to shoot into the sun.
Yeah.
The CBS team. I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
What are we doing? So this
30-20 is the score after the Justin Tucker field goal.
Oh my God. I wish you would have got to see that guy. Did you see the guy who was giving the ball to Jaden?
No.
Oh. I thought Toby Altizer picked up a new gig. I wish you would have saw, man. Holy cow. Man. That was.
Now I'm upset that I can picture what Toby looks like, but I'm upset.
But no, he was a spitting image. I almost want to hit rewind on the cable box. I don't think we can.
We cannot. There's no way they pay for us to rewind in here.
I mean, don't get me started. But yeah, I mean, tough spot to be in. I worry here because the twists and stunts and games that they have run up front talking about Baltimore is giving Washington real trouble. And now you're in an obvious passing situation. And they're going to pin their ears back and try to come get you. I don't know if we can.
Well, they were kind of doing that on the last possession, too, and it worked. Here's my thing. We'll talk situational football here. There's 6 minutes, 18 seconds left. It's a 10-point game. On that last touchdown drive, Washington ran 12 plays, 70 yards in 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
I don't have that type of time.
You don't have that type of time, but also, do you have that kind of time?
Yeah.
Because, like, here's what I'm asking you. You're setting up an onside kick. If I score a touchdown here, I'm onside kicking it.
Really?
Really. You only have 2 timeouts. So unless you score quickly with a 2-minute warning, but if you don't, and it's past the 2-minute warning, I'm onside kicking it. And I'm hoping that Austin Seibert has a move. I don't know if he does, but you know how like pitchers have moves when they're trying to pick guys off. I hope he has a move. I mean, did you watch any college football yesterday?
I did not get the chance.
So there was Oregon, Ohio State was the marquee matchup.
Right.
And at one point, Oregon kicked the ball as hard as they could at the guy standing right in front of them. It bounced off of an Ohio State player's chest. They fall on it. Now, in an onside kick situation, it's a little different. Obviously, college football does not have this NFL kicking setup. But you got to have a
I
move.
forgot. Like, how does the onside kick work? Has anyone attempted one this year?
Yeah, you just go to the normal. You just have to tell them. It's like, hey, we are lining up here. We're onside kicking it.
Oh, that's just I
Yeah.
hate this game.
So it takes the surprise out of it. But it puts you in a position where your kickers need to have more skill to be able to have a move where you can come away with something.
Okay, that's weird. I didn't even think about it. Like, I don't know if we've seen any onside attempts.
Yeah, it'd be great if it was this formation. You just kick it 10 yards. Go get it.
Get it. I'm having to really think hard. I don't know if we've seen an onside kick by anybody this year.
We had not by Washington. We had by other teams. There are other teams that have tried it.
Yeah.
But Washington has not been in a position to where they need to try it. But if they score a touchdown here and you do not have the benefit of the 2-minute warning, you got to try it. I would almost even still try it regardless because your defense has been getting walked down on.
Yeah, how quickly they can score here going to be huge, man. You can use a chunk run by somebody here, man. Jaden's under center, which is interesting to me.
I mean, he's going deep. Or medium.
Yeah. He can throw that ball.
I mean, he can zip it in here.
Yeah.
When he is comfortable and in rhythm, he can zip it in. Washington's going tempo here, which is great. They excel at tempo. The broadcast had put up a graphic that Washington is doing more tempo than anybody in the league by like the doubling margin.
They're still stacking the box against you, so. Oh, okay. I'll take that. Take a couple.
I love the philosophy here, and I would just keep the tempo.
Yeah, I think that's what they would have to do.
Keep the tempo for the entirety of this drive here.
Yeah, just go full.
It's a 2nd and 7 after an Austin Eckler 3-yard gain. After Jaden had found Terry for 14, which puts Terry at 53 yards for the day.
Yeah, just go full blown tempo here, I would think. But this is where it's just difficult for you if you're Washington here. The Ravens, their pass, as soon as I say it, they get them. Yeah, it's just tough when you're in those obvious passing situations, man, because they got some dudes up front.
Is that who's playing left tackle? Is that Brandon Coleman or is that Corn Lucas?
That was Brandon Coleman. Yeah.
Are they still doing the roundabout thing?
Yeah.
At a certain point, you just got to stick with one of them. Brandon Coleman gets destroyed.
Yeah, I just got beat.
He just got beat. He's doing the thing where he's jumping at the end of the play. Buddy, you just got beat.
He's jumping because he's like,
throw it, please get it out.
Oh.
It's a big third down.
Yeah, it is.
It's a big third down.
Yeah, you're 4-down territory, obviously. So I don't know what the mentality is. You try to get some of it. Big Zach Ertz.
You got some of it. So you get into 4th and short. Let's see
Roughing
what
the
that flag is. Let's see what that flag is.
I hope it's a roughing. I'm not looking at my phone, so I don't get the tweet. I'm scared.
These refs taking forever, man.
I know.
Let's make the call. It doesn't say holding on Washington on Andrew Wiley.
You picked a great game to suck, Drew. He's Drew to me.
He's Drew to you?
He's just Drew Wiley. If he was actually I don't know. I guess he's played well enough to be called.
Does that even... I don't know that consists as a holding. It looked like he tripped. Like that to me was not a holding. He tripped.
When they show the offensive linemen, they be making them look bad. Some of their facial expressions are like.
So now it's a 3rd and 20. Obviously, Baltimore's going to take that. A 3rd and 20. Ooh.
He dropped that?
No, he caught that, but it's like a 6-yard, 7-yard play to OZ to bring up a 4th and 13. I would have liked a little bit more than
Damn it. Now the 4th down streak's going to get broken.
that. Makes it a 4th and 12 this is the game.
What if they run it? On a draw.
On a draw? Well, Baltimore they are about to send the house.
And no Luke McCaffrey?
No, Luke's in.
No, it's Zach.
He
picked it up really well. He threw it too high. He's a hold.
That's a
hold. That's a hold. Bro, he held the crap out of him. They gave it to him. About to say.
Oh my God. I was about to, our guy Ant was going to be hovering over that dump button if they didn't call that.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I pride myself on being a professional, but if you don't get that holding call, Daddy's about to be cussing up a storm up in here. I mean, geez, Louise, he's literally grabbing the entirety of his jersey.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they're going to call it pass interference, which is way better for Washington.
He literally, that was bad.
That was
He
awful.
still almost bagged him.
And hilariously, Nate Wiggins gets up celebrating.
He's an idiot.
Like an idiot. All right, we'll see what Washington can do with this new set of downs. They're going to have really good field position when we get back here. They got to score a touchdown. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a Burning Gold game day. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown. That's what Washington needs. With Rude and experienced peak performance, dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. On a 3rd and 8, Jaden Daniels scrambles for 3 yards. He tried to fake Roquan Smith out. Roquan Smith did not bite on that fake. He just kept running towards the sideline, and he takes Jaden Daniels out for 3 yards. I do wonder, Linnell, if he didn't try and pull that fake, does Jaden Daniels make it to the first down? Neither here nor there. Washington kicks a field goal. So it's 30-23. Now your defense has to get a stop. You got 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. 2:48 to go. The score is 30-23. You do not have John Allen. You do not have Dorrance Armstrong.
selling out to stop
You have
the run.
to stack 18 people in the box.
Also, I think the Ravens are the type of team.
They're going to hit a play action.
Yeah, I don't know. But you got to just play it, man.
Like somebody just has to make a big boy tackle.
That was Johnny Newton making a big boy pile. I like that.
I mean, with no John Allen, he's out with a pec issue, not going to return. We'll see what his status is tomorrow, more likely than not, or Tuesday. But it becomes about Johnny Newton now. Like, this is the reason that you drafted him. If you knew that you were going to eventually move on from one of Payne or Allen, you wanted to have a guy, Johnny Newton, to fill in. Johnny Newton makes a big play there. Kind of blows things up a little bit.
Yeah. He's played really well when he's gotten the opportunity to play.
I knew he would.
Talking about Newton, he's been really stout at the point of attack. He's built like a fire hydrant.
That's good.
He's like,
it's a good metaphor there.
Short and well, that's a simile.
Simile, yeah. Sorry,
but
it's been a long.
He's pretty good. I like him. I just these situations against Baltimore, like against any other team, you would think, okay, they're going to get the ball back with. You start calculating how much time's going to be left. They're going to mess around and get the. I don't want to say that they're going to get the first time. But I don't like Dante Fowler being on the field in this situation either. He's a lighter defensive end. And
well,
there we go.
There it goes.
Push him out. Fumble.
Fumble. Was that the game doesn't end with a massive run from Derrick Henry right there, but it doesn't help. That's a 28-yard run for Derrick Henry. Someone got blown up. I mean, you got Ricard. No ceiling of the edge.
Yeah, no one sets the edge.
Just, I don't even know
Bobby
who
Wagner
is supposed to.
Bobby Wagner's got to make the tackle.
Oh, Frankie Louvu was the guy that was supposed to set the edge. He gets blown completely out of the play. And that takes to the 2-minute warning. So it's 30-23, 2-minute warning. Washington has 1 timeout. Theoretically, there might be a chance they get the ball back, but you're looking at best, unless it's a turnover, like 30 seconds.
I've seen crazier things, Denton.
I have seen crazier things.
I think.
They don't often happen in favor of the organization that we support.
No, they usually don't.
Well, you might be able to wash the Jaden Daniels jersey now.
Yeah. Are you trying to say it stinks?
I'm not trying to say it stinks. I'm just taking a little bit off there for you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually, how does it smell?
I can't smell it. How does it smell?
Worn.
Well, that would make sense.
It stinks. It just smells worn.
It smells worn. Okay.
I don't have socks on, so if that's.
Do you think that's actually? Are you superstitious to the point where maybe you?
I mean, I don't have the proper attire on. Seriously, I'm being real. Like,
so it's your fault then.
Socks are. Well, hold on. If that's how the bit's gonna go. I do have socks on, but
then I actually have my lucky socks on.
Yeah.
I wore my lucky shirt today. Not to this, but
I'd say you're
to a 10-mile run.
not wearing a shirt at all.
No, I'm not wearing a shirt at all. It's fashion. I do 60-second recaps on YouTube, and you know what? One of the funniest comments I ever got was somebody asked why I was wearing rings. Yeah,
were you wearing rings?
I was wearing rings, but like that was there were multiple comments on one video about why are you wearing rings?
Was it after?
You don't know fashion.
Was it after? Well, I was gonna say was it after a win, but we always win except for today.
This was last year, so no, it's not.
Oh,
yeah, it was Sam Howell.
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't as fun when we're losing, right? Like it feels.
Yeah, we'd had like 4 really good weeks of the show.
Yeah, no, it's not as fun.
The show is not as fun when the team is not playing well.
No, it's not.
It's not as fun when the defense gives up almost 500 yards. Get the official number. 475 yards compared to 305 for Washington. Most of those 305 came from the arm of Jane Daniels.
He can throw it. He hasn't had a 300-yard passing day. I think he probably gets that before the day's over.
He will not, because he's probably not going to touch the ball again.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I mean, if he does, that means something really awesome has happened. Unless Baltimore goes right down the field and scores here.
Well, hopefully Linderbaum does the stupid thing he did in the first half, where he kind of just rolled the ball on the turf.
That would be nice.
If I was the D tackles, I'm slapping at his
snap
wrist.
would be nice.
Yeah, I would try to slap his wrist when he snaps it.
I think that's what they accused Jerron Payne of doing during the tush push last year.
Well, who cares? It's a good strategy.
They said he put his hand under the ball. It worked. Washington became the first team to stop them from doing the tush push.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Derrick Henry now. You're just going to get 3 straight plays of Derrick Henry, maybe 4 if they get a first down. Derrick Henry very quietly has 129 yards.
2 touchdowns as well.
2 touchdowns.
Did Lamar, I was going to say, did Jaden I don't know, you say he outplayed him, Lamar? Or no?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I would say Jaden played really well. I would say that Jaden showcased that he is in that same conversation.
Yeah, he can throw it.
But I would not say that he outplayed him.
Yeah.
I mean, Lamar had like 200 yards passing in the first half. A lot of it was to one guy.
I mean, does he get credit for? I mean, I guess you do get credit for you're the quarterback, but say it was wide open. This is tough. They're making me sleepy. Angry. I'd rather be angry than sleepy. I'll tell you that.
You can jump on the phone lines 800-636-1067. Sorry, go ahead.
No, the comments are going to start getting ignorant. I can't stand it. George Sanil says Joe Witt Jr.'s job should be in jeopardy. Your job should be in jeopardy. Your fandom should be in jeopardy. What a stupid comment, George. One of the only active guys in the chat. I got to call you stupid. I wasn't calling you stupid. It was a stupid comment.
It was a bad take. Joe Witt's job is not in
Joe Witt?
jeopardy.
I'm about to start making inaudible noises. Seriously. I'm so I forgot how to lose. And the first loss against Tampa, it was like the opener, so I didn't think it counted. You know what I'm saying? It's like a real loss.
I mean, you're still in a good position 4-2 when you know that you have the quarterback. I think that is the most encouraging thing about this game is that, yeah, you lost, but you lost because the defense is bad. We knew the defense was bad. Anybody that was fooled by the way they played against Cleveland, I mean, Sean Watson sucks. He's awful.
Well, the Eagles suck. So
Lamar Jackson is significantly better.
For sure.
So, you lost this game because your defense is still not there, which we knew. Offensively, you've looked all right. Obviously, you'd like to see more consistency in the first half.
I wish you'd capitalize. That's what
You want capitalization?
I don't know if the defense lost. I guess.
They definitely lost you the game.
But offensively, I didn't think you were consistent enough in the first half. You left too many plays on the field. I think when we go back and watch and evaluate everything that happened, there were some missed opportunities.
There were definitely missed opportunities, but you're going to be a man on an island if you say a defense that let up nearly 500 yards of offense didn't lose them the game.
I mean, I guess someone's got to lose them the game. Oh my gosh, I knew this play was coming.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hit him.
Yeah,
he was still in bounds.
Fight! I don't care. I don't care. He's still in bounds.
He's still in bounds.
I don't care. Yeah, Deron, getting right in the middle of it. Yeah.
I mean, Isaiah Likely he's a yapper.
Yeah.
Remember, he's the guy that said we're not going to lose another game after they lost to Kansas City, and then they turned around and lost to the Raiders.
I knew.
All right, get on the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The DOC is going to step in when we get back for a little bit of post-game action. Linnell might be staying around as well, but the post-game officially starts on the other side. 800-636-1067. It's a Burgundy and Gold game day. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Well, I don't know where I will start. I've got a New York Giant sweatshirt in front of me, and then I've got a Commanders jersey reversed that was supposed to be a good luck charm, as I was told week after week. And yet the once proud Blowfish is now slumped in his chair as if someone stole his sucker. And he has the look of a loser on his face, depressed. And I wonder why. When his team traveled down to take on a more advanced team without your number one weapon, in my opinion, your sledgehammer, and your body language indicates that you feel like you were robbed. Am I reading you right, or should I apologize?
I just forgot how to lose.
Yeah, no, I get it. No, it's not comfortable.
It's not. So I mean,
you don't want to accept it, but
I mean, I think today, like I talked about during the week, what today was about is you had an opportunity to set the perception of how you would be viewed from here on out. And I think the conversation this week should be, yeah, you lost. You hope you don't lose John for the year. Anytime I see a pec injury and you don't return, I think that's season ending. But I'm not going to speculate on that. The talking point should be, one, your quarterback's a badass. He's the real deal. The way he dissected that defense from within the pocket was damn fun to watch. The other thing I would say is you can compete with anybody in the NFL.
you have a good team.
You have a good team. I think you can compete with anybody in the NFL.
Absolutely. And I know you won't admit it, but part of you is shocked
So they didn't get blown
that
out?
you didn't play well and were in it.
Yeah, because they didn't play well.
You didn't play well at all.
No.
And yet you were in it without your sledgehammer.
That was the thing. And
B-Rob.
I'm glad that you went around for the pregame because you would have let me have it. I said, man, I almost didn't pick him because Brian Robinson wasn't playing. But, like, we understand it's the next man up mentality, but I wondered.
But it's who the man is.
Exactly.
And your roster. And the question will be asked.
You don't have a duplicate.
Well, you don't think Rodriguez would have given you at least a shot? Sledgehammer potential?
Yeah.
I mean, you was playing with violins out there. I don't.
You need a baritone.
Yeah, I'm still trying to. But again, even with all that being said, you're not going to stop anybody that can run the ball. You can't contain.
Yeah.
You're getting hooked. You're getting hooked on the edges. There's some, and yet you were still close. And St. Juice, who I like.
I don't think he played bad.
No, it wasn't bad, but this is the NFL.
Yeah.
That'd be something you'd be saying if he was in college.
Well, he can't play.
And he was a prospect. You telling me you have nobody else, but you're telling me, and I love the way they run their team because they don't care what your background is.
No, they don't.
That number one pick, he's healthy. They don't want him on the field. Because this would have been a great game if he could play. This would have been a great matchup.
Yeah.
Because Baltimore went to what they had.
Yep.
And you didn't get bum rushed.
No.
You didn't get pushed. I
thought they stopped the run really well in the first
highly
half.
competitive.
But it becomes a point where eventually a 300-pound fullback begins to wear on you. A 240-pound back begins to wear on you. And everyone's going to get on the defense here. And I'm reading the comments in the chat. And I'm gonna try to refrain from calling people names because I'm angry. I'm already angry, and I don't want to.
So are they? What do you think they are?
I don't want to let go further. I mean,
what do you think they are?
IQ.
They're disappointed, but I'm shocked and pleasantly surprised that there is disappointment because realistically, that means you actually felt like you could win.
Right.
And who would have thought? I told you 6 months ago you're going to play the Ravens and be in it and be within a punch. That was a sparring match. And if it was a 15-round bout, you're in the 11th, you're still standing. And there ain't a lot of people thought that was possible.
Yeah.
I think you found out a lot about yourself. Now, will you accept it? You're not good enough to play with injured players. Armstrong, if you lose a couple of key people, especially your edge, you're not at the level yet. And then when you deplete your team, so there are a lot of things. I mean, you got to have some help from backups. This is you still building your team.
But everyone's looking at
and you're still in it.
Yeah, I think their game plan worked for the most part until the dam eventually busts. They were going to let them move the ball in between the 20s. They wanted to tighten down when they got in the red zone. They got one red zone stop. Ultimately, you didn't get enough, but I thought they bottled up Henry and Jackson really well. I thought they did a really nice job of doing that. Eventually, though, offensively, you weren't able to sustain drives, and now as we go look at the drive chart, there's a point in this game where you kind of lost yourself here. And when you go, it was a sequence in the first half. You go punt, and it's 3 plays, 3 and out, and then it's 6 plays. Like that to me, like you knew you were gonna have to score pretty much every time down. Baltimore scored every time they had the football. They did not punt once today.
They look like we looked in the past.
Right, but like you knew that. So like my thing is this, like offensively, I needed more. I needed more. It felt like it took them a little too long to figure out Baltimore defensively because they could have sat back and threw the ball all day long. I thought, and this is obviously revisionist history, when you can't run the football, right?
You're one-dimensional.
You're one-dimensional. But that's okay because the most important thing for this team is not about whether or not you can run it or not. It's whether or not you can stay ahead of the chains. They were 4 for 12 on 3rd down today.
Yeah.
And they haven't been anywhere near close to that.
You saw your punter more than you've seen him now since you've been at camp.
Exactly. So like
you knew something was
Yeah,
different,
that was
but
the
it also
difference.
made the window of opportunity, the pivotal moment of the game, whether it's propelled them to victory, in this case, failure. It makes it pretty clear now as to what was that. And it's got to be the receiver extending 3rd downs for Baltimore.
Yeah.
They got to Henry a little bit. You never stopped the receiver.
No, it was Zay Flowers.
Flowers was like,
It was all Zay Flowers.
yeah, that's how I
And for
said, well,
those of
I
you-
wonder what you thought.
And for the nitwit crowd out there that thinks that 8 can't throw the football from the pocket, I hope you watch today. It doesn't get much better than Lamar Jackson at quarterback. It's Mahomes, it's Jackson.
But I don't know.
It's close.
So you respond to stupidity. I don't.
Well, it's hard.
No, you don't. You don't. You give them what they want.
It's just
Anybody
frustrating.
that tells you that this
They
young
don't
man
watch.
can't throw,
They don't watch.
they don't understand the game.
Yeah, clearly.
Stick to fantasy. Let them stick to what they're good at.
But I
Because
thought
it
he
damn
was,
sure ain't
yeah,
evaluating NFL quarterbacks.
can't be. I thought he was
Yeah,
really
his motion may not be beautiful if you're talking about style points. Judge his results.
Yeah, I thought he looked really good. He made his ability to hold the football until the last second, giving the receivers extra time to get open in these scramble drill situations.
It's one thing where I really
think
enjoyed
it's the
Romo
difference.
today because he was talking about 2 guys that outdid him
Right.
in terms of making spectacular plays under duress.
Yeah.
Because he had that knack too. But these dudes took it to a whole nother level. And to understand how far JD is
He's advanced.
as an infant, it's
Yeah.
like, to me, he's almost like literally a 6-month-old. You walk in the crib, he's standing up in the crib saying, yo, you got my bottle ready? Really? It's just like you're not supposed to be standing and talking to me
Right.
with that vocabulary. Who are you?
Yeah.
I mean, really, this is like, but yet and still, there was a dynamic, even from his end,
Yeah.
that, you got to be, Terry, I was impressed. And again, you keep seeing
There's a lot of good stuff.
every
to see, yeah.
area flashed a little bit and showed you
We
little
even got
contribution.
we even got to owe the respect. They wouldn't kick a tackler. I mean, they refuse to give you.
No,
an
they're
opportunity.
smart.
Yeah, they're smart.
Why
That's
would you?
That's respect, though. We've earned that. That special teams unit
Yeah, it's
should
smart.
take pride in that. They
Yeah.
have earned that, and I think that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
But-
but it doesn't feel
Yeah.
you miss winning, and I
Yeah.
don't care what you say.
I think you had an opportunity to win too. That's
Yeah,
frustrating.
if I thought we were smoked, I would be like, I feel I'm not doing a big Tony, where I'm justifying the fact that we lost the game. I'm like, there was a chance. To me, it was a measuring stick.
Yeah.
I wanted to really know. Well, okay, let's see. Where are we? If you're not telling me you were stunned in the second quarter, you were going, my God.
Yeah.
We're going toe to toe with Godzilla. And I'm thinking to
That was
myself, this ain't bad now, but can we beat him?
Yeah, that's the question.
Because I'm really not looking to somebody to give me a consolation prize because my car was shiny.
Yeah.
I want to know, can we get the blue ribbon? And then
Yeah.
I started thinking to myself, I'm actually judging them based on how close we get. Do I really believe we can win the game? And then we can't stop him. How you going to win a game you can't stop him? Then I'm going, why can't we? Then I go, okay, interior pressure. So this was really rib shots versus undercuts. They said, we coming right at your belly. Either you can stop it or you can't.
Phone line's open. 1-800-636-1067. We'll start getting on the phones here. Start with Athen Indianapolis. What's going on, Athen? Athen.
Hello. Yes.
What's going on?
Yes. Okay. Am I live?
You are live on the air.
Okay, got it. Okay, so basically what I got is it's the explosive plays that were given up and the missed opportunities. I mean, we had chances, early on. The Ravens commit false start penalties, and the next play they get 20 yards. Their defenders were on top of our receivers all day, even though we made some great catches, and our defenders were behind the play all day. I said that we needed, a blocked field goal, a key play, and they blocked ours. So it was just too easy at the end of the day for the Ravens. But as I tweeted out to you guys, and I'll say it over the radio, our last 4 first-round picks before Jaden, one of them played in New Orleans today, the other one played in Philadelphia, and the other 2 were inactive. Let that sink in. With 3 of those players being defensive players, you think that maybe 2 of them could have been out there and contributed something today while we were getting gashed. But the quarterback kept us in it. You got to give it. They left it all on the field. They're just not there yet. What we got to do is heal up. Don't know what happened to John Allen, and come out and whip Carolina next week.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I think that is the most important part here. It's 1 game out of 17, and I think that was probably the thought process of this coaching staff when it came up to the buzzer about whether or not Brian Robinson would be active and available tonight. You gotta say, hey, look, is it important to have him this week, or is it important to have him for the stretch run of the season? And I'm not doing the moral victory bit. It's not what I participate in. But once again, I saw a team today that showed that they can compete with anybody in the National Football League. And I think it all starts with what they have under center at quarterback. This was a special Jaden Daniels performance. It wasn't perfect, but I think the big time throws that he made were awesome, and his ability to continue to win from within the pocket is something that is special to watch. And I think, as you mentioned, he's a toddler still. Imagine how much better Jaden Daniels is going to be a month from now, And normally this is a game where Washington gets boat raced. He kept them in this football game. You could do nothing on the ground. And that's a credit to Baltimore's defensive front. I mean, it ain't no shame in getting knocked out by Mike Tyson.
No, and our offensive line doesn't suck.
No.
This was a battle, but we didn't have our sledgehammer.
Exactly.
See, and my only question would be in how they selected the decision they made to go in Love Eckler on 3rd down.
He's not an in-between the tackles every down back. He's
not against the Ravens.
No.
So I was thinking,
why I don't want to get him banged up.
No, but I thought we'd get more out of number 2 because now I'm thinking, well, you wasn't playing the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Maybe I took too much of the Cardinals game. You playing them.
Yeah.
And then I like Rod, but I don't know circumstances. So the bottom line was that it's still, you didn't win enough outside. We won a lot.
Yeah.
But
didn't win enough. Bottom line.
You had the ball, you had possessions, didn't win enough. It's okay to be disappointed that you didn't beat someone that's better than you, because there was a chance you could have been smoked, but you weren't.
Right.
It wasn't like you're not Big Tony making excuses every time the Steelers underachieve.
It's a good group. I think that's the big thing.
Yeah.
That I would take away from today is they can play, and it all starts with what they have under center at the quarterback position. It just goes to show when you have a 1%er at quarterback, you have an opportunity to beat anybody week in and week out. We'll go back out to the phones, 1-800-636-1067.
Don't waste it.
Yeah, Marcus is in Pittsburgh.
They're starting to come together. They feel the pressure. They're running the football extremely effectively, creating great throwing lanes.
Marcus, mute Matt Ryan. You're on the air.
Creating throwing.
Yes, guys, absolutely love the show. I just wanted to say on a positive note, I mean, there's no such thing as a moral victory, so I'm not going to give you that BS. But we're 4-2, very respectable record. Now, no game is guaranteed, but we're at home against the Carolina Panthers. That's a winnable game. I think we'll be back on the winning track. So nobody said that we were going to go 72 Dolphins here. So I'm crazy about this team. I'm crazy about your show, but I think there's some key positions. I think we have a left tackle set with Coleman, but the right tackle position, cornerback, defensive tackle. We have two very high-priced defensive tackles that I don't think are earning their money. So I want to know what you guys think. Is there anything that we can do by the trade deadline, or is this something that we can only settle after the season?
Appreciate you, Marcus. Look, we talk about the trade deadline. When we get to the trade deadline, who knows what this team looks like by the time the trade deadline gets here?
I don't know. That's your department.
I mean, I don't. There's really nothing that you could do about the issues that you have right now. You just got to play better. And that's the whole thing. They're learning a completely new scheme on defense, and you're 6 weeks into it. So, like, I expect them to continue to get better. I don't know. And Denton told me I would be on an island by myself if I said that the defense played well today. I thought the defense showed a lot better for themselves than I thought they would, specifically stopping the run. We're all talking about the gaps that you had in coverage, but it's because you're committing 7-8 guys to the box, saying you're not going to run the ball on us. So, yeah, you're going to give up. You're going to have one-on-one opportunities on the perimeter, and St. Juice is going to be in no man's land at times. But the thing that I liked, for the most part, when guys caught it, there isn't a bunch of run after the catch. He's tackled immediately. Mm-hmm. Like that, to me, last year, that was your main criticism. It's nobody in the picture. On the TV. At times, there's nobody even in the picture.
You were lucky they even showed up to the game.
Yeah. No,
you were so dysfunctional. You're so far ahead
exactly
of where we were that I'm hesitant to be negative about anything. But I realize that, like, I'm more fearful of this week than I ever was this last week. I knew that they would compete.
Right.
Because when you go in a game like that, you either compete or die. Because you know they'll knock your head off. Yeah. This week, I fear I don't want to be overconfident because they'll listen to our fan base, tell them how there's no way we could lose to Carolina.
Well,
And that's my point. My point is that you have to cut the noise out.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we got people trying to trade in the middle of a season. We're trying to establish ourselves as winners, not losers.
This group, not bringing in new ingredients.
No, but the first thing we have to do is get out of last place.
All right.
There's so many victories that can be accomplished with this group, but we can't buy it. You got to earn it.
Yeah.
Clearly, you got some people coming back. We're going to lose people. You lose people in this league. The question is, it's an opportunity for somebody to step up and raise some hell. Clearly, there's opportunities all over the place.
There are.
You're dealing with a last-place team.
Exactly. So
17 new starters. You got all this opportunity of a lifetime. Come take it.
1-800-636-1067. We'll take Vic and Aki before we hit the break. What's going on, Vic?
Coach.
Vic.
Hey, Coach.
Yep.
Vic.
Coach,
can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
we
go.
got you, brother.
Okay. Let's get right to it. No more victory, but I'm not mad at this. It's a lot better than when we were years ago at times like this. At times like this, we would have folded, we would have got blown out, we got smashed off the field. I'm going to look at this from a front office position. We saw today in key areas where we need to be better or elite, that where we need what positions those are. Those were defined today. We need to be better at corner. We need to be better at right tackle. We need to be better. I would even say
left tackle.
Left tackle. I think Brandon Coleman will solidify that though. But what we also need to be better is, here we go, is defensive coordinator. I know people disagree with me. I know people think they're smarter than me. Put me in the film room with you. We can go play for play, down for down, series for series. Joe Witt looks like he does not know what he's doing.
Vic, how can you say that?
Let me finish, Lunel. Let me finish. What I have an issue with is whether you're in man or zone, the concepts and the technique of the position still need to be done correctly. What bothers me is when we were in zone, our guys are dropping with no eyes or intelligence to anything that can hurt them. They're just frivolously dropping back. I can show you on film now. If I was a betting man, I will take all of your money. They were dropping back and people are catching the ball right in front of them or right behind them, and then they're looking around. That means when you are identifying the receivers that can hurt you, you are not identifying anything before you take your drops. Because if something is near you, that's the first thing that can hurt you. When it passes your zone, you keep thinking. That is why Tony Romo said it. If they get a crossing, if they get Zay Flowers crossing, if the middle linebacker picks him up across his face, or the person in man picks him up, the guy that is on to the flat side that sinks back and makes that window tighter, it gives the impression that there are two DBs on him, or he's covered by two people. It gives a tighter window for Lamar. His keywords work. They're not doing that. What I don't understand, if Joe's so angry, then why are these concepts being taught to squeeze zones in training camp, in practice? And in addition to that, why are we blitzing so much? And we're blitzing and leaving our DBs on an island, and we know when we leave them on an island after the second series that people are wide open.
Vic,
That's
you have to. You have to. You got to pick a choice.
No, you don't.
You have to pick. You have to make a choice. You don't have the person that. Vic, this is a bottom five. You have bottom five personnel defensively, Vic. You do. So you got to pick. So you got to pick your You got to pick your poison here.
So that's why I said. But I like what Doc said. That's not an excuse for us not to play well. So what it just lets me know, we played as good as we could play today, and Adam Peters knows what he has to do as a front office person to get us the right personnel in here. We have two defensive tackles that are getting paid too much money to do nothing. I don't care about what Deron Payne did and Jonathan Allen did years ago. They're getting no pressure whatsoever, period. But we competed as well as we can compete today, and the score is what it was.
For sure. Vic, we appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you,
1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, more of the Burgundy and Gold post-game show here on a Burgundy and Gold game day. We are presented by our friends at Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
no difference between winning and losing. They're lying to you. Now I was getting used to this flow we had, this groove coming in. Even if you win, don't play well and win, I'll take it over playing your butt off and losing on the last second field goal. That was not the case today. They'll learn a lot from this because you're measuring yourself on the road again against a premium team as they did against Cincinnati, premium team, Monday night. So I think they've passed a lot of tests in terms of showing you that they will show up, and there's a lot of room for improvement. And the good news is that we got time. The trap door is this week.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Carolina. Now, most really good coaches say they were harder on their teams when they won as opposed to losing. It'll be interesting the direction DQ takes this week.
Well, yeah, there's a lot to coach up. I mean, it shouldn't be too easy on him. I mean, you gave almost 500 yards of offense. So,
yeah.
So there's corrections to be made on defense. I just wonder. There are a couple of key moments in this game, and we'll get to, our pivotal moment of the game.
Yeah, I'm interested what you're thinking.
Presented by Miss Utility as we get deeper into the show, but we haven't brought up officiating yet. I love the officiating. For you to lose by 7 and it felt like you got screwed by the officials, kinda. That's another reason to be positive about what you saw. I can't be too upset about anything that happened today because one, you were down some of your key calls. You lose your two best defensive linemen in John Allen and Dorrance Armstrong in this game early. So it was tough to bounce back from. I'll say this. We were talking about it during the break. I think Johnny Newton is the best interior defensive lineman we have.
Well, we rotate so much. I don't
that's true.
Really make a big deal about losing someone on a team that rotates 50% of the time.
Right.
I think that's overstated.
Yeah, I agree.
Be different if they were the fearsome foursome, the Purple People Eaters, Doomsday. They played every snap. They don't.
Change it, yeah.
They constantly rotate, which makes it a little easier to deal with this.
Yeah.
And you're getting more people on the field, just like the offensive line. We're kind of growing people, the product, as we go forward. But what we're looking for, we're panning for gold.
Right.
We need some people that can get to the quarterback
consistently.
We got hooked today. We gave up an edge. We can't. And now you're playing against
we haven't
the badass.
We haven't set an edge since week 8 last year when they traded Montez and Chase away. I haven't set the edge since.
Montez, yeah.
That's still the one that hurts me, man. But
alien. Yeah.
Don't want to look too far into the past. But
yeah,
I just look at this and I look at 4 for 12 on third down offensively. You barely cracked 300 yards, and then 2.9 yards of rush is just not who you've been to this point. And I don't know. You asked a damn good question. I guess I would have preferred to see more Chris Rodriguez as well. You needed a hammer. Eckler is not a hammer. McNichols is not a hammer.
No, I thought McNichols was going to be a bigger factor.
I think he got 1 carry. If I'm right and looking at the box score right, McNichols had 2 rushes. One of them were for 5 yards. So he had a 5-yard run and a 4-yard run. He couldn't touch it again. See, and I don't want to do that because that's what y'all fans do. Y'all get beside yourselves and start panicking after losses. You want to fire coordinators or whatnot.
Yeah.
Cliff called a good game. Cliff had to fill out the Ravens as well, just how the Ravens had to fill us out. So it's a process. Lamar Jackson, by the way, now 22-1 against the NFC in his career. He's lost to 1 NFC team, and it's the sorry ass Giants. That's why he's over there. He beside himself.
I know.
Studio.
Well, they
Can't
won.
stop jumping up and down.
You got to give Daniel Jones. I'm giving him credit. I already gave him his props.
Yeah.
I said, hey, you got to give it to him. He earned it. They earned it.
Yeah. But
that's the beauty about this league. And the Big Tony's got to understand. He talk all that he wants to, Shardy.
Yeah.
But they let Dallas come in their house.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Without Parsons, without Lawrence.
Yeah. Without shorthanded.
It's embarrassing.
And stole their lunch money.
It is. That's because the Steelers I ain't even saying about the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm just saying. This is about Big Tony. It's not about the Steelers. We got a lot of respect for them.
1-800-636-1067. Let's get back out to the phones and hear from you all. Kevin is in Arlington. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, Kevin. Kevin going once.
Kev.
Hey, fellas. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
So, no moral victories. Very happy with how we hung in there. I mean, we know we have serious problems in the secondary, so nothing should be a surprise that, they had their way in the secondary. They had some moments, but, nothing about that surprised me. And I have felt I was surprised in the Kansas City game, Baltimore's opener, but I have felt that adding Derrick Henry is their missing ingredient to get to the Super Bowl. So, tremendous effort. I do have a question, though, for you guys, because it was a little confusing to me. Does anyone understand why we weren't trying to stretch the field, given how bad Baltimore secondary has played up until today? We were doing a lot of short and intermediate, and I know the pressure was part of it, but we barely took any shots, and I don't understand that. Maybe one of you all can help me out with that. Otherwise, let's move forward. We got Carolina. It is a trap game. Let's focus. But I don't understand the game plan if they weren't attacking more. I just don't get it.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got to have guys be able to win vertically. I don't know if they were attacking and guys weren't open or creating separation or what. You have to go through the autopsy first. And
hard
just
to
haven't
see.
had that,
and
that
you're
time
putting
yet,
your
but
quarterback in a difficult situation if you're letting the dogs get after him,
especially if you're not going to run it.
Yeah, and most of his success comes from moving right or left.
Right.
So that kind of reduces the time in your pocket presence. So you don't have a whole bunch of time for bombs. He's thrown it, but he's been on the run most.
I mean, they're throwing it over the middle. I mean,
and there's the Ravens.
I'm not going to nitpick on. Yeah. They exploited the pass defense the way that they were supposed to. It just took time because you were having issues up front. The one thing the offensive line is probably the worst the offensive line played to me all year long in terms of like the Giants for years, Cowboys for years used to do this to us where they're overloading sides and you're trying to get the offensive line to slide their protection one way to create that free rusher. There were too many free rushers, and like that, it's hard to function like that. And I think that was the big issue early on with the pass game. And then in the second half, clearly there were some adjustments made, and then they were able to move the ball up and down the field. But I just think it was too little, too late. Will is in Brandywine.
Hey, Will. Will going once.
Will, put your dog on the damn phone if you're not going to be ready.
Let's go next.
Let's go to Paulie. What's up, Paulie?
757.
L to the W. Doc. No, was good, man.
Not a lot.
What's going on? What's going on, brother?
Ain't nothing much, man. Look, man. I'm with the rest of the callers. No moral victory here. But I do agree with that one caller that was trying to get into it with. I mean, he's making plenty of sense, a lot of sense. They look uncomfortable in the zone because they're a man team. But the problem is when they did get in the man, they wasn't making any plays. So it comes to a point where you got to be a playmaker. It's not just always about playing the defense and being what you're supposed to be. You got to make plays. We didn't get them off the field enough. That's all there was to it. Just go back, go to the end of the game. Get them off the field to get the ball back. So Baltimore is a better team today. That's all. And we still got the makings. We do. But it shows you, where our weaknesses are really at. And we all know what it is. Secondary and pass rush. Lamar had too much time to throw that ball today. I'm anxious to see with the snap count where everybody want to talk about Payne and Allen. Allen was hurt, and I seen a lot of Mathis and Newton in there.
So do I.
Especially in the second half.
I thought Newton played really well.
No, I'm not doubting how he played. I'm just saying I noticed when they did announce Allen wasn't playing that I didn't see too much of Payne after that either. So I don't know if that was because of performance or what it was. But anyways, like I said, man, defense didn't make enough plays. You can't let a team score 6 consecutive times.
Yeah.
No matter how good your offense was. Because the offense moved the ball and played well enough to pull a game out, but you have to have the ball too. I know what you're saying they had to punch it long in the first half, and I didn't like how we shied away from our bread and butter too in the first half. We seemed to throw the ball too much.
Yeah.
But, I know Robinson wasn't there, but still, that doesn't mean you just give up on your style of being physical.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought Baltimore tried to gain control of that game, and we fought back. But like I said, man, defense, they're not a zone team, and it showed because there was holes all in the middle of that field, and they couldn't make any plays in it. And when they got in their bread and butter into the man, they wasn't making enough plays either. So, like
Good
I said,
eyes.
whatever gives a better team today.
Yep.
We'll be back next week, man. Hell to the W.
Yep, that's good eyes. You're watching it the way I watch it, and I look at it and I go, you don't want to feel good about winning. You say, could you have? Yeah, it was within your reach, but your hands weren't strong enough to pull it in. Your personnel wasn't good enough to get the job done. And they had a sledgehammer, and they kept swinging it, and you were competitive as hell, but then the dam broke. And we didn't have a way to counter it because our sledgehammer was not in pads.
No.
And to me, I'll never get off that. I thought we had more than one. That's why I'm saying with Rodriguez. Somebody's got to explain to me.
You didn't replace a key part of your play style. I hear
that's
what
I'm
you're
saying. I thought we
it didn't
had
have
two
to
of
be
them.
Robinson necessarily.
No, I thought Rodriguez was a clone. It was at least a knockoff. It was something very similar. We could move the pile. But again, we roll with it.
Yeah.
We can't you can't get in the habit of thinking that the only way we can survive is with who we have. No, it's whoever we have on the team. Yeah. Because you got to be able to go with whoever is available to go. This is how this works. And so you know how it is. That's why so it's almost like it happened by fate that the only team that's ever been undefeated did half of the year with his backup quarterback. Isn't that ironic?
Just the way that it works.
Yeah. So don't tell me, well, we didn't have it. Nobody cares who didn't play. We care that you had the people that did play ready to play.
Yeah.
So they could do the job.
1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, more of the Burgundy and Gold post-game show presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Now this pendulum has swung. Now we got a lot of new life. The question is now, how do you as a fan base, how do you react? A little bit of adversity, even though deep down inside you can't fool me. I know you were shocked, pleasantly surprised that you weren't decapitated in Baltimore, that you can still walk. And you realize,
some of them
I think some people, yeah, you can talk all that false bravado you want. Baltimore is no joke, and they're not even on putting it all together yet. They still working their thing out. But I think there's enough there for you to be optimistic about. The only thing that concerns me is that you come off this big test. This is so set up for a letdown that you can imagine. Because now all your friends are going to be telling you how bad Carolina is. And yes, Coach Saban be talking about rat poison.
Yeah.
This is a perfect setup. I can't wait to see what the
do not eat the stuff that has the X across it.
I can't wait to see what the lines come out. My boy, the Junks, when they open up at 6 a.m., I can't wait to see how the lines come.
But see, we can act like the Panthers ain't worth the damn all we want. They're up 7-0 with 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. And we can't stop the pass to save our life.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I worry
from
about
a
Carolina.
wagering, dude. This is where
people make their money.
There you go.
Somebody gonna get rich. I worry about Carolina next week because with Dalton under center, they can throw the ball. We can't stop the pass.
That's right.
So
But the
I do
average
worry about
person's
it.
not going to think like you think.
Right? Yeah.
They're going to think the little guy's 4 feet tall still
beat up
playing.
on him. Exactly.
They're not going to even remember that he's not playing. It's the concept of it. They're going to think Ron was there. So it's like a radioactive environment.
He
So
need to start paying us.
no, but I'm just saying, this is the kind of game, and then we're celebrating a legend.
Right.
Daryl Green.
I forgot Daryl's.
Yeah, the retirement.
Yeah.
We are set up for the biggest fall ever.
Oh, don't tell. Not for
No.
not for the
DQ got to be in there like Satan.
I think he will be though, man. I think all you gotta do is let Joe handle him. I think DQ is you pick your spots when you want DQ to be an asshole.
No.
This is time for Joe Witt to really.
Joe Witt's already been that.
Well, he's already done it. Yeah,
I'm telling you, that's dull. I'm telling you, you're not even listening.
He does it. Yeah,
It
right.
don't. He's done
It's
it.
like
So is that the result? Now he did get some results on turnover.
Right.
He said maybe. What I love about Joe is that he said, "Look,
maybe I'm not coaching it right."
He always
takes
takes
accountability.
It's me.
Yep.
Let me change me. Bingo.
Yeah.
Could have had a couple. So I'm never going to be that. I like the way Joe.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
Joe
'cause I
had
think
to.
Joe is
What experience?
people
Joe.
in the damn
One day,
comments want to fire him.
One day, you're going to have all this same.
Oh wow!
thing.
And
Yeah, it's coming to you.
if I'm lucky enough to make it,
If you make it to, that's the gauntlet
key.
for you. Gauntlet for you. Joe Witt has not said anything about I invented everything. He says I'm working towards it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it don't work, he always said I've got to teach it better.
They've simplified it. See what Joe's gonna do. This is with the more. This is what the mortician would do. The mortician would not bend their system to best fit their talent.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Washington adjust each and every week defensively. I give it to them.
Yeah.
It may not be perfect all the time, but their number one issue is stopping the run, and that's where they got caught up today.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned all the open holes in the zones. Today's the hardest. The Ravens are the hardest team in the league to play linebacker against. Because you're selling out. You got to sell out to go get Derrick Henry.
You better go in there.
In the moment Lamar takes it out of his gut, your drawers got brown stains in it. You're over with. So I think that's the tough part about it. Bobby Wagner made a play on Lamar Jackson in open field. I said, wow, Bobby.
Yeah. No,
Bobby's getting better each week.
Because I told you, in my humble opinion, it was a big mistake for him not to play in preseason.
Yeah, he needed it.
He needed it just to keep
getting blood going.
Yeah, we know not that he needed to play it, because he needed to get his body cranked up to do it. Now, I thought last week he's getting better and better, and he's also excited because I can imagine playing with Luvu and just playing with some of that stuff is contagious.
Now he's trying to do with Luvu, he makes him feel young again.
It makes
almost.
him feel that way
for sure.
And when you look at the Wolverine. See, the one thing that
Mike played today,
what he's done is that he changed positions. Slot guy, nickel guy.
Yeah,
they found a need. He's developing at the hardest position outside of quarterback in sports.
Yep,
corner.
He's
physical.
That's what I like the most. Is he gonna stick his face in there? He's not scared.
Yeah.
He embodies. He's got that mentality. Him, Luvu, those two do it all the time. Martin, Chin brings it.
Chin.
I
That's
love
who
it.
they are.
They got some dudes on defense, man.
Yeah.
It's just
you know what they're building.
They got to get a professional corner.
Yeah, and that they may have to invest in that. We'll never know why they didn't go after one of their own that seemed like he was available.
Gilmore is out there playing for Flores,
but we don't know the inside. Yeah, see, so
because he may have been asked to Joe Witt and he didn't like him or something. Yeah,
there you go.
True.
So you never know. Just like having a guy like Terry, you could have had a number of receivers, but he allowed Jaden Daniels to mature.
Right.
Because he's not a jackass.
Right.
Jaden was able to go process his own way at his own speed because he didn't have to worry about a jackass.
I got a force feed. He'll be mad at me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's been rewarded now by constant.
He's feeding them because he's saying, "Hey, let me just peek over there."
Yeah.
I don't have to sell out, but I'm gonna peek over there every down.
Yeah.
I was saying whoever 21 was covering on Baltimore Stevens, I would have attacked him all day. That's the one thing I think, or the one area where Cliff I thought fell short. You got to attack the weaknesses of their defense. They weren't even putting them out there a lot. They were going with two corners a lot of the time, playing an extra safety, stacking the box. But
then we got the tight end. So there are a number of things, and you'll even see more from it.
Yeah.
Once you see the game, I don't know. You're much younger. I can't see the game till I see the game after the game.
Yeah, it's hard, especially doing the show. It's incredible. You can't hear.
You can't hear. You can't do. I mean, it's just
sometimes the announcers they help you out a little bit before we hit the break. Hey man, let's get TJ in from Gator.
All right, TJ.
Yes.
What's going on, brother?
Hello.
You
Yes,
here, man?
TJ.
What's going on, TJ?
Hey, yeah, man. I was watching the game. I was a little disappointed we lost, but we still played a good game. And people keep talking about our DBs in the back. We got to get a pass rush, and that way our DBs ain't got to cover the guy 7-8 seconds.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. They don't have anybody that's consistently impacting the quarterback. We appreciate the call. But that goes back to what you said, Doc. And I said it in jest while we were doing the in-game show. John Allen is out for an extended period of time. He was somebody I was looking to move at the deadline. But if he's going to be hurt, you can't move him. But he might as well have been hurt for the lack of impact they've been making. I'm disappointed, man. And I thought today was the day. It would be different if they were like constantly forcing Lamar to flush and it was clear that they were getting interior pressure. They just weren't. But I also know it's tough when you're going up against a run first team like Baltimore. You can't just try to act like you're going to scream upfield because they're going to let you. And then the next thing you know, it's a guard coming to earhole you because you came too far upfield. They're going to counter you. They're going to trap you. They're going to wham you. I mean, it's a hard life playing in there. You're playing. It's like having a boxing match in a phone booth. Like you can't really. It's hard, but I think for them, I said this, Doc. The play don't care who makes it. A lot of the time during the early parts of the season.
Who came up with that? I've been hearing you say it. Who?
Our old ball coach said that to me. I mean, it's one of them things you hear from a good coach, man. The play doesn't care who makes it.
But he doesn't have a name.
Well, I don't want to give him that type of credit because I always bash him.
So there's a chance that this
Bill Garvey.
Okay,
yes.
good. All right. I don't believe anything without a name.
Bill Garvey. Well, he couldn't coach worth a damn. He also said perception is 99% reality. So that's two. He had Sands out the wazoo.
That wasn't his.
He didn't come up with that.
Okay, okay.
He had perception. He had
he like you that he just said something and names it. Okay.
He had chestnuts out the wazoo, but couldn't coach worth a damn. The play doesn't care who makes it, though. I felt the run defense early on in the season was problematic because guys are hopping out of their gaps because they want to hear their name called from the PA announcer. That's not what this is about. You're playing a one gap defense where if everybody covers their gap on every play, you don't give up yards. It's about tackling. And they didn't do that. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll continue the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Coming up, we're sponsored by our partners at Root. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Root and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. The hardest working player of the game, presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. Hardest working player of the game.
We'll get that out of the way because I think it's pretty clear and
I
obvious.
do too.
We've
I
been
think
talking
we
about it,
agree
yeah.
for the first time ever.
We've been talking about it during the break. As impressed as I am with the team for competing the way that they did, Nick competed. This is a one possession game. Truly, it came down to the final moments.
Yeah,
they're not in this game without Jaden Daniels. I mean, the way that he played today, and people may not agree with me on this. I was probably his most impressive performance of the year to me, because it became quite clear and evident at a certain point in that first half that they couldn't run the ball, and it was going to be on his right arm. And he manipulated Baltimore defensively, series in, series out, moving his eyes, moving the safeties with his eyes, getting the linebackers to be late, breaking on footballs. And then he made a couple of tight window throws that really impressed me. It was so funny, Doc. The narrative about him coming out of college is he couldn't throw over the middle of the field. Why the hell would you throw over the middle? You got Neighbors and Thomas on the outside beating everybody.
They were blessed.
But he can win over the middle. Zach Ertz had all 68 of his yards over the middle of the field today. So I thought Jaden was incredible. He was under siege all day long. He took some big-time shots while throwing the football
His biggest
today.
shots so far.
Yeah, that Kyle Hamilton
and
didn't flinch.
Flutter.
So he's tough. Is all outdoors. He is my hardest working player of the game, brought to you by Miss Utility. I think
I agree.
DOC is probably yours as well.
No, he's mine. Because I think even Coach Sheehan will have to admit tomorrow, because he's hard to please, but when you give me that kind of production
with
against
no balance,
the hardest opponent,
exactly,
on the road, with your sledgehammer and street clothes, and so everything was on you. Yeah, that even shows it. And then I think that all the ex-quarterbacks, I really enjoyed listening to B. Mitch and Finley this week and having JC on with them. And Campbell was – the guys who played the position all see it. Yeah. We didn't do it.
Right, exactly. So it's
they see something that they go, I can't believe it. You know what I mean?
Too good to be true almost. Yeah.
At the stage of his career,
right,
what he's doing. You know, it would be like, and that's the thing I'm impressed by. And Romo, who was a freak, he has some unique skill set, mobile, and he can see it. And they talk about eyes.
Yeah,
they talk about eyes, and it's just really good to see that finally we have someone that fits that category, and we have struggled so long. So it's good. Yeah, it's good. Gives you something, but we can't be satisfied for not winning.
Right.
You know, that we have got to make sure that we don't buy any drinks this week. Let's hold back and make them earn it. Make them earn it.
Go home, play video games or something tonight, man.
Make them,
I don't want to see you outside tonight.
Yeah, don't make them think that we celebrate effort.
No, we don't do that.
And they're better than that.
So I better not get no text from any of these promoters saying X and Y to book the section under an alias name. I got people watching, man.
Yeah.
But no, I think Jaden, going back to what we were talking about, was excellent. And he that's one of he gives you a chance to win each and every week. And I think
we agree on that.
If they can keep him healthy, I mean, it's the sky's the limit for what the franchise can do. Reggie is in DC. What's going on, Reggie?
The bridge.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Listen, man, I don't understand. Like, we played the Baltimore Ravens. I'm MVP Lamar Jackson, probably a top 3, 2 or 3 team in. And we going against these guys punch for punch. Me as the diehard thinking like, okay, like I have Manson all that names.
Right, you had to drop you, brother. Your phone.
Yeah, dog. We missed all that.
Yeah. With you. Let's go to Colin.
To get
Colin
email.
is in Baltimore. Colin, are you leaving the scene of the crime?
Am I leaving the scene of the crime?
Uh-huh.
Absolutely not. I'm gonna stay there.
I'm saying in this particular moment, man, you said you're calling from Baltimore. I'm wondering, were you at the game today?
Oh, no, I'm actually 10 minutes from the stadium. I live in Dundalk.
Ah, okay, I got you. Well, our new stadium will be there, so don't worry. We'll be closer to you. What did you think, though?
what did I think of the game, man?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows, man. Jaden, he's spectacular no matter what. Defense needs some help. What I really wanted to key in on is Jonathan Allen and De'Aaron Payne. I'm tired of the experiment. These guys have gotten an extension.
It's Duran, Colin, but the way he played, I mean, I call him what you want.
Yeah, I mean, Duran and Jonathan Allen, man. Like I said, these guys are two high-paid interior defensive linemen, and I haven't seen it from them. You know what I mean? Where's the Fletcher Cox at? Where's the Dexter Lawrence from New York? I mean, those guys are game wreckers. You know, I haven't seen it from these guys, and I think we're spending up too much money in capital on them guys.
That's fair, Colin. We appreciate
that, dog. That's the one thing about the bag. When you get the bag, you bring more attention to you.
Exactly. And when you post on social media every day, you want to show your fancy cars, you want to show your Christian Louboutins.
That's okay.
None of these Bama's post highlights on their stuff. That's what I want to see. We have a special caller, and we have to hurry up and get him in before that ticket starts running up. Is this Attorney Neil Jacobs at law?
Oh my, no way.
Yep. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh,
Neil,
Attorney Jacobs. My
that's
goodness.
amazing to be on the phone with you, my brother. I greatly appreciate it.
Listen, I'm on my way home from the game. You know, first off, beautiful day.
Yeah.
Crowd was amazing. The fan base for our Washington, whatever we're going to call them, was there. They were in full regalia. And, you know, it was interesting because I think most of the Ravens fans that were there were there not just to see their team play, but, you know, they were looking forward to seeing Jaden Daniels play. And from everything in my section, you know, everyone loved the game because they saw the future. You know, they know what their quarterback could do, but they saw a lot in Jaden Daniels. And, you know, no one left, you know, before the very end because, you know, every time he got the ball, everyone around me was nervous that, you know, they were just one play away from either tying it up or somehow taking the lead. So, you know, great showing by our fans. You know, didn't like the outcome in the end, but, you know, we got a lot to look forward to.
Was Coach Sheehan there in his suite?
Well, I did see a helicopter come in and out.
Okay.
And it did say the Sheehan podcast on the side of it. So
Okay.
I presume it was either him or Lovey, or maybe both of them.
Yeah, no, I figured he'd be there for that if he wasn't, because he might have been out playing golf today, but I thought that maybe he would go in and partake.
I thought this was a marquee enough of a matchup that we could potentially get him out amongst the general public, but maybe not.
Maybe next week.
Maybe next week.
You think he'll be there for Darryl Green's retirement?
You know, I've heard that he might even be put into the Ring of Honor. I'm talking
Man.
So
I hadn't thought of that.
maybe.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For his contribution to the team. So
Yeah. Well, for clock
maybe,
management,
but,
for nothing else but clock management.
Yeah, he's been. I mean,
Yeah,
what
he's
do they do
been a
without him?
stickler. He's been a stickler for clock management. Yeah. All right,
He-
Neil.
he
We
has
appreciate you sharing with us, man.
Yeah.
Give baby girl a hug.
you guys take care.
You got
He
it,
was
man.
out there at the tailgate.
All right, good
Oh,
deal.
yeah.
All right,
All
good
All right,
deal.
Neil. Appreciate you. 1-800-636-1067. Dave in Chantilly. What's going on, Dave?
Hello, sir. How you doing, Doc?
Dave and Tilly, what up?
Hey, honestly, this was a game where I know there's no more, moral victories, and we don't celebrate effort. But I am so proud still of this team. They held in there. I said all week that it was going to be a one-score game. I knew it was going to be a one-score game. We'll probably get the L because we don't have the personnel yet. But the people that we had in, they played their hearts out, and I am so proud of this team. Everything they did. I'm proud that we kept B-Rob out and kept him healthy because we're going to need him the next 4 games. I'm so proud of Jaden Daniels. This was our first true test of how do we handle adversity. And this was a litmus test to say, hey, if we get to the playoffs, how are we going to look? It was a wake-up call for us, but honestly, I am so proud to be a Skins fan, Commanders fan right now, and I have nothing but just joy for the direction we're heading and the potential that we have right now.
I agree.
Not a bad feeling. Not a bad
Yeah.
feeling. You get the right to do it. Yeah.
I'm so proud of these guys. Like, they're working their hearts. And, yes, there was a lot of times where I saw blown coverage, but when you zoom out and you watch them, they swarm. They're working together. They're playing their butts off out there. And I am so proud of these guys. I'm so proud of them. This is a loss. I get it. But I am so proud of this team. And I want them all to know that.
And that's great to hear. And they've earned it.
Yeah.
They've earned my respect.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Dave. Appreciate the phone call.
That's something. At least
they've earned it.
Yeah. I'm proud of the I thought the fans would be a lot more distasteful on the phones after what happened today. But
I really
proud of
thought we were close enough to win it.
Yeah.
To be pressing that issue, which is a good feeling. I didn't think I'd have that.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Rick in DC. What's going on, Rick?
Hey, Rick.
Yes,
there you go. There you go, bro. People must have us on hold.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on.
We got a
All
delay.
righty, how's it going?
What's up, baby? You tell us.
All righty. Well, it was. This is only week 6, and we went up against a experienced football team. So I'm satisfied where we at. We just got to get our running game back in order and focus on our defense. That's all I have to say. But yeah, it was a great game. I wasn't expecting too much out of it. So it was a great game.
Rick,
we appreciate that,
brother.
man.
1-800-636-1067. John's in Oklahoma. John, what's going on? Was the grandbaby looking at you crazy today? Couldn't have been today, was it?
No, she didn't make it today, man. But no, last week I think she's still kind of petrified or shell shocked, to be honest with you. But no, not today. They didn't make it over here. But
maybe that's why we lost.
Well, maybe. I don't know. If it is, I'll have to make sure I have her all the time. But yeah, could be, man. I'm looking for Lucky Charms. I've been looking for 25 years. But hey, I think we got them now. Yeah. But hey, I bet if you ask the coach of the Ravens, I bet he'd say that's probably their most complete game of the year because they've been giving up late leads and all that, and their secondary played a lot better than they were expecting. I thought we might could take the top off a little bit, and then that being said, I think they were on our receivers a lot too. I mean, when Terry caught that touchdown in the end zone, that guy was wrapped around him before the ball got there, and I think they played as hard as they could against our receivers until they, was getting penalized.
Yeah.
But man, I am proud of them too, and there's nothing about a loss, a consolation or anything. But I think the only thing you can say about a loss is you just drop it right there. You don't take the 12 hours to celebrate like you do a win. So that's 12 hours you got to look forward to beating the next team. It's the only thing that's good about our coach would say if there's something good, that's it. But I like the way we look today, and as far as coming together, I like to have had, our number one running back, but, we didn't. And only a score, and you're playing organization that's been on the top for 20 years.
Right.
And we're, 6 weeks? Come on, man. We went blow to blow with them. Man, I'm proud to be a Washington fan and looking to the future. And like I say, just good to play good, now, and be in a fight, what I'm saying, go down swinging. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, swinging. I like that.
Appreciate
thanks
you, John.
for taking my
You
call,
got it,
Doc. You
brother.
guys have a good.
You got it.
Thank
Yeah.
Appreciate you. We'll take a quick time out. That's going to do it for my contributions to the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. DOC's got you the rest of the way. Burgundy and Gold Game Day brought to you by our partners at Rude. If your cooling system is letting you down, score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. More Burgundy and Gold.
Leave your silverware here. Don't take our silverware.
Coming up next.
Burgundy and Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Well, another award that goes out, and for the second time this season, this one will be highlighted in a way we're really not doing jumping jacks over. And that is the Commandos' window of opportunity, the pivotal moment that propelled them to victory or failure in this case that sealed their defeat. An 8-play, 94-yard drive that pushed it up to 27-13. Mark Andrews was the big play, 38-yard hit, and Henry with the touchdown to slam the play exclamation mark, and that kind of pushed it away. Now, it would never really pushed it way out of sight, but that was the one that I kind of felt the gut shot, and that was the one I earned. 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. So the lines have been lit, and I really want to give the fan base a lot of credit. We're maturing as a fan base because even if we don't win, if it doesn't work out for us, we still enjoy the fact that we are victorious. So we will go back. We'll go back to the lines and Manassas. George, welcome to the program. George going once.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
George.
What's going on? Hey, is this Doc?
Loud
Hey.
and clear.
Okay. Okay, Doc. Let me tell you. First of all, you hit it right on the head when you talked about Jaden. So I don't want to add to that. Just say that I'm so happy about that guy. I almost cried during the football game today. So that's great. My point I'm calling though is about the defense. People, talking about how they just ran through us and they want to ready to trade people and stuff. I just want to say, I've never, Lamar Jackson with two good receivers and a tight end is scary as it is. You put Henry behind that guy. The Baltimore Ravens, I don't know how anybody's going to stop that. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen. I'm the same age as the Super Bowl, and they put up a great stat up today. They said talk about of all the 10,000 plus rushers in league history, the three guys with the best average per yard carry are Jim Brown, who played before the NFL was even formed, Barry Sanders, who I consider the greatest, far and away the greatest running back of all time. I've never seen anything like him.
Total freak.
And then Henry. You tell me who's going to stop this football team? Because
it's just like the Ravens can stop the Ravens. It's just like last year. I thought last year they were even better. And they stopped themselves. And you can do it by just not putting the ball in his belly. You can do it by trying to be something that you're not. In this case, you don't even have to be. So I'm done thinking that what you see is what you get. You better hope they don't change. But they showed me last year, I don't trust anything now until I see it.
Okay, because I like I say, I felt like our defense, they hung in there. Like you say, they hung in there until the end of the game.
Hanging in there means you get hung. We needed a playmaker. Yeah. We needed a tip ball, needed a pick, and we didn't have the talent. We didn't have a playmaker on the defensive side that could flip the switch for us. But appreciate you, man. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. KP in the district. KP.
Yes, sir.
What up?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Not been better, but I've also been worse.
I'm not mad at all. Not mad at all. Nice measuring stick today.
Yeah, but when you're in the middle of it and you are going toe to toe, you do want to win.
Yeah.
Then once
That's for
you
sure.
get close and you're not getting your head knocked off, you start thinking, well, why not us? Why not
True.
win it? Then you start getting pissed because you got to
That's
make
true.
a play and you don't make a play, or somebody gets bum rushed, or that kid receiver. We never stopped him. Honestly,
Well,
you
you
really
gotta-
don't deserve to win a game when one factor on their team you never stopped. Never.
True
Not
indeed.
once. So, it is, but yet you were in range. So it tells you, hey, you know what? I'm so glad that we don't suck, that I don't know what to do. I'm so glad that last place seems like it's behind us. So
Yes.
I'm taking that, but I'm hungry and I want more. And so now that
True.
you gave me I know what we're capable of now. I want to see us live up to it. And I want to do
We faced
it.
a team. We faced a team that was battle tested. They've been in these situations for years.
Mm-hmm.
So we played tough. You know, we had a turnover early on. If we get 7 out of that instead of 3.
Yeah, you knew that.
And get back a missed field goal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a totally different game.
Isn't it amazing how that happens? We haven't been missing any
last-
field goal. We haven't been doing anything like that. And when it happens, because you're playing on the road against a better team, and then you gave them away instead of smothering them to death, you let some oxygen get in.
Yep.
Appreciate
Closer
you, dog.
game. The last 2 minutes, you're not battling a heavy dose of Derrick Henry.
Yeah. No, you called it. We speak the same language. I just don't want to settle for that pat on the back, like we just coming in like backups. No, a smarter team, if we were hungrier, we might have won it. That's the problem. Why weren't we? Why aren't our people that we pay handsomely not motivated enough? That's what pisses me off. After being in last place, for some of these kids on this team, as often as they've been in last place, damn near their whole career, why would they not be so fired up? I just, for the life of me, I struggle with that. What am I missing? What is the organization not doing for them that they need done for them to play their butts off and to give you everything they have? That I can't answer. I wish I could. I'm rolling out a little. Welcome to overtime. Burgundy and gold post game style. What up? Oh, he did? Well, then ban Little. If Little gave up on us, then ban him. All right? And tell him I said it. Let's go to North Carolina. William, welcome to Burgundy and gold post game.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, Doc?
I'm hanging in there. I've been better.
Hey, Doc, it was a good game. I kind of expected it to be kind of close. But like you said earlier, I was saying to my brother, we don't have anybody on defense, a playmaker. You know, we kind of leave the defensive backs on the island by themselves, even though we need some help there. So my question, Doc, to you, what do you think that we should do do you think we should try to get someone before the trade deadline for the pass rusher or defensive back, or stick with the guys that we have?
I think we trust in Peters.
Okay.
We trust in our coaches and our people who do that for a living. I certainly don't have any idea who's available, who they like. I don't know who they want. That's their thing. I know this. The people that they're paying over there should have some sleepless nights. Because some of them need to be replaced.
Definitely so.
In my
I think the
opinion.
same thing.
Yeah, you got some bank robbers. I mean, this is just inexcusable. If you're a pro and you know the system and you over there, and this is your best shot, and you're telling me we don't have nobody better than you on the team, then yeah. So we are definitely in a position to upgrade. How they do it, it's not my job. That's not what I do.
Okay.
Yeah, Sheehan,
appreciate
Coach
that.
Sheehan. All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. William in North Kakalaki, what up? Did we get it? Appreciate that. William. Hey, William.
Hey, how you doing, Doc?
You tell me, brother. How are you?
I'm well, sir. I'm originally from Virginia via the military, and I retired in Florida. But I've been
thank you for
a
your
Washington
service.
fan. Thank you, sir. I've been a Washington fan since the 80s. I just want to say I'm proud of this team. We had some setbacks, today, but I'm proud of this team overall. I think that front defense needs to shore up a little bit because, we have a can't fail, will not fail attitude in the military because we're Americans, not American.
Mm-hmm.
So, but also other than that, when you do get down, you get the resiliency and you bounce back. So I think the young fellas lick their wounds and take it out on Carolina next week, and I'll land my plane there. Hail to the Commanders.
All right, man. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Mitchell in New Jersey. What's up, Mitch? A little technical difficulty? No, Mitch? Mac, I guess we lost Mitch. Okay, let me see. You tell me. Well, I think we've who's next? Okay, in Virginia. Mark, what's going on?
The Doc Walker, how you doing?
Oh man, I'm recovering. Today was a tough one.
Well, it's been tough for me. Look, I'm 45 years old. I grew up in the DMV. I live in Richmond now. I have 4 kids. They've never seen the Redskins be a winning team. This is the first time that they're ever going to get to experience that. We had a little glimmer of hope with RG3, but you could kind of tell that was a one-trick pony. This is the first time that this team is actually looking like it's something that's going to be sustainable year to year. And I also think, you talked about it with the fan for so many years. I was a season ticket holder for years. I mean, I kept getting those letters from Chris Allen. Oh, the future is now. Whatever that it wasn't. Where we are today, the fans had this visceral hate years ago under the Snyder era. And now I think there's this acceptance that we're doing things the right way and we're moving forward. We're making progress. And so that's why I think you see the difference in the fan base, understanding the loss to a great team. There is no Peyton Manning in the NFL anymore. There is no Tom Brady. This was the best team out there.
Well, yeah, I think it was a great. I mean, you could have failed it miserably. You didn't fail it miserably, but you didn't win. This is a winner take all business. But
That's
I do
true.
think that this is something you can build upon. But I do think that this was in our grasp, and we just didn't grab it.
Okay, but there's one more thing, which is great teams get way better after tough losses.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're going to find out is next week, what is this team really made of? Up until this point, they've won 4. We're on the road, or we're on our way. We're going to find out what the team is really made of next week.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. And do me a favor and let those beautiful little girls of yours know that the team's name, they are the Commanders. So they know the name of the team.
Well, today, if they want to honor Darryl Green, I think it would be nice if we put the feather behind the W on the helmet for next week.
And that I agree with you 100%. Have a beautiful evening. To that, we'll go on a break. And when we come back, we'll continue here. Burgundy and Gold post-game show right here on 106.7 Fan. You know, AY, Matt, pardon me, I've noticed your spirits a little lifted, a little higher than they were a week ago. I wonder if there's not a part of you that has relished a little bit in our agony, that there isn't a part of you that is not sympathetic for our defeat. And I wouldn't blame you either way. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading you properly.
No, I'm good. I mean, you guys played well, but you know, we still have a tough one tonight. So that's more so what I'm worried about.
Oh, okay. So you're in game mode right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Without Malik Neighbors, without Thibodeau.
Okay, and you know what? And I respect that. I respect that, and I owe you the courtesy of being respectful to you for that. Cowboy Nation is down now 20-3, and they're not down. I mean, they're just temporary for the Dallas Cowboys. Burgundy Gold Game Day is presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. It's different now that we're on the opposite side of that winnings deal. How do we deal with the constructive criticism of a defeat? How we deal with this is important, especially coming into a game that we may be heavily favored, and we're coming with a celebratory mode that the legendary number 28 will be honored. His jersey will be retired. Darryl Green. that's even more of what Coach Nick Saban said, rat poison. If I am Carolina right now, I'm thinking that this is a setup right now for us to get off track. And even though the players will be inside the locker room while all the festivities are going on, I'm just telling you, human nature. The good news is that we'll be mad enough because our streak was broken and we'll refocus. And we'll have to do that. It's very important not to let that down. Annandale, Virginia is our next stop. Billy, welcome to Over. Burgundy and Gold postgame.
We are revolutionary.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, Billy, I'm good.
Good,
Getting better.
Yeah, let me tell you, Doc, it's a pleasure to be talking to you.
Well, thank you.
I got to say, I think you got it wrong.
Mm-hmm. That would be a first.
Yeah, let me tell you, you keep saying that we got two bowls from Bama up on the line.
I said we got two what?
Bulls. We got two bulls up there on the line there from Alabama.
I said we had two bulls. Okay. All right.
They're not bulls. You're going to say they're Dyron Talbot or Dave Butts caliber? I mean, those two bulls aren't playing. We got what? We got almost 180 million put up in them.
But when did you hear me say about bulls? Give me the date when you said I was mentioning bulls.
Oh, well, you said that off and on, Doc.
Okay. In the past. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have said in the past. I thought you meant recent, Billy. Don't call up here and insinuate something. I know damn well I ain't said nothing recently about no bulls.
That's true, Doc.
All right, but then don't call up here talking with a forked tongue.
Hey, I don't mean to be forked. I just think we got too much invested in those two guys, and they're not doing what they need to do. What do you say about that?
Well, what I said about it, they're not getting the job done. Nobody on the defense had been standing up. Don't insinuate something that hasn't been said. I'm not that dude to play with. I call it straight. I got nothing invested in any of them. I call it straight for you, for the people, so that you have a perspective upon it. I'm glad I don't get in nobody's money. If they want to pay people and get no results, that's not my problem. That's their problem. But I call it exactly the way it is. If you don't believe the stats table on it, then that's your problem. But don't call me referring like I've said somebody's greater than they've proven to be. I said what I see. I have not seen the results that are capable based on what they're being paid. I've said it over and over. Either you've been drinking, which is okay. Everybody deserves that right. But I'm not that dude to do this with. Little and Bowie. Little going once.
Hey, Doc.
Yes,
Doc,
sir.
Hey, Doc. I'm here, Doc.
All right, what's going on?
Hey, Doc, I'm going to tell you now, man. The way I look at it, Doc, we played a good game. We hung in there with the big boys. And you know what, Doc? Man, I saw a whole lot of picking in that game, man. Every time they get a big play, it seemed like our defensive back was getting picked there once in a while. And I don't think they're going to get away with that when they play Kansas City. The refs going to pick that up.
Well, a lot of it's just called good play design.
Yeah, that's thing. Yeah, well, I look at it. Look, kind of was a scapegoat because, I played the safety position, but I saw some stuff back there, man. I said, well, that's a pick. But they got away with it. And that St. Jude's, that wasn't no pass interference, man. We had to stop there, Doc. It's been a closer game because we needed for him to settle for 3.
Yeah, but he was handsy. He was handsy. Our guys are handsy, so maybe that wasn't a call. But if you're the ref, look, teams that aren't good don't get breaks.
Yeah,
you don't get calls. Them refs are human, man.
Right, that's why I was going. That's why I was going.
Yeah, it's human element.
Eventually, as the season flows, but look, Doc, the union gonna be packed Sunday, and I don't see no letdown coming there, man. I'm telling you, we celebrating the fastest man in the NFL. At one time, he was the fastest man in the NFL. My man, Darryl Green.
I appreciate that, Lil. All right, man.
Shout out to Fisher family, man.
Shout out to the Fisher family. Falls Church is our next stop. Hey, Mac, we got a shot to get the Moose. Hey, Moose.
Yes.
What up?
Hey. How are you?
Oh, Moose, I've been better, but it's good. I've also been worse.
I hear you.
Moose, I've been doing this for years. Most of the time,
I'm-
the team was in last place.
Uh-huh.
We've got a decent product now. They could develop it. They can be as good as they want to be, but we can't talk them into this crap. They got to go do it.
And I'm sure you're getting tired of people keep asking you how you doing. How you doing?
No. I never get tired of this. Look,
Oh,
I mean,
good.
let me just say something to you, Moose.
Please.
I could very well be out breaking bricks. I could be loading trash into the back of a pickup. I could be. I never get tired of talking sports.
I hear you.
With people who are passionate about it, because we don't have to agree as long as we have a take. All I ask is that you have a take. That it means something to you. Yeah.
Sure. Everyone's entitled. Look, I'm a realist. I'm a born and raised Washingtonian. I've followed you and everyone from back in the day, and we had a wonderful organization, and we're heading in the right path. New ownership, new GM, $100 million in cap space next year. A lot of great draft picks. Let's hope we can build on the defense. We have a lot of open holes on the defense. The offense is looking great. I thought Robinson being out was a big loss. Let's be honest. He's our go-to, our workhorse. He's our Henry per se. So to ask Nichols, to ask Eckler to fill in and for what he's been able to establish early on in the season, that's not fair.
No, not at all.
We're going to go against teams like Baltimore. This is nothing, guys. Everyone's got to get ready. That can run the ball. That's got a Lamar Jackson. Well, nobody's got Lamar Jackson, but good quarterback.
Well, we got the closest thing to it.
Oh, absolutely. You can't with Jaden. The sky's the limit. The future looks amazing, but we don't want to ask too much of our rookie quarterback. That's not fair either. We got to take the pressure off. And what I mean, we're a well-balanced team, but the defense needs to step up a little bit more. Too many open holes on the defense, secondary in particular. That and our interior line. I think Payne and Allen got to step up their game. They
no
got
doubt
the
about
money
it.
they asked for. He was complaining last year, Allen. I know he's the big voice in the locker room. The guys love him. They respect him. He's a diehard. He's a local. But start earning your paycheck, man. Play. Let's see it. We haven't seen anything from him or Payne.
Well, and it's their coaches. And their coaches, here's my deal. They're rotating. It's not like the coaches leave them out there forever. They're rotating a lot.
Yes.
So we're flipping it. I think Big Phil has been playing. We got our rookie from Illinois playing. It's a process. But clearly, everybody in there right now needs to look themselves in the mirror.
Mm-hmm. Even Mathis
everybody needs to be able to. Mathis is playing a little bit more. Everybody needs to give themselves, say, can we do more? Because it's not good enough.
No,
it's just
you're
flat
right.
out not good enough.
It's the ultimate team sport.
Yep.
Everyone's got a hand in it. Kicker, punter, quarterback, you name it. And I'm glad that people finally saw that our kicker is not perfect. I mean, the guy's going to make a mistake. He missed the field goal. Okay. He moved on. He made one, though.
Yeah.
He made the extra, you know what I mean? So I'm excited.
And here's the beautiful thing about it. We're so much better than we've been.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, last place is no longer an option for this organization. And that's the saving grace.
Yes.
Last place is no longer our place.
No, and if you look at, what is it, Carolina, we've got Tennessee, Philadelphia, I believe.
I don't know. All I can see is Carolina.
And I'm with you week by week, and we cannot take these guys.
No, we're not good enough to do that. We're not good enough to do that.
Absolutely not.
Got to run. Appreciate rapping to you, dog. Like your
Thanks for
football
having me.
perspective, man. Like your football perspective. Look, we're not good enough. If we were playing the collegiate, 1 week, one opponent, handle our business, win each quarter, and then try to string it together. But I'll say this. We've improved every step of the way I think the organization is light years ahead of where it's been. We've gone from laughing stock to being competent, to being respected. We're getting the number one cruise. You know how you know you're not garbage? When Romo and when they start doing your games, we're already been lifted out of the mediocrity. And that's a very good thing. And it couldn't happen without your support. And that's the beautiful thing about it. You deserve it right here on Burgundy and Gold post game. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We can continue to light it up. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll be right back. Burgundy and gold. Post-game show. Not what we hoped for in terms of results, but we have to deal with what we have. And it's a lot better than what we've been used to, and it's still growing. We're not dealing with the over-the-hill gang. We're dealing with the youth and enthusiasm that is unparalleled. Really, I think tomorrow after we get the injury report, because that's very important to make sure that we're on the mend and we don't get set back. The deal with B-Rob, and I know that asking you, Mac, is really almost borderline insane on my part because I know you don't care. But it is important. I think we saw now what this team is like without B-Rob.
Yeah,
It doesn't pack the same punch.
Yeah, he's a very important, especially on those early downs, getting those 4 or 5 yard runs. Yeah, you definitely need
You can have a back. I even noticed, even with your team, the Giants, you can put a guy in 26, but he ain't the same guy. They're a back and the quarterback and a dominant receiver have a major impact on the personality of your offense. I was proud of Terry. Really proud of Terry because without the 8 car, more pressure on him as well. There are a lot of people, man, to be proud of. The guys that did step up and are trying to make a difference. And it was against a champion in pedigree. Even though they're going through defensive changes, their DC is in Seattle. They've lost 3 or 4 key players. They had a major impact on their unit. But give them credit. They play for something. They are in the midst of a long-term legacy is how the Ravens function. And I really believe that we are taking those steps here in Washington, that we're establishing a bent of mind, how we do business. And it's really refreshing to know that we're moving, in that right direction. And then our O-line, man, they were challenged, but they fought. They fought. I thought it was I'm proud of the effort. I'm not happy with the results, but I'm proud of the effort. So we're still dealing with the same list. We still have the district up top. All right, Rick.
Yes, sir.
What up?
All right. Yes, I was just calling. This is our first year under this new regime, so I just say give it some time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we looking good. We need to just tighten up on that defense and build the offensive line up. Brian Robbins, he was out this game, so I'm not going to put them down. We are 4-2, so we still looking good for the season. First year rookie quarterback, so keep our heads up. I mean, we are still in first place. That's all I had to say.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Be optimistic about it. And everybody deals with disappointment in their own manner. Some people have a 24-hour rule, whether we win or lose. However you digest it, do you. Fort Meade, Brady, welcome to Burgundy and Gold postgame.
Tighten up on that defense and build the offensive line up.
Mitch, you got to turn, Brady, you got to turn your box down. We can't both do this at the same time. All right.
I'm here, Doc. You ready for me?
Yep, ready for you.
Oh, man, I want to say, man, we played really, really hard. We look like a team. We're competing, but the defense is not getting it done. And one thing I think, Doc, that people are missing out on, nobody's talking about Joe Witt Jr. He's not earning his money right now. When I look at players that kind of are out of position, every now and then you can see the player. Every now and then you can see the players, but it looked more like the scheme because they're getting caught and they're getting beat more often. And I'm wondering, Doc, where are the Jaden Daniels, the Brian Robinsons, the Terry McLaurens on the defensive side of the ball? Our offense is putting up 31 points a game, yet the defense is giving up more than that. And so we're losing. And it does not help when you have corners and safeties who are not that good, who get penalties at crucial times, giving up third down. So I'm wondering, what it is that we're going to do. But obviously who we have on that back end, man, on the corners and safeties, they're just not able to get it done. For some reason, it appears to me that what the coaches see in practice is not transferring on the game field. So those are my perspectives, Doc. I appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you. And to his credit, Coach has said he has to alter some approaches. He's got to get better results. He has not shied away from it. He says he assumes responsibility and got their first turnover today, got a pick. And Standerstill is a rookie and has made some plays. And they went after St. Jude's, who I thought has played well, but they exposed him today, and he was really handsy, and they're really good. And they went after him. And they are a little bit overloaded right now. But when you get a couple of your ends that are out, and if those tackles aren't getting a significant push, bingo. And it was not the week to be limited with personnel with the defensive ends, but it is what it is. Everybody has to overcome injuries in this league. Nobody gets a pass just because somebody's down. I could look at this and tell you, well, then the offense got to score more points. If your defense is down a little bit, score more. But you don't get it both ways. It's just the way it goes. CK, still in Crofton. CK.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
I am a longtime listener, big fan of yours, and just heard the distress in your voice, and felt the need to call in and let you know that you are not alone out there, and wanting more from this team, and knowing that we haven't really done anything yet. But it's kind of fun to enjoy, that we don't suck.
Oh, absolutely. I'm thrilled over, but again, I'm also realistic. Just because we were in last place so often, I'm just happy now to be relevant, to be competent, to be run by people that actually know what they're doing. Yeah. And I know now that my future is bright. So hell yeah. I'm excited about that, and I'm not afraid to express that because this was horrible for me. I've won on every level I've ever participated on. I don't understand how you never win. That to me is not been a part of my life.
Yeah,
I don't understand it. For me, and I never will, because it's a selfishness, and it's also incompetence. And the moment you get people in that are unselfish, that have one common goal, and that is to win, no matter who gets the credit, bingo, light comes on. But if you're led by a bunch of egomaniacs, it's all about them, then you end up in last place.
So true. So true. I tell you.
Hey, brother, I appreciate your support.
Oh, take care.
You got it. You got it. Mitchell in New Jersey. Mitch with us? Come on, Mitch. You've been doing this for a long time. You should have this down like a science. All right, let's go back to Baltimore then. Is this Mitch? Oh, James and B-More.
Hey, man. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, James. I'm getting in there. I'm getting better.
I just got home. So on the way home, drove back from Baltimore, and I got a question about a play for you, Doc. Okay. But before that, when my wife and I took my 6 and 8 year old son.
Oh man, how they do?
Oh, shout out to James and Paul. They did great, but they were inconsolable at the end of the game because they're just recent fans and they haven't seen, they've been riding the high of this year. So, they don't know what lifelong fans have gone through.
They got to
So I'm
earn
trying
their pelts.
Yeah, they do. So I'll get them there.
Yeah.
But a great time, hospitable crowd there in Baltimore. But one play irritated me, Doc, and I wanted to hear your feedback on it.
Okay.
4th and 6, third quarter. We're down a touchdown. We're on their 44-yard line. You got to go there. Possessions are such a premium. Points are such a premium. I don't know why. We got Jaden Daniels. I don't know why. Even if we pin them back at the 5-yard line like we did, they're 3 Derrick Henry runs away from getting back to where we had the ball at the 44-yard line. Why don't we go there? It was just really frustrating to me. We punted it there, and I felt like we should have gone for it. And,
when we nailed them down. Yeah, I saw that when we nailed them. We got them down. Yeah.
Possessions were such a premium. You got to go for it. 4th and 6 there. I was really frustrated by the decision of the coaching staff.
I'll tell you this,
it's irritating me.
I'm not going to go against Kingsbury. He's just been too good for me, an amateur, to doubt him. But I will say this: he's without his sledgehammer. He's one-dimensional, and he knows it. Now, if he'd had his sledgehammer, and then he definitely would have been a dual threat. But without 8, we were exposed. We were one-dimensional. And that's risky because your quarterback is going to get slugged. Because if I am the Ravens at that point, I'm sending the dogs after 5 because he got no other option. I'd be with you if we had the 8 car. But when I'm one-dimensional with a rookie that's promising, I don't think I want to risk that blow. He took a body shot today that would have knocked the average human being completely out. How many of those you want him to take? In a game you probably aren't going to win. I think there are a lot of factors into it. But that's just my take. Appreciate yours. What do you think about it, A-Mac?
In regards to what?
That 4th and 1. 4th and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And they punt it. They got a good punt. You go for it. 8's out.
Yeah.
You're one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Against the Ravens, slaughtered. Yeah. And if they do nothing but come out and hit your quarter, they're going to put another sock 'em on him. Yeah. They got under him once. He doesn't show pain. That's what I love about him. I guarantee he got ice all over his chest plate right now.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too. It's like it's easy to say, oh, we should have did something else after the game's over, right? But in that
moment, but that's why I'm trying. I remember when it happened, and I was thinking, be careful. Baltimore is not the place to get froggish. Think you're gonna leap out in the thing, dude. They ain't that group. They are not the group to play with. So I think what we did was the best we could do. But we're seeing how we doing on time. We got time for little. Wait, no, little. We got who we. I think we had 2 drops. Who's left?
All over
Hey, Nate. Hey, Nate, you still up in Upper Marlboro, my man.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. You know what, man? I'm with you today, Doc. You know, the boys, man, they didn't win today, but you know, they balled out. They left it all out on the field. The Ravens are the Ravens, you know what I mean?
They earned it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I wanted to see was, I don't know. I'm quite sure you heard of Martin, right? You know the comedian Martin.
Martin Lawrence. Come on, dog.
Yeah. So you know how he used to sit on there stomping with the big dogs, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to see. Now we ain't the big dogs yet, but they showed us today that we at least stomping with them. You know what I mean?
We didn't look out of place.
Exactly.
Yeah, we didn't look out of place. Yeah.
And Jaden, man, to me, man, he's growing like quarter by quarter. You could see the growth in him, man. And I'm riding with the coaches, man. And just week by week, gonna see what it do, man.
I
Yeah,
remember.
I am too. I'm riding with the staff. I think the staff individually, O-line, tight ends, running back, receivers, quarterback, all the way, everybody involved in this thing, unselfishly, they have put their egos in the locker. And they're all doing this for one cause, and that is victory. To put the best product out there at one time that can get us W's. And development in the meantime, that's all good and said. But it's about victories. And we came up short on that. Don't ever lose sight of the fact of why we're doing this. We're not doing this to look good. That's what you do in college. We're doing this to win. This is pro ball. And it should be winner takes all. We'll be right back.